We are live at Coletco for August 6th. No, what is today? I'm way off. The 11th. Golly. August the 11th, live Facebook record sale. Thanks for joining us today, this evening. 5:12. I'm early. I've thrown Mike Massey and Craig completely off guard. They have no idea. All right. Let's get everything liked and shared. I suddenly have a mess around me, but we'll work through it tonight. Good thing I'm starting early. Let's go over here to this. And hit the like button there. Here comes Otis. Got to make his appearance. Nashville. Copy link. Close out all these apps. La la. That was the whistle to Iron Man. Otis. A lot more records being wheeled back here. Jack's on top of it. Caden, you holding up your end of the bargain? I know Seth's already left, no surprise. Can't get that dude to get anything done. He left immediately at 2? 10. Oh, yeah, he's... And I'd even post the kiss pictures on Instagram. I need to do that. Post. Let's see. You think you may get a sign by Gene Simmons? How much does it cost? I'll send you 100 solo albums if it's free. What's he charging? $250 each. Is that how much it costs to get a solo album signed? Gene's charging $250. I don't think there's no meat on the bone unless you had something signed by the other three and you needed to complete that.
After the fourth crate,
Mm-hmm.
right down.
Okay.
I gotta split the video tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. I might get one signed for my personal collection, but I think Gene's got that calculated where he knows what they sell for, and he never leaves any money on the bone. He doesn't leave much meat on the bone. But we'll take a look at it. Right there's fine. I'm about to knock those out early tonight. Go ahead and knock out all the Van Halen pre-orders. All right. Here we go. All right. So we are ready. We're rocking and rolling and reeling and rolling. However that Chuck Berry song goes. The Beatles covered it, Tanner. You got me reeling and rocking, and that was Harrison did that one. Rolling and reeling and rocking and. All righty. Okay, so. It's weird being this early. I guess I'll start selling stuff. Let's see what we got. What is this? Okay, I don't need that anymore. Be a good time for me to play some cleanup duties. I'm gonna do that a lot.
Right here.
Yeah, no, that's you can just take that all the way up front. Actually, I'll start selling some of them tonight if you leave them close enough to me. The modern ones. Paul says that collection, there's 2 tubs full of t-shirts.
Oh, really?
Vintage originals.
Wow.
And concert purchased. So, yeah, I've heard that for about a year. That's on you, Tanner. All right, let me look at my update here from Ed. Ed's got me an update here. Thank you for the update, Ed. Ah, we got a crate of Japanese too. Excellent. All right. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Judo chop. And Otis heard that one. These tables are kind of obtrusive.
Yeah, I'll get them moved out of the way.
All right. Okay, I'm going to carefully move these again. $575 if anybody wants them. Honestly, that's so cheap you're getting paid to buy them. Sometimes we sell stuff so cheap here you're getting paid to buy them. All right. Jimi Hendrix book. Yeah, Jim B. There's a reason the dude has 3 Ferraris in his driveway. Yeah, Ferraris are overrated. Give me a GMC Gremlin. All right, first thing we have is Kiss Love Gun, Tangerine Aqua exclusive, Walmart exclusive colored vinyl for Kiss Love Gun. This is an official pressing, of course. It is a 2020 U.S. Walmart limited edition reissue, a $20 start, okay? Nothing like a good old Ford Cadillac. A Ford Silverado. All right, first thing we have is, what is this crate here? This was, I think, a half-off crate that was supposed to be the vintage, part of the vintage flip crate this morning. And guess what? I didn't get to them. So there's that. Kiss Love Gun is a Tangerine Aqua exclusive colored vinyl. That's a $20 start. That is now up for bid. And we're also going to have up for bid something else very soon, here in just 1 second. Give me 5 minutes, and here it is. And I have something else. Where's the rest of my stuff at? Aha. Are these, what are these here? These, okay. I guess those will be ready to show. I heard there's a crate of Japanese around here somewhere. We'll leave that up for right now. Ah, the sealed stuff. Yeah, here we go. I'll knock some of this out. This is pretty cool. This is sealed Captain and Tennille. And it still got the Christmas. It still even got the Christmas sticker on it. To Mom from Sherry and Chuck. They got their mom a good old Captain and Tennille record for Christmas one year. And they even cut out the price tag so she couldn't see how much they splurged on her. That's a $10 start for Captain and Tennille. That's now up for bid. All right. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Kiss has a bid for $20. And the first thing we're going to do, Kiss has another bid for $20. We're talking, folks, sealed OG Captain and Tennille. Rare. Let's go ahead and let's read through these one more time, which was already shown once at half off, very quickly, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and tag the Van Halen pre-order. So first thing we have is Beija, Time and Tide. Beija is now $10. Beija. It's in shrink with hype. And then Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Peter Frampton is $5. And Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees. Carly Simon's also $5. Right in front of that is a Jay Giles Band. And this is Freeze Frame. That's in shrink. Nice copy for $10. And Bachman Turnover Drive live, $750. Michael Peeveler, you're out on the Kiss, by the way. Somebody else bid of 20 came in for first. Who is Longs K. E. Long over on Twitch? Because you've claimed Beija. I just got to figure out who you are right quick. And then we got Robert Palmer Riptide. And then this is $10. That is Addicted to Love. Romelu C on the Beija. So first sell of the night goes to Romelu C on the Beija. That's right. Remember, you kept on putting your handle so I wouldn't forget who you was. And I've already forgot. But they know back in the back. Freeze Frame is so to Scott Dwallow. And then Michael Peeveler on Bachman Turner Overdrive. Here we go. Here we go. Half off everything in here. Elvis Costello has the bonus 45 with it. Wow. Clean copy. Now just $15. We have Rock Cats live at the Ritz, a gold stamp promo. That's $10. And Rock Pile Seconds of Pleasure. That's also with a bonus EP, the Niccolo Dave Edmonds EP. That is $12.50. So now, Mark Steele, you've been outbid on Kiss. If anybody wants to bid on the sealed Captain and Tennille, it's a final call. It's sealed with hop sticker, has an old Christmas tag on it. It's a final call for $10. And I'm putting up something else for $10. Also for a $10 start, I'm putting up for a $15 start, for a $20 start, for a $30 start, for a $15 start, I've got Howlin' Wolf, More Real Folk Blues. That's going to go up for a $15 start. The BTO you claimed was $7.50. Hall & Oates, this is $10 for Daryl Hall, John Oates. Also, Elton John, Breaking Hearts. This is $10, Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Pure Prairie League, Firing Up. Pure Prairie League is $7.50. And Carole King, Her Greatest Hits. Carole King, Her Greatest Hits is now $10. That is a great compilation. Jazzman's on there. Also, Ed's delivering more new vinyl. And we have Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits. That's $12.50. Howlin' Wolf is sealed at $15. Michael Peeveler, you're out on the Kiss. Mark still has it at $22. And we got Romelu in on Carole King's Greatest Hits. James Davidson, the Captain and Tennille, sealed is a $10 start. Romelu also on Marvin Gaye. And we also have the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. Doobie Brothers is $7.50. We have Hall & Oates H2O. That is $10. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in USA, Gold Stamp promo, $10 for The Boss. Tina Turner Private Dancer is $12.50. So Howlin' Wolf, More Real Folk Blues is sealed. Chess Masters. It has one bid for $15 final call. Technically, Captain and Tennille doesn't have a bid yet. Looking for make sure somebody puts $10 bid in on that. And now Michael Peeveler has Kiss at $25. And so does Matthew Sherrick. So they're tied. And Mark Steele, that means you're out. There's Kiss Love Gun, and Mr. James Davidson is in on Captain and Tennille at 10. We're about to sell those 2 end cap auctions. I still got Alan Parsons' Project I, Robot. There is a name written on the cover. It's only $10. And we have Survivor, Caught in the Game. Survivor is $11.50. Hooters, Ambrose. Hooters is $10. Also, Chris Christopherson, Spooky Ladies Sideshow, $7.50 on that. And we have Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still. Don Henley is $10. Original under sleeve, nice copy on that, okay? So we got Captain and Tennille's at $12. How much is Kiss at? $27. And Blaine Zapnick on I, Robot. That is sold to Blaine Zapnick, okay? Howlin' Wolf is sold to John Durden for $15. Thank you, John Durden. That's sold to you. Here comes Ed with his pricing gun. He was walking through here. Looked like he was in a Western holding that gun. That was very Clint Eastwoody looking. We have Kiss at $28. Blaine Zapnick wants I, Robot. I've already pulled that, right? I have. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. Captain and Tennille is sold to Romelu for $12. James Davis is out. Sealed Captain and Tennille. Capiche? It's gone. Capiche? 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 It's gone. And now Kiss is a Walmart exclusive Tangerine Aqua Splatter. Mark still has that at $30. Capiche? Yeah? Let's go put on a pot of spaghetti, yeah? Next thing we have is another sealed record going up for auction. And this isn't any sealed record. This is the Carpenter Singles. Unbelievably beautiful, sealed with a gigantic hype sticker I've never seen before, advertising the tracks and a 12-page booklet. That is $15 start. Now, Kiss is at $30 with Mark Steele. Ryan Eaton's out. I think it's up to Michael Peevler. First thing we're going to do is read through these half-off records one more time, all right? Here we go. And the Carpenters already has a bid for $15. Peter Frampton, I'm in you, $5. Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees, $5. Robert Palmer was $10. Also, we had Elvis Costello at $12.50. That does have the EP with it. Rockats was $10. The Rock Pile was $12.50, also with the bonus EP. And then Hall & Oates, $10. We have Elton John Breaking Hearts, $10. Pierre Perry Firing Up, $7.50. The Doobie Brothers was $7.50. Final call on these. You might see them again in the discount video in the morning. Some may be more, some may be less. $10 on that. Springsteen also $10. Let's go check the Rockats for the inner sleeve. The Rockats at the Ritz Gold Stamp promo. It has a generic wide inner sleeve on that one. Generic wide inner sleeve on that one, okay? Kiss is at $30. I think everybody else is done. And Carpenter's is sealed, one bid for $15. And I also have another sealed record. It's Billy Joel, Nylon Curtain. It's also sealed with hype sticker. It does have a wicked punch hole, but it's also going up for a $15 start. Tina Turner, Private Dancer, that's $12.50. And I have Survivor, that's $11.50, Called in the Game. Hooters is $10. Also, Chris Christopherson, $7.50. And Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, $10 on Don Henley. Dirty Laundry. All right, one Kiss down, about 300 more to go tonight. Mark Steele gets the Kiss for $30, and I have plenty of warm-up Kiss auctions over here, and they're mostly all OG records. We're going to get into the rare and bootleg stuff as soon as we start knocking out some of this. Here is an original 84 OG sealed retail copy of Kiss Animalize, and it's very nice. It just has one saw mark right up here. The shrink's really tight on it, but it's also very nice. That is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. The sealed Carpenters is at $25. Kiss is at $35. No bid on Billy Joel, looking for a $15 start. Let's go ahead and tag the Van Halen pre-order. Van Halen pre-order is going to take me a few minutes, and that's why I went ahead and made sure I was starting slightly earlier than normal. I was going to try to go right at 5 o'clock on the dot, but I was pretty close, so I told y'all this week is going to be a much better effort to get started on the dot there. Tomorrow's messing me up already, though, because I have a dentist appointment in the morning. Usually about the time I'm going to sleep, I'll probably be in the dentist chair getting a cleaning, so that's going to mess up my sleep tomorrow already. I'm already in a predicament. All right, let's pull this up. So for the first time ever, there it is. They've reissued Van Halen Balance, and it's on orange vinyl. It's a 2 LP with exclusive 4-side etching, so it's etched 4th side. It's a 2 LP on orange vinyl, $39.99. And there's a lot of pre-orders. I have a huge post, and then I have a list where we advertised the other night on YouTube for YouTube claims. So while we're knocking out auctions, I'm going to go ahead and start reading through some of these. And Van Halen Balance is on orange vinyl. I can't leave that image long on screen. You'll get flagged for that image if you try to post it, by the way. So if you ever get that record in the mail and you're trying to post it, be careful, because I've seen some people literally get flagged, and I know a guy's Instagram that got taken down because he posted that cover. So you got to be careful with that one. Let's pull up Van Halen Balance. And this is going to be the record of the week far as pre-orders by far. Huge one here. And I'm glad we got orange. She told me that the orange are pretty limited. The orange are pretty limited, evidently. So we was able to get 100. We've got 100, and we should sell 100 tonight. So I had to censor the cover on the pre-order. Here we are, and let's get to the bottom, and let's update all the auctions, and I'm going to start reading out pre-orders, okay? First thing to do is final call on Kiss. Nobody has bid. The Carpenters is sold to Stephen Reeves for $25. If you know for sure you wasn't in on the pre-order and you want one right now's the time to claim it, okay? And now nobody bid on Billy Joel. It's a $15 buy now, sealed with hop sticker, does have a punch hole. I'm going to go ahead and introduce another auction. This is a pretty dang good one here. Goodness, this is sealed original Journey with hop sticker. This is going to go up for a $35 start. That's sealed original Journey with hop sticker, a $35 start, okay? This is an official release, 100%. 100%. This is real. This has been bootleg for years. This is the first time it's officially ever been reissued on orange vinyl. The first person that got one is Jackie Beatty, and then Sean Schaefer was next. And then over here, Wesley Stover and Wayne Davis. Wesley Stover and Wayne Davis. That's so to Wesley Stover and Wayne Davis. Mark Trahan and Nick Galletti. Mark Trahan and Nick Galletti. There's two more. Dwayne Sevilla and Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Dwayne Sevilla. Thank you, Sherry Darnell. So we got two sealed OG albums up for bid right now. A Kiss and a Journey. $35 start. Kiss has a bid for $35. I just introduced Journey. Chad Hull and Jamie Diaz. We got Chad Hull and Jamie Diaz. Thank you and thank you. Of course, this is like a $500 record sealed. Very expensive. Autumn Betts and Richard Davis. Autumn Betts and Richard Davis. Thank you and thank you. Glenn Kesey and Jeff Brindley. Glenn Kesey and Jeff Brindley. Also, Derek Bowman and Edwin Riviera. Derek Bowman and Edwin Riviera. There's two more there. Thank you, Derek Bowman. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. Also, Jamie McCord and Dave Kavanaugh. Jamie McCord and Dave Kavanaugh. There's two more sold. Kelly Cook and Mike Quindrini. Now, that might be a first-time buyer. Hopefully, he has messaged our page. And then we got Scott Corcoran and Ron Duffield. Scott Corcoran and Ron Duffield. Let me pause right there and see what's happened with Kiss. I said Mark Steele had opened Kiss for $35, and then Matthew Sherrick also bid $35 on Kiss. Kiss is an 84 US OG sealed. It does have a saw mark. It's tied at $35, and Journey does not have a bid yet. It's another sealed original, no saw marks, with hop sticker, not a club copy. It's an original retail, $35 start on that. Nice, okay? Next over here was Julianne Roman on Van Halen, Amanda Davis on Van Halen. Those are sold and sold. And then we got two more, one for Scott Markheim and one for Justin Deckelman. There's two more Van Halen sold. Also over here, we have Jerry Stone and Dean Tefford. Thank you, Jerry Stone. Thank you, Dean Tefford. Balance is $39.99. Balance is $39.99. Marco Martinez and William Howe. Marco Martinez and William Howe. Thank you, Marco Martinez. Thank you, William Howe. And then let's go ahead and tag these last two to Brian DeLeon and Matt Algram, okay? Brian DeLeon and Matt Algram. And I'm going to start a new crate with those. And let me do that right now. This crate here is already officially full. F-U-L-L, full. It's going to fill up quickly of all these Van Halen pre-orders. Let's go ahead and start the next crate with those last two names that I read off. And guess what? I've got 3 more crates full of these things. 3 more crates full of these things. So it's the record of the week, and it might be on pace for the record of the month. What else was this big this month already here in August? I don't think anything last week this big. This is huge. Huge pre-order here. Huge pre-order. Van Halen still selling. Let's pull a few more out here. Here's 3 more. Ben Diger, Leslie Silvley, and Chris Pedzwar. Thank y'all. There's 3 more sold. And then we got Scott Yoakumstaller and Fred Cardinale. And let's see what's happened on these auctions, okay? Now, the last thing was Kiss Animalize for $36. And then Journey got 1 bid with Stephen Reeves. So that is a bid locked in. We're about to sell it to him. Matthew Sherrick just bumped the Kiss auction at 36. Mark Steele, you've been outbid. Mark Steele, you've been outbid. Here's another sealed record for a $35 start. Very cool one here. Dire Straits. This is sealed. It's essentially a greatest hits. It's an original Columbia Clubhouse copy. Sealed. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. That's a $35 start, okay? Next is Scott Smith and Mike Massey. Thank you, Scott Smith. Thank you, Mike Massey. Also, James Cohorn and Scotty Hops. James Cohorn and Scotty Hops. There's 2 more sold. Scott Beebe and Todd Fisher. Scott Beebe and Todd Fisher, those are sold and sold. And then over here we got Lily McCurry and Tim Graham. Lily McCurry and Tim Graham, there's 2 more sold. Paul Conway and Jeff Hawes wants 2. So there's 1 for Paul Conway. There's 2 for Jeff Hawes, Hawes. Cindy Yarborough and Chris Smith. Cindy Yarborough and Chris Smith. Nico Kapellanis and Corey Ross. Nico Kapellanis and Corey Ross. Paul Brothers and Brad Waits. Paul Brothers and Brad Waits. Greg Preston and Brian Reynolds. Greg Preston and Brian Reynolds. There's 2 more sold. Dwayne Worley and Paulette Felican. She might be a first-time buyer. Y'all let me know if she's messaged. If not, I'll reply to her comment. Danny Czar and Devin Reese. Danny Czar and Devin Reese. And then we got Vicky Yoshikawa and Craig Honeycutt. Vicky Yoshikawa and Craig Honeycutt. Randy Klein and Mark Rudolph. Randy Klein and Michael Rudolph, excuse me. Randy Klein and Michael Rudolph. And then we have, that's it. That was it. That was it on those. So that's it. We are at the end of the line on those, okay? So next we're going to do is, let me go back and pull the live claims. And then I have some other lists. I think I have a list. And let's try to sell the rest of them live here, okay? I have another crate full. 1 more crate. Yeah, the others are Billy Idols, which also have come in for tonight. So there's another full crate. Awesome. And now let's go ahead and fill up the next one. And let's go up to the top and see who claimed them first live, okay? Paulette Felican is my sister-in-law. She's bought before. Okay, sorry, Paulette. Welcome back. The first person who came one was John Durden. Did you want one? I'm not for sure if that's a claim or not, but Stephen Reeves does. Brandon Lack and Jan Gunther. There's 3 more, so that's the first 3 live claims. Stephen Reeves, Brandon Lack, and Jan Gunther. Thank y'all. And now let's grab the last crate, and let's try to sell out these things tonight. I've got a whole extra crate. I wanted to stock up on the orange because they are limited edition. I have a feeling, well, I know how Van Halen's been with this Hagar era stuff. They do discontinue it. They do discontinue it. They have with the box sets and everything lately. So Gerald Whitworth and Todd Kilgore. There's 2 more sold, Gerald Whitworth and Todd Kilgore, Matthew Sherrick and Brian Reynolds, and then also Chuck Edgar. There's 3 more sold, and I think we're at the bottom, okay? And then Michael Peevler, and there we go. So I got a whole crate of them, whole crate to sell tonight. I still got to go get that list. I think it's in my backpack. Van Halen Balance is the complete 1995 album on vinyl for the first time. Now, that's kind of not true. I think what they're meaning is it's probably the first time it's been massively reissued. It's pretty much impossible to get an original of. So there's one for Blaine Zapnick. That's the last claim. Now, Kiss over here was sold to Matthew Sherrick for $36. Van Halen Balance, limited edition orange vinyl, new and sealed, official pressing too. 2 people have already asked, is this official? Because they've been bootlegging this over in basements in Holland for the last 20 years. And yes, it is an official press. James Hicks is out on Journey. Sell this to Stephen Reeves for $40. We got a whole crate over here. Well, actually, we got about 4 whole crates of sealed OGs, and I bet we can come up with a lot more. But tonight, as bonus auctions, not only do we have Kiss, but we also have sealed and Japanese pressings as well. Stephen A. Young wants a Van Halen. And let me go up front and find that list. Let's do this as a final warning. Sealed Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. And let me go ahead and introduce the next Kiss auction. It's actually going to be a Peter Criss solo album. Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You. This is a 2021 rare, first ever U.S. pressing to vinyl, sealed. and they have not sold on Discogs in the last 2 years, and there's 0 for sale. When we tagged this, there was 0 for sale, and the last one sold 2 years ago. Peter Criss is a $55 start, another sealed record. And the only no bid right now is sealed Billy Joel. It does have a pretty wicked punch hole, but it is brand new and sealed, $15 start. Dire Straits is a $35 start, and Peter Criss is a $55 start. Okay? Let me go up front and grab that list out of my backpack, because I think I have my laptop as well, because I might have keyed in some pre-orders over the course of the last, several months. People saying, Chad, put me down for a Van Halen pre-order. And we're like, you got it, sir or ma'am. You got it, sir or ma'am. All right, awesome. We got over 200 autographs authenticated. I can't wait to start showing y'all some of this. I would start showing it to you right now, but I don't have anything really researched yet. I'll show you some of the rare stuff later tonight during peak hours that we got authenticated finally. I've been so excited to show y'all some of this stuff. Amazing stuff whenever we get these letters back. But they are authenticated, and that's what I did all day yesterday. So it's going to be an exciting 24 hours, me cleaning all this up and taking pictures of it. Another reason I wanted to try to start early tonight, I was like, well, if I could wrap up the show before 1 a.m., I could get a 2-hour head start on the mess I've made up here. The front part of the store is about 5 hours of cleanup time, so I'll probably be doing that all morning. John, your project's looking better and better over there. I know how it is. Sorting and organizing this place is a full-time job. Just keeping everything under control. All right. Let's see here. Let's go through some of my old sticky notes. Aussie Duck, Motorhead Duck, Black Sabbath box, Good Charlotte. I hadn't ordered any of those. Nope. I think my Van Halen, I know where my Van Halen list. It's in another stack. Let me take one more trip up there right quick. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hopefully everybody's hit the share button and the like button. I need everybody to do that for me, the share button and the like button. We have got a full-fledged Kiss night here ahead. So welcome and thank you. And we are going to knock out a lot of stuff tonight to get the week started. We had an incredible week. Ed has sent me the numbers. And it's essentially almost as good as last week. And I think after we factored in having some people, new customers prepay, it was pretty much tied for last week almost. So, all right, I have found it. Here's all my, look at all of my old waiting lists. This is stuff that's went out of print, out of stock, stuff I can't find, stuff I really don't know what people was asking for. This is all the ones that I have to message y'all about. These are our newest ones. These are our newest ones, and that's my ones I got to follow back up. So here we go. Here's a few more old ones. Craig Proper, John Kaiser, Stanley Richmond, and Bubba 77775. That was that old waiting list, okay? Let's make sure I didn't miss anybody else. And let's go back to the top. The last person I pulled was Stephen A. Young, okay? Billy Joe is sold to Romelu for $15. Let's get that in a sleeve for him. Thank you, Romelu. That is in a sleeve with you. Thank you on that. Okay. And then Peter Criss is at 60. Peter Criss is at 67. Dire Straits does have a bid with Blaine for 35. James Hicks, you tied him. How much is Van Halen? $39.99. And then Peter Criss, 79. And then I got a like from Chad on the Van Halen, so I guess it's been shown. Yes, it has. Peter Criss is at 80. Peter Criss, 83. Okay, so here is the deal. All the pre-orders have been tagged, okay? And I think the last two over here, now that I've got to the top, was the last two that I've got up here now that I'm at the top is Susie Breedlove, Angela Lewis. Okay, so there's two more sold. And then here is what's left right here, okay? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So we've sold 80 on the button. Here's what I have left. A new official reissue for the first time since 1995. That's when I was born. This album has not been made, John, since I was born. This entire time life of Chad, and they have not had this on the pressing plant. Joy Fino got a Van Halen. John said, okay. It's been out of print that long. Romelu gets one. Let's try to sell all 100 tonight. That way I can order another 20 for the rest of the week, because I'm going to try to keep these in stock. But I'm not going to push it much longer. I'm just going to put it right over here where everybody can see it. And those are available. If you change your mind, there it is. I'll show it again. And like what? We'll do it about 8 o'clock. I'll bring them back out during peak Kiss Hour, okay? I wanted to go ahead and knock out the pre-order because y'all just seen that took 15 minutes to read through all those names. So that's done, and now we can go ahead and knock out another big pre-order, which I think I see a couple more sitting over here. All right, Dire Straits is now at $38, and the Peter Criss is at $93. Let's go ahead and go 3 wide with the auctions over here. 3 wide with the auctions over here. The other one I have is Orion. Didn't expect to see that tonight. Let's go ahead and knock out another sealed Billy Joel. This is probably a little bit more popular one than the nylon curtain. This is an Innocent Man. This is going to go up for a $15 star. Sealed original, not a club. Retail Billy Joel, $15 star. Uptown Girls on that one. Uptown Girl. All right, that was a pretty big hit. There's some Japanese over here. Kind of makes me want to go get some sake, hibachi. And let's see what this other couple big pre-orders are over here to knock out. The Pretenders. Oh, Maroon 5 and Billy Idol. Let's go ahead and knock these out too. All right, thanks everybody. So I got to make sure the last Dire Straits bid is confirmed, $38. Can't get Twitch to work. Test 1, 2. Is Twitch working? And then here's Maroon 5. And folks, this is autographed. And I tried to emphasize that on the pre-order. I think a lot of people just didn't notice it, or they saw Maroon 5 and maybe said, But this includes an autographed insert from the bin. Or from the band. It's $39.99. This is Maroon 5. It's a new album that comes out Friday. It's on indie exclusive blue vinyl and includes an autographed insert. Autographed insert, $39.99. Exclusive blue vinyl, and it has a signed insert. So we got one for Kelly Vlodarchek, one for Chris Kirkley, and one Troy Robinson. It's signed by Maroon 5. I'm sure it's a record flat inside that is autographed by Maroon 5, okay? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. 5 more if anybody else wants one. The first one sold to Gerald Whitworth. The other one sold to Romelu. I've got 3 more autographed new Maroon 5 albums. The Dire Straits has a new bid for $39. Peter Criss is sold to El Terrible for $93. $93. You get the Peter Criss. Billy Joel is a sealed original Innocent Man. We got Jan Gunther on a Maroon 5. That's with autographed insert, blue vinyl. There are 2 left for $39.99. And I heard autographed insert, and I was like, that's probably pretty significant. That's something I could see. I mean, a great deal. You're getting a signed with a band like Maroon 5, a fully autographed item. I mean, me as just a collector and dealer, I'm like, that sounds like a pretty dang good deal. Let's give the last one to Natasha Pickett. And I'll start a waiting list, okay? The reason I didn't order too many is because there was only 3 pre-orders, and I was like, wow. I was expecting like 50, knowing that it was autographed. So we'll start a waiting list. I'll immediately get on the horn and try to order more if they're in stock, and we'll cross our fingers, okay? The waiting list will be Stephen Reeves, Blaine Zapnick, Christopher Onzo, and Don Nicole. I've got 4 people on the Maroon 5 waiting list, so if anybody else wants in on that, let me know. Blaine Zapnick, you're also out on Dire Straits, it looks like. I think you had the high bid for the longest. James Hicks did bid $39, and let's go ahead and put up a Kiss auction. Love Gun, a 77 US club copy. RCA Club, VG++ EX. Not a bad copy whatsoever, and it has the original on her sleeve, a $25 star. Catherine Lutz, also on the Maroon 5. So we'll try for it. Usually that autograph stuff gets bought up quickly. But we'll see. I'll try my best to get y'all one. If not, another day, just reorder a standard version. All right, here's another cool release. This has been out of print forever, I think since it originally came out. The Pretender Singles, which is the closest thing to a Pretender's Greatest Hits you can get. It's a double LP this time. They've done it as 2 LP, kind of like almost like an expanded, $39.99. Yeah, it has some bonus tracks. Brass in Pocket. So the new Pretenders compilation's a double LP, $39.99. All right, and let's update the pre-order for that. So we got Sherry Darnell and Scott Dwallow. Thank you, Sherry Darnell and Scott Dwallow. Julianne Roman, and Stacy Brown. There's 2 more sold. If you know you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. We got one for Fred Cardinell and one for Andrea Wilson. Fred Cardinell and Andrea Wilson. Jen Cast and Jerry Stone. Jen Cast and Jerry Stone. And then Darren Wortman and Paul Brothers. Darren Wortman and Paul Brothers. There's 2 more sold and sold, okay? And so the Pretender Singles Collection, a 2 LP, 2, 4, 6, 7. Probably about the closest thing you can get to a greatest hits of theirs. That's how many still left, all right? Dire Straits is officially sold, and that's sold to James Hicks, a sealed original copy for $39. That's sold to James Hicks for $39. Thank you, James. That's sold to you. Nobody bid, once again, on another sealed Billy Joel, so you can pick that up. Sealed, brand new for $15, an original. I mean, these just recently got reissued, and they're $30, $25, $35. This is a sealed original for $15. If you think about it in that perspective, that is an amazing deal. A brand new one is twice that much, okay? Topographic said, I bid on Billy Joe. If so, I need to try it again. Okay, there is a bid. It was in with all the Maroon 5 stuff. Okay, Topographic has that for $15. I missed it. $15 with Topographic. Going once, going twice. There was a bid. And there's only one bid on Kiss Love Gun. A nice copy, a club copy. Tom Settles has that for $25, okay? Balance is $39.99. If anybody else still wants one. Sorry, I completely missed your bid there. You got buried in all the Maroon 5 claims when I told everybody it was autographed. I said autographed and my screen lit up. Holy moly. You can buy a fully signed insert by Maroon 5, plus their new album, plus you get the album on indie exclusive blue vinyl. Now there's about 7 $15 Billy Joel bids. Everybody has realized, holy crap, that is a great price, Chad. What am I doing sitting here twiddling my thumbs? Right, Ed? Ed said, yep. Let's get a new crate started with the next pre-order. No Pretenders live claim. Surely we can convince one person live watching right now on the Pretenders. If not, I'll go ahead and move into Billy Joel. Here's the first time this has really ever been reissued. Charmed Life. They're finally getting to some of these albums in print. For years, I've been here selling records. And I'm like, that's not in print. This isn't in print. You can't get a reissue this. And then slowly every week, that list gets chipped off. Now back in print. Now back in print. Some of them are limited edition, though, and they disappear and they go back out of print. Here's Billy Idol, Charmed Life. Let's go ahead and knock it out. And the waiting list, or I should say pre-order for this, as Mike Vandergets and Tim Holloway. And then we got Terry Gearhart and Stephen A. Young. And then we got David Polkey and Jerry Stone. And then we got Robert Matthews and Paul Brothers. Robert Matthews and Paul Brothers. There's 2 more over here. And then the first thing I have is the following. Billy Joel, 15. Billy Joel, 16. Billy Joel, 17. And then everything's come to a creeping stop. Long, which is Romelu, has it for $17. Kiss just got a new bid for $26, okay? Kiss just got a new bid for $26. Van Halen's are $39.99. And then over here, Chad, did you pull me a new Van Halen? I wanted one. Oh boy, did you comment live earlier? At this point, Blaine, that is going to get a little fuzzy. Did you comment earlier? I'll go back up and make sure. If you put Van Halen within the last few minutes, yeah, Robbie Summerlin asked. I'm pretty sure I said Blaine Zapnick, okay? Because your next was Stephen A. Young. I'd have to go check the replay at this point. I honestly don't know. If you commented live, I think I pulled out your name. I have no idea, though. At this point, it's going to get a little fuzzy after I've read off about 85 people now. But I think so. You're on the feed. So if not, they'll replay it and make sure you get one pulled, okay? All right. So that's the next 2 pre-orders. That was the Pretender Singles, which is the closest thing you're going to get to a greatest hits. That's at 2 LP, $39.99. And Billy Idol, this one's long got a print. It's a later album. It came out in when? 1990. That's why it's very tough to find. It came out in 1990. Very little were manufactured on vinyl. So I've got Billy Idol for $39. I've got the Pretenders for $39. I hadn't seen anybody else bid on Kiss since Tony Clem bid $26. Tom Settles was the first bidder. He hadn't set out, but I'm about to sell it. And I'm about to sell Billy Joel, and we're about to put up all new auctions. I'm going to take this crate off the table, and we might go ahead and just knock out this last crate, which I think is another pre-order. I don't think anything showed up today but pre-orders. That's usually how it is on Mondays, unless I've ordered on Fridays and Saturdays. And I haven't really been ordering much on Fridays and Saturdays because over the weekend we accumulate the waiting list, and they don't ship anyway. So even if I order on the weekends, it doesn't get here till Tuesday. So I usually do it on Monday or Sunday nights. Okay. All right, and then Greg Preston says he'll take a Billy Idol. All right, awesome. That's so to Greg Preston. Let me move my crate out of the way. Greg Preston is right here on Billy Idol, and we're about to keep the Kiss stuff rolling. This is so to Greg Preston. And then over here we have Billy Joel, and Billy Joel is sold to Romy Lou for $17 after some confusion. And then Love Gun. Chuck, this is on the clock. Tony Clem has it for $26. This is a 1977 U.S. Club RCA edition. Inner sleeve is included. VG++ EX. So what I'm going to do, Chuck, is say this is sold pending a bid or confirmation from you. Tony Clem has that for $26. The only reason I'm doing that is because he's had the bid for about the last 5 minutes. If you want to bid 27, the auction continues. If you say pass, it's going to be sold to him. And I'm going to go ahead and grab another Kiss auction. And it's Creatures of the Night. Creatures of the Night is a 1982 USOG. It's a PRC original pressing with the original lyric inner sleeve. It's not a bad copy whatsoever. A $35 start on Creatures of the Night, okay? Love Gun is sold for $26 to Tony Clem. Still not a bad copy for a 77 Club and EX edition. Nice jacket. Just $26, and that's sold. Here's pre-order number 4 of tonight, or 3, something like that. It's a new album by the band Chevelle. Bright as Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Bright as Blasphemy. I feel like I'm putting an extra syllable in there, Laura. This is on indie retail exclusive, kind of silver marble looking vinyl. This is $33.99. Let's start knocking off the pre-order for Chevelle. Man, a lot of claims for Chevelle. And we got Tom Harris. We got Reed Gregory. There's 2 sold. Tom Harris and Reed Gregory. Matt Lawson and Scott Smith. Those are sold and sold. Hiram Aponte and Fred Cardinale. And then over here we got Scott Beebe and we got Ryan Rice. Scott Beebe and Ryan Rice. And then Joshua Cross and Big Doggart. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right. And now Creatures has a bid for $35. Let's go back over here to our sold our sealed batch. And I have sealed Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl, featuring the hit song You Got It. It's an original sealed copy, unopened, for a $20 start. That's up for bid. Also on the Chevelle pre-order was Joshua Cross and Ben Doggart. Joshua Cross and Ben Doggart. Ryan Eaton and Greg Preston. Ryan Eaton and Greg Preston. Also Bob Reiger and Cameron Lingafelt. Bob Reiger and Cameron Lingafelt. Clay Moore and Chris Smith. Clay Moore and Chris Smith. Eli Tomlinson and Josh Brown over on YouTube. Eli Tomlinson, Josh Brown on YouTube. Dean Tefford and Robert Matthews. Dean Tefford and Robert Matthews. New Chevelle album that comes out Friday. Bright as Blasphemy. Ruby and clear color with color splatter, and black splatter. Wow, that's a lot of different colors. I don't know exactly what that finished product is going to look like. The picture kind of looks kind of grayish, honestly, on the pre-order, but we'll see what happens. Over here, we got Creatures at $35. We got Creatures at $40, Creatures at $41, and Chevelle is sold to Chuck Edgar. Okay, that's the first live claim for Chevelle. Anybody else want a new Chevelle album that comes out Friday? We've got them in right now selling them. John Bobine Guns of Chevelle. And here is this right here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Chevelles are available in stock tonight And that was the last of the new vinyl for tonight, and that was all the pre-orders for tonight. There it is. Tonight, we've got nothing but vintage discount on sale while we do these KISS auctions. And we're going to be doing some other random stuff, honestly. Laura's going to be marking a couple crates here and there. And Caden, you heading out?
Peacing out.
Okay, thank you for all your help. Appreciate that, nephew Caden. Be careful out there in the world. It's a dangerous place. There's only one bid on the sealed Roy Orbison. That's with Craig Sweden. Mystery Girl, we're about to sell it for $20. Chevelle is $33.99, okay? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Over here, and this is done, okay? And the last bid on Creatures is about to be sold to Carly Southers for $41. Mark Steele just making word for you. All right, there's Chevelle. I still got Billy Idols. I still got Pretenders. And the big one tonight is Van Halen Balance. Probably about 8 o'clock, I'll show that entire 3-4 pre-orders again and try to get the rest of those sold, okay? All right, any sign Jesse Murph. I don't know who that is, but I am going to shake up my monster here. Shake it up. Shake it up. This is my second back-to-back one. Do I actually need this? No. Am I going to drink it? Yes. Scorpions pre-order tomorrow. Let me pull up my notes over here and write it down. What's the next two? The next two are Slayer and Halloween. That's my next two pre-orders, and I'll add Scorpions to it. They're redoing some of the Michael Myers Halloween soundtracks. They look pretty cool. All right. Well, whoa. I waited on that one too late. But here is KISS. And KISS is sold to Carly Southers for $41. Okay. Craig, I was reaching for Roy Orbison. And there's a bid for $25 for Blaine Zapnick. We'll have to give that one more minute now. And then Michael Peveler wants a Chevelle. And Scott Dwalla wants a Chevelle. All right, new album, indie exclusive. All right, so we've knocked out the Van Halen pre-order, the Pretenders pre-order, the Billy Idol pre-order, the Chevelle pre-order, and there's only one more record to show, and that is, this was a special request for Troy Robinson. I honestly don't know what it is. DVSN Morning After, but if anybody else wants one, they're $36.99, and that is sold over here to Troy Robinson, okay? And now, Blaine, you have Roy Orbison for $25, final call. Our next KISS auction is going to go up right now, and this is KISS. It's actually a picture disc, really cool Crazy Nights picture disc. It's an 87 UK original limited edition picture disc. It has the original plastic sleeve with the hop sticker. It's actually really nice, a $30 start on that. Blaine Zapnick has the sealed Roy Orbison 25 final call. And there's that, and there's that. Van Halen pre-orders, we should be at 85 right now. We should be at 85 pre-orders. I think we can show them again later tonight and get to 100. That would be ideal. If we can get to 100 tonight, that would be great. That means we have sold out of them. All right, let me stack some empty crates around, and let's do this and do this. Awesome. And here we go. All right, and that KISS is now up for bid. Here in about, probably about 30 minutes, maybe an hour, we might go ahead and start the KISS official stuff, maybe even sooner. Is everybody here ready to bid on the official kit, the advertised KISS stuff, the rare, what I call the rare bootlegs and highly desirable stuff, the ones that average out about $100 a piece. Great stuff. Blaine Zapnick gets Roy Orbison for $25. I waited 1 second too late to pull the trigger on that one for Craig, but that's okay. I've got all kinds of other sealed stuff over here. Let me find this, a new sleeve. Thank you, Blaine. I'll make sure you get a Van Halen Balance as well. I got Balance over there in the corner. Maybe some people ask about it tonight. And hopefully everybody's hit the like button. So what we're going to do is go ahead and get into, it's still pretty early. Let's go ahead and show some discount stuff over here. This is actually a great one to go through. I think this is an Ed, or I mean, probably some stuff Paul and Laura marked last week. And let's go ahead and knock it out right now for buy it now or best offer. So you might have seen it last week. You might have seen it last week, and you know what? You might see them right now, and now you can make offers on some of them, okay? Kiss is a no bid, looking for a $35 start. Final call on the Crazy Nights original picture disc. Crazy Nights original picture disc. And let's go back over here now. We're going to officially start the Japanese stuff. And I have Foreigner 4. Foreigner is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. There's the cover, Obi, and it should have an insert with it as well. And this is this insert, and there's that insert, a $35 start, okay? There is that. Any Keith Smith's the Phantom vinyl picture disc. I think we had those last week. But all the premium Kiss auctions are posted on our Facebook page. So if you go to our Facebook or Instagram right now, you'll see the about 50 Kiss auctions that are featured for tonight. Now, I have a whole other crate of Kiss stuff that's unadvertised, and we've already sold about a dozen out of there. Those are going to keep coming all night long, okay? One second. All right, here we go. So first thing I have is Tony, 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 the Blues, which is a 12-inch single that's sealed, $9.99. We have Van Morrison Moondance. This is a gatefold jacket. It's on colored vinyl, a 2016 classic album. Van Morrison Moondance, $44.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Here's another sealed record. This is really cool. It's sealed Jim Croce, The Life and Times. It's unopened, brand new, a $15 start on Jim Croce. Also, the Rolling Stones, You Got Me Rockin'. This is a sealed original 12-inch single from 1994. It has a hop sticker. That's only $14.99. You can go ahead and buy these, or don't hesitate to make offers, okay? We have Tom Waits, the early years. That is sealed, $24.99 for Tom Waits. Kiss has a new bid for $36, so that's with Brad Waits. Mark Steele, you're out. Final call to get a bid on Foreigner, and I just put down sealed Jim Croce on the Life Song label for a $15 start. Also, we have Pink. And this is live, all I know so far. Pink Set List is what it's called. $24.99 on that. And Tiger Club, As Blue as Indigo. It's actually signed. It is $34.99. It is sealed, even though the cover's kind of been open so they can autograph it. First thing we have is Tony, 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 a soda Troy Robinson for $7. We got John Durden on the Rolling Stones for $10. Jim Croce does have a bid for $15. Mark Steele, you're out on Kiss. Let me know if you want back in. And we have Foo Fighters 1 by 1. Foo Fighters is a 2021 pressing, $24.99 on Foo Fighters. And Bob Mould, Circle of Friends. Bob Mould is a 2020 Record Store Day exclusive, $24.99 on Bob Mould. And Paul Hardcastle, Rainforest, in shrink, with a hop sticker, includes a special UK remix of Rainforest, $19.99. Natasha Pickett on Tiger Club. That's so to Natasha Pickett. Thank you. And Medusa. This is a white label promo with a press kit. Jerry Brown, John Lee, Medusa, $19.99. Joy Fino on Foo Fighters. No bid over here on Foreigner, a Japanese pressing of Foreigner 4. Jukebox Hero, Stars in His Eyes. That's a $35 buy now if anybody wants it. Foreigner 4, that is now going to go up for a $35 buy now. Let's put that right over here. Kiss is out with Mark Steele. This is sold to Brad Waits, an original Crazy Nights picture disc. That's sold for $36. Thank you. And Jim Croce's with Chuck Edgar at $15. We're about to sell that. Before I do that, let me go ahead and show a few more records in here. Also, we have Elvis Live, International Hotel, August 23rd, 1969. That is sealed, a Record Store Day, $59.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. And Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, Billy Thorpe is $19.99. All right, so back to the Kiss stuff. Next thing is Unmasked, and Unmasked is a 1980 US OG. It's a PRC pressing, VG, maybe a strong VG, a $20 start on Kiss Unmasked. Just the vinyl and just the jacket, $20 start on that. BM $19.99, and that was Bob Mould. Sell that to a Sean Lee Hooker for $19.99. Don Nicole getting that Elvis. That's a good one. That's sold to Don Nicole. And Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. This is on Walmart exclusive custard colored vinyl. Now, we just sold a sealed OG. This is a sealed Walmart exclusive, $26.99. These are all bought now, best offer. The sealed Jim Croce is going to be sold for $15 to Chuck Egger. Seems like a great price on that. Thank you. So I've started the night with some like OG type Kiss records. Like we've done Love Guns and we've done Creatures and some stuff like that. Crazy Night sealed, Asylum sealed. The bootlegs and stuff are going to start here momentarily, okay? But I did have some warm-up Kiss auctions over here. Amber Mathis on the Billy Joel, Uptown Girl. Next is Dream Police. This is remastered from the analog tape, sealed at $29.99. And then Disney's Tron Legacy, music by Daft Punk. That is also sealed, $29.99. Foreigner for $25.99, no disrespect. I had that at $35. If you want Foreigner, Brian, I'll sell it to you for $30. It is still pretty early, but if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $30. Next is a sealed Billy Idol. And this is a sealed original retail. No, it's a Columbia Record Club. And you may say, Chad, how do you find that out so fast? By just literally looking at it for the first time. Right there, Columbia Record Club. Of course, there's not really much of a difference. It is a sealed Billy Idol, the self-titled. We're going to put it up for a $20 start, okay? Foreigner is sold to Brian Campbell for $30. No offers are ever disrespectful here. But if you do offer like $1 for something, I'm probably just going to ignore you, okay? If I have something marked $19.99 and you say $5, I'm probably just going to skip over your comment. But if I got something marked $35 and you offer $25, that's not going to be a problem. I will negotiate with you. But just don't ever try offering like $2, okay? I'm just going to ignore your comment. We got Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. It has the original on her sleeve, and that is $19.99, okay? We have Elvis Presley, Elvis Second to None. This is a music on vinyl that's, I think, now out of print. It's always been kind of pricey. New. This one's only $34.99. Kiss is a final call. Chad Anderson has it for $21. I think he's the only bidder. That is right. And then we got an offer on Pink for $15. Pink, I will do a $3 bump, and Steve, I'll sell that to you. It's marked $25. I'll do it for $18 if you want it. $18. It is sealed. We got Eagles live at the Forum. This is a Walmart exclusive that I think was a pretty short run. Has a tour laminate that's included, $49.99. Billy Idol's at $20.21.22. And then over here, we got the Beach Boys Pet Sounds. And this is sealed. It is a stereo copy, $34.99, okay? And then we got Steve Mason sold on Pink for $18. That is sold. And one more record I'm selling, Kiss. AC/DC Stiff Upper Lip, a 2014 remaster, $24.99, okay? We got Billy Thorpe, Mark Overton. I'll do $15 on that if you want it. That would meet in the middle. And now let's go ahead and sell this Kiss to Chad Anderson for $21. Chad, you bought from us before, right? If not, you might want to remind me. Billy Idol is a sealed Columbia Club copy for $23. Let's grab another Kiss auction. How about Destroyer, a classic album from the Kiss catalog, a 1976 US OG, Terre Haute with the original blue label, true OG, inner sleeve is included, a $20 start. This is Kiss, nice copy. If you don't have one to begin with, this would be a good start. Detroit Rock City, Do You Love Me, Shout It Out Loud. Destroyer, $20 start on that. First thing we got is Mark Overton does want Billy Thorpe for $15. That's sold to him. AC/DC sold to Brad Waits for $20. And Billy Idol's at $25. And Tony Clem on Cheap Trick. And let me revisit that one. Cheap Trick, Tony, that was $29. Let's do $24 on that one. I'll do $24. It is a sealed brand new copy. It's a remastered. And yes, close to the edge. $19.99. It looked very nice from my memory. It's not a first press, but it's not a modern reissue. It's about a mid-70s copy. $19.99 on that. Elvis at $25. And I will do that for $28. $28 on Elvis. I'll sell it. And now Destroyer has a couple bids. It has one bid. Billy Idol got a new bid for $26. I'm also going to go ahead and try another Japanese pressing. Let's go ahead and inject our veins with some Asia. We got to get it out of the system early tonight. Asia, it was the heat of the moment. This is a beautiful Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. A $35 start for Asia. You know what? A $1 start on Asia. A $1 start on Asia. A Japanese pressing, $1 start on Asia. The bidding will begin at $1, no reserve. First thing we have is John Durden on Elvis for $28. Tony Clem on Cheap Trick for $24. And Blaine Zapnick on Pet Sounds, a classic album. Thank you on that. You can be anywhere to bid. No, you can be on, we're streaming to 4 platforms right now. Most people watch on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We're also streaming right now to X. You can bid anywhere. We just got to get you registered, okay? I'm swapping out crates. We've already filled up a 4th crate. Now, Tanner told me to write down the timestamp. He told me to write down the timestamp after 4 crates, but I don't think what he realizes is we sold 4 crates of already because of the pre-order. So let me go ahead and write down 1 hour and 5 minutes and 23 seconds. So we're at 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 23 seconds. If we keep this pace up, then it'll be the biggest show ever in the history of Coletco. But mostly because we've already done the big pre-orders of those. So I think him and Jake are going to split watching duties tomorrow. But let me go ahead and let Tanner know because he might want me to retag it later. I'm going to say I've already hit 4 crates because of pre-orders. But I did write down the time. They're also going to be watching this in the morning and hearing me say that anyway. So there's that. And let's grab an empty crate and let's keep going. I like this pace. We can do this all night long. It might be a great night for vintage discount. About a week ago, we had our largest sell ever with new vinyl. How about we do our largest sell ever with vintage? First thing we have over here is the first thing was Billy Idol had got up to $26, which it was sealed. Chuck Edgar bid $25 on Destroyer. And then we sold Cheap Trick, we sold Elvis, we sold Pet Sounds, and then Asia was a $1 start. And then we have bids for 2 and then 8. And then Chad's bought from us before. Thank you, Chad Anderson. Welcome back. Asia 9, Asia 1, Asia 1, Asia 5, 1, 1, 5, 2, 10. And then 15, 16, 12, 16, 10, 15, 17. Billy Idol track listing. Asia 18, 18, 20, 22. And we have Todd Rundgren. Something, anything. Todd Rundgren's VG Condition, $12.99. The Incredible String Band, We Fam, that's VG $9.99. And Rotary Connection Dinner Music. Rotary Connection was VG Plus $14.99. The Pointer Sisters, Steppin'. The Pointer Sisters was EX $12.99. And the Peppermint Rainbow, Will You Be Staying After Sunday, VG $9.99. El Terrible Torio on Todd Rundgren. Hello, it's me. And Billy Idol, the last bid on that was up at the top. I got to move it to a final call because 2 people asked what it was and 1 person asked the track listing. Carly Southers has it for $26. It's a sealed original club copy. It's at $26. And nobody else bid on Kiss, so that got 1 bid and we can officially sell Kiss. And Kiss is sold to Chuck Edgar, 1 bid for $25. Okay, there's that. There's that. That's sold. And now, over here, Asia, the last bid was Steve Mason at $27. A Japanese pressing, and that's going once, going twice. Next is Changing of the Guard, Black Market. That's a 1981 Canadian import. VG Condition, $9.99. We have Blood Rock 3. That's VG $9.99. Billy Idol has a new bid for $27. Asia is also at $27. So both auctions are at $27. And our next item is Ozzy Osbourne. This is a picture disc. It is brand new. Now, these do not come sealed. They just come in a baggie like this, but it is new. I think they just found it recently in a tub. They brought it to me and left it on my desk today. So here's sealed Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz picture disc, a $25 start. $25 start into the gray wide open. This is Tom Petty. It's a sealed copy of Tom Petty Into the Great Wide Open. It's been professionally slabbed and graded by VMG. It is, I forgot. It is $275, I think. Yeah, $275. Sealed Tom Petty, VMG graded, 1991 club copy. It's been graded 7.0. It's $275. It is slabbed and graded, $275. Okay. Over here we have Breakwater. Breakwater is a funk album from 1978. VG Plus $24.99. Cobra First Strike. Cobra is an 83 hard rock album. VG Plus $19.99. Cher Prisoner. I remember showing that the other night. Cher is a 79 US. VG Plus $24.99. NXS Shabu Shaba. NXS is EX $22.99 on Shabu Shaba. We have Omega, and that's a 75 prog album, EX $12.99. And we have Boston, Don't Look Back, a music on vinyl, $29.99. Did Asia get another bid? It didn't. It's officially sold to Steve Mason for $27, okay? That's sold to Steve Mason for $27. Welcome, everybody, to Coletco. It's Monday night Kiss night. This is the 8th week in a row we have featured Kiss auctions. Now, we've already been selling a bunch of OGs tonight. I'm about to step over here and grab one of the first bootleg-looking ones. We're going to get started with those right now. And we got a lot of cool stuff to sell tonight in the Kiss department. So the first thing I have is what goes on behind closed doors. Kiss. Blue vinyl, numbered 472 of 500. It's an unofficial from 2016. It's a compilation of studio outtakes from 1973 to 1998. It's going to go up for a $55 start. First Kiss from the advertised auctions. Also, we have Billy Idol, a sealed original club copy. It's at $31. And Ozzy just has one bid with Chris Gardner for $25. James Hicks on NXS. Also, I'll go ahead and give you a teaser for Thursday night. Not only we're going to have some insane metal for Thursday night, I do have some more Ozzy autographs. And I told you there'd probably be more coming. I do have more Ozzy autographs for Thursday night. And I know there were some backup bidders. And I know I had one guy right after an auction was over was like, dang it, Chad. I'm already regretting not bidding. So there'll be that and a lot of more killer stuff all week. We're just getting started. It's just Monday with 1 hour in. We got about 59 more hours of live streaming to do this week. So the party has begun. Ozzy has new bids, and Billy Idol, the hammer's up, and Kiss, first one's a $55 start. The Cobra here, let's read that one more time, and let's read through these one more time. This is all buy it now, best offer. Cobra, First Strike was VG Plus, $19.99, a 1983 hard rock album. Still got Van Morrison Moondance, a 2016 colored vinyl for $44. Tom Waits, The Early Years, that was sealed for $24. Paul Hardcastle was $19.99. Medusa was $19.99. Tron Legacy was sealed for $29.99. Also, the Eagles Live at the Forum, that was sealed for $49.99. And then, yes, Close to the Edge, $19.99. And if you want information on these, let me know. We had the Incredible String Band. We had Rotary Connection. We had the Pointer Sisters. We had the Peppermint Rainbow. We had the Black Market, Blood Rock 3, Breakwater, Cher. Also, Omega and Boston, Don't Look Back, a music on vinyl pressing. Cobra is sold to Brad Waits for $15, okay? Carly Southers, you get the sealed Billy Idol for $31. Ozzy's now at $30. Final call to get a bid in on Kiss. Final call to get a bid in on Kiss, okay? Final call to get a bid in on Kiss, all right? Boston was $29.99. It is pre-owned, but near mint on the Don't Look Back MOV pressing. If anybody changes their mind, they're like, hold the phone, Chad. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and get Monday off to a good start. I'll just go ahead and take everything that's left in there. I'll be like, okay, we can do that. We'll go ahead and say everything that's left in there. Now, let's get over here to another crate. And honestly, I think, not that one. Let's see which one I want to do. This one right here looks promising. Let's go over here. But yeah, Blaine, that Tom Petty is actually a sealed. So that's a sealed copy where they've slabbed those. It's pretty cool, actually. We've had a few. I've submitted a few. We actually bought that one from a customer, and we just bought a bunch of other sealed records as well. And that's the story on that. Okay, all right. Who was the next bidder on Ozzy? Gary Samuels. I'm just going to make sure you're done. This is with El Terrible at $30, and the First Kiss auction can be bought for $55. What goes on behind closed doors? Blue vinyl, $55 buy it now, numbered to 500. That one's available. First Kiss auction over there is a buy it now. Let me go ahead and try to knock out one of these right quick. I have another copy of Creatures to put up. This right here This is Kiss, Creatures of the Night. It's an 82 USOG in shrink with the inner sleeve. It's around a VG copy, and it's going to go up for a $30 start. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $30 start. Bill Samus gets this one for $55. Thank you, Bill Samus. There's an OG Creatures for a $30 start over there. Yeah, I'm getting word broke to me today that they're finally putting back out the Mother Love Bone stuff. So I don't like the word eco vinyl though. Some of this eco vinyl stuff that's been put out lately is really low quality. So hopefully it's a better mix than that. They're literally pressing stuff on recycled water bottles, and I'm like, that's the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing for vinyl. It's supposed to be the highest quality, premium, boutique, music you want to spend your money on, And they're starting to like press stuff on like remelted, milk cans or milk bottles, milk jugs. I'm like, what are they doing? It's supposed to be high quality stuff here. So, yes, it's So to Blame for $15. Can't go long with Close to the Edge. Round by the Corner, Round by the River. All right, here we go. So, we got Ozzy is Gary Samuels is out. That means that's So Del Terrible for $30. And then over here, we got Kiss at $55. Or no, that was a buy now. No bid on this. $30 on that. Okay? $30 on Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Yeah, Mother Love Bone should be pressed on like super high quality. That's a long-awaited reissue. And now they've probably picked the worst thing to press it on. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. It might be good. I'm sure it's still going to sell. I'll probably keep one for myself because it's impossible to get the originals. So, but as soon as that becomes available, I'll post a pre-order. Okay. I'll post a pre-order as soon as that becomes available. I'm sure that'll get like 100 pre-orders. We'll see what happens. All right, back to some sealed stuff. Over here, I've still got a whole crate of sealed OG type stuff we're working out of. Check this out. We got sealed Loverboy, an original copy, retail copy, original price stacker, and the original hop sticker for Get Lucky. Everybody's working for the weekend. That's a sealed original, $25 start. Somebody asked me earlier about the other Japanese Asia albums. Let me take a look. I don't think I do tonight. No, I don't. No other Japanese Asia tonight, unfortunately. Sorry, and sorry I'm just now answering. I had you in queue in the back of my head, but I am going to go ahead and put this up. This is beautiful. This is a Stevie Nicks Wild Heart Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl, and it has the insert, and it has the Japanese insert. Beautiful Japanese Stevie Nicks, $35 start. We're going to do another buy it now best offer crate. I think y'all are going to like this one, so let's go ahead and get started. First thing I have is the City. The City is an unofficial with Carole King, VG Plus, $29.99. We have the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly. This is on orange vinyl, and this is sealed for $29.99. You're going to have a pre-order up for Trivium. I'll add that to my list right now. I've got Slayer, Halloween, and Scorpions, and I'm adding Trivium right now. There you go. Everything in here is best offer. This is another really good pre-owned crate. There's Offspring, Beatles, Lou Reed. There's all kinds of new and sealed stuff coming up. Everything in here is best offer. Kiss. The last bid was Chad Sauls at $30. We're about to sell it. The last bid on Loverboy was $25. We're about to sell it, and we're looking for a $35 start for Genesis, okay? We have AC/DC Fly on the Wall. AC/DC is sealed, go vinyl, $29.99. And Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free. Jason Isbell, $24.99. Everything in here is buy it now best offer. So far, we've had Jason Isbell, AC/DC Stones, and The City with Carole King. John Cougar, American Fool, that's in shrink. That's $19.99. Hurt So Good, Jack and Diane, $19.99. James Davidson on AC/DC. And Aretha Franklin, This Girl's in Love with You. That's an original Atlantic Presswell copy, $19.99 on that. And Sun Power. This is actually a really cool funk album. It's on orange vinyl. Very cool to see vintage vinyl actually on colored vinyl. That's VG Plus $19.99. All right, so Kiss, one bid, and that's sold to Chad Sauls for $30. Loverboy, one bid, and that's sold for $25 to Gary Samuels. I'll give Stevie Nicks one more call if you want to lock in a bid for $35. If not, I'm going over here to the Kiss bootlegs and seeing what we got first over here. Okay? There's that. Let me slide this over. A lot of new stuff coming out this week that I didn't post pre-orders for. I just stocked up on. There's a Kenny Chesney album coming out this week. First time ever on vinyl. I've went ahead and ordered like a dozen of those. I think I've got enough to maybe post a pre-order, so that's coming soon, and some other stuff that almost got overlooked. But I went through the entire database today, and I ordered 5 of this, 7 of those, 10 of these. Some of that should be here by Wednesday or Thursday. All right, we got Kiss, Egos at Stake. This is an unofficial. This is Kiss live at Wembley in London, September 9th, 1980. A $55 start on Kiss. That's the album for bid. I don't think Michael Sweet is available. I think I've checked on that. Really nothing from Stryper or Michael Sweet, really. Maxwell, Black Summer's Night, is a 2009 Euro EX Edition, $36.99. This is Marvel's Luke Cage, the original soundtrack. It's on yellow vinyl, 2016 for $39.99. Pete Yorn, Back and Forth. Pete Yorn is a 2009 USOG VG Plus, $44.99. And Jacob Dylan, Seeing Things. Jacob Dylan is sealed, a 2008 USOG, $54.99. And Reverend Horton Heat, Whole New Life. Reverend Horton Heat's on red vinyl, $19.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on anything. And now you can pick up Stevie Nicks for the minimum bid of $35. So Stevie Nicks is available, $35 if anybody wants it. We already have a bid in on Kiss, Egos at Stake. J.D. Conklin's in at $55. Scott Dwallow gets the John Cougar for $15, American Fool. That is sold. And we have Reverend Horton Heat sold to Gary Samuels. Let's add another new auction over here. Coming from the Japanese bin. This looks nice. How about Pink Floyd Metal? There's no Obi, but what a great Japanese pressing to have. Pink Floyd Metal. You can tell the cover art is the original intended version. Beautiful vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. It does have an insert from Pink Floyd. It has this. The gatefold is fully autographed by all 4 members. I'm just joking. And then there's the cover. That's a $35 start on Pink Floyd, okay? Maxwell is sold to Troy Robinson for $30. Scott, you were next on Reverend Horton Heat. Brian Call third, and Romelu gets Stevie Nicks for $30. Final call on Kiss for $55. Now Kiss is at $60. The Offspring, Let the Bad Times Roll. That's on orange vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. And Disney's Pixar Soul, music by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross from 9 Inch Nails. Disney Soul, $19.99. I've got a sealed copy of John Cougar Mellencamp's Scarecrow. This is a sealed original RCA Club copy for a $20 start. Sealed original RCA Club copy for a $20 start. The War on Drugs, Lost in the Dream. The War on Drugs is sealed, $24.99. Also, by the way, I apologize. I did not post a 9 o'clock video or a 6 a.m. video today. It completely left me. I was here at the store almost until 9:30. And 8:30. No, I was here to the store almost to 8:30 this morning. Didn't even think about it until after today when I woke up. I was like, dang, I didn't post. I missed both videos. I completely forgot. Sundays is the worst day for me to post those videos. Technically Monday morning, because I'm here all through the night and I'm not even thinking about it. I'm not in my normal routine. So for those that were probably in the group constantly refreshing, waiting for a 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. video, I was here. I wasn't even thinking about it. We was up front working on autographs and digging through some new stuff we'd bought. So I was totally oblivious to the videos that was supposed to be posted. So sorry about that. Over here, Kiss is at 60, Pink Floyd 35, Pink Floyd 36. I got the Dancing Today. It's beautiful. I'm a little jealous that I let that go, but thank you and congratulations. Hopefully you enjoy it greatly. Okay, we got Offspring at 15, 15, 15. Robin Glenn was first, so sell that to Robin Glenn for 15. David Smith second, X-Wing third, Pink Floyd 40, Kiss 65, and Kiss 68. Kiss 68. So, yeah, I apologize. When I realized that, I was like, man, I bet people were just like waiting. And, yeah, I know it. I might have to just start saying, well, I'm not going to say that. That's tough. And then I hate making a post because at that point, by the time everybody sees it, it's too late. So Anyway, Talking Heads, Fear of Music. Talking Heads is sealed on silver vinyl for $29.99. We're in a buy it now best offer bid. Lou Reed, New York, sealed on clear vinyl for $29.99. So Kiss has a new bid for $70. The last bid on Pink Floyd was Rob Davis at $40. Japanese, no Obi, beautiful vinyl. And final call to get a bid on John Cougar for $20. War on Drugs, James Allen, that's sold to you for $18. And we have Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell. Depeche Mode is sealed, a 2014 version, just $24.99 on Depeche Mode. Taylor Swift Midnights, Taylor is sealed, just $29.99. And Foo Fighters is a 2011, that is $22.99. The Beatles Revolver, this is a 2012, $24.99. Kiss is at $70. Brad's done. New bid on Pink Floyd at $43. There was another question about another pre-order up here a moment ago. There was a pre-order, David Byrne pre-order for Jeremy Bryant. David Byrne, I'm going to add that to my list, Jeremy, right now. Okay, there's that. I've got that wrote down. Some of these I'm just checking. I don't know really what's available, but I'll make a note of it, okay? Also over here, we have Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 4. The Man Comes Around, $44.99. Also over here, we have Tom Petty, Finding Wildflowers, alternate versions. Gold vinyl, $24.99. All right, so first, this is a no bid. It's a sealed original club copy. A sealed original club copy of John Cougar Mellencamp's Scarecrow album. Brand new and sealed. A vintage original copy. It's only $20, okay? Just $20 on that. So let's put that in a sleeve. Hopefully somebody grabs that for the BIN price. And it's sold to Romelu, okay? Over here we have Kiss, and this is officially sold to J.D. Conklin for $70. Let's get the Kiss stuff going. And let's jump right over here to this, okay? And the first question I have is, would you do Lou Reed for $20? Let me check the original price on that. I will do Lou Reed for $24, Rob Davis. $24, and we have a deal. And then Foo Fighters, FF, $17. That was right here to Scott Oman. You got it for $17. And then Romelu got John Cougar. Rick Call was second. What was the green one? That was Talking Heads, Fear of Music, if that's the one you referred to, $29.99. And then was Revolver new. Revolver is a 2012 180 gram. That's a new stereo remaster or remix, I think. I think that's the stereo remaster. That might be the new mix. I forget how they do that. $24.99. Either way, also it has the UK track listing. So it has some of the songs. What you got to know, if you buy a US Revolver, you're shorted about 4 songs, I think. You don't get some of these tracks, okay? You don't get Dr. Robert. I don't think you get you don't get For No One, I don't think. This is the UK track listing. So in the United States, the track listing's different than the UK versions. And the US, they put out singles, and that's where you can find those tracks on Yesterday and Today. That's why we have the Butcher cover here, and that wasn't released in the UK, etc. So this has extra tracks on it. It has the original track listing. Depeche Mode, let's do that for $20, Amanda. I'll do that for an even $20. Rob Davis says I'll take it, and he asked about Lou Reed, and I told him I'd do $24 on that. And then Brian Call says he would do $25 on Talking Heads. Sell that to Brian Call for $25. Lou Reed's already sold, and Depeche Mode is sold to Amanda Darby for $20. That leaves Pink Floyd, and the last bid was with Brian Call at $43, okay? Next Kiss auction's going up right now. Let's pull a random one right out of the middle. This is Kiss, Globe in Stockholm. This is live in December 6, 1996. It is from 2019. It's a 3 LP blue, yellow, and white vinyl. Recorded live in Sweden, 1996, a $55 start. Next is Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 2, $17.99 from Room A Volume 2, $17.99. Also, we have Ben Howard. This is I Forget Where We Were. Ben Howard is $29.99. And Charlie Musselwhite, Mississippi Sun. That's on blue vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Blaine, we've already sold the Lou Reed. Somebody asked about it already, and they made an offer. I've already sold it to them. Andrew Duhan, False River. That is $14.99. And we have Tired Pony, The Ghost of the Mountain. Tired Pony is an alternative indie rock album for $24.99. We got Chris Stapleton. We got an offer, a claim, and an offer. So X-Wing, if you want this, it's yours for $17.99. If not, it's so to Nick Bargeron. Kiss already has a bid for $55, and Pink Floyd has a new bid for $43. Brian Call, you're out, just FYI. I've got more sealed records to do. I have another sealed Genesis Invisible Touch. Genesis is sealed. It's an original Columbia Record Club edition. Sealed Genesis Invisible Touch. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Sealed original Genesis. All right. So Nick Bargeron, you get Chris Stapleton. Kiss is at 65. Natasha on TP for 20. And TP was Tom Petty, right? That's sold to Natasha for 20. And we have St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Angels and Science Fiction, $22.99 colored vinyl. Also, we have, whoops, I grabbed two records, Donovan Frankenritter Revisited. That is sealed, $99.99. And the Silver Showcase, the Silvers is in VG condition, $9.99. So Pink Floyd, the last bit I had over here on Pink Floyd was Rob Davis at 45. It's now final call. Brian, you're out. Kiss is at 80. And then I just put up the sealed Genesis, a $20 start on that. Brian's out on Pink Floyd. Thank you for letting me know. All right, where's my Monster Energy drink yet? I definitely need. I got a little bit left. Tired Pony. I should have known that. I should have knew Natasha was buying an indie record. This is sold to Natasha for $20. Thank you on that. Okay. Whoa, that was marked a lot more than I thought it was. Okay, never mind. That's okay. I'll sell it to you. I should have double-checked that one. That's okay. I'll sell it to you. Johnny Cash, Dennis Schellenberger, $37. That's sold to Dennis Schellenberger for $37, okay? My bad. I should have double-checked the price. I've already said sold, though. Okay, Kiss is at 80, and I think we're done. And Pink Floyd, we're definitely done. Pink Floyd is sold to Rob Davis for $45. I got about a half a crate of premium Japanese over here. As you can see tonight, we've already had some really good titles, and there's more coming to supplement the Kiss auctions. There will be a Kiss auction back here for sale for about the next 5 hours, probably, to get through all these for about the next 5 hours, okay? Chris Bocci has the sealed Genesis at 20, and that's the other bonus auctions. I have a whole crate of sealed original club and vintage reissues and OG records, okay? All right. There's that. Chad, I had a crazy grab on the 699.99. Sold on Discogs for 90. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, 100%. Yeah, those 699 crates we did this past week. Insane. I was told we sold a lot of vinyl this week. I think Jack is still ABC ordering. Sold a lot of records, Jack?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's been ABC ordering for hours. I think him and Tanner, the quantity this past week was insane. We did 13 crates on Tuesday, and then the $6.99 sale, and then just all the pre-orders and new arrivals. They are still doing ABC order, and I think they've been working on it since this morning. So, shout out to all staff. So I took a picture of the parking lot, and I couldn't really get it all in frame, even on my wide shot. And when I was in the parking lot, 3 more people were trying to pull in. Now, here's our parking lot. There was no parking spots, okay? There was one right there. There was one parking spot, and somebody was backing out, and it was somebody pulled in thinking we were open. I didn't have anywhere to park, so if you drive by our store on a Monday, you would think, oh, that store is open, and they're rocking with business. That's everybody that was working here when I pulled up about 2 hours ago. I had to park on the side of the building over here in our alley. So, and when I was walking to take a picture, that person had just left. It was a disappointed customer knowing that we were closed. And when I was standing right there, 3 more vehicles were trying to pull in to get inside the store. And I had to say, man, we're closed. I'm sorry. We just, we have to close down on a couple days just to get all this stuff organized. And of course, 99.5% of our sales are right here. And a lot of people get disappointed. They're like, man, why can't you be open more? And I'm like, well, you got to understand 99.5% now of our sales are right here on Facebook. So this is really our business. And when you try to come here to our store, our staff takes up the entire parking lot now. So there's really nowhere to park anymore. First thing we have is Jeff Hallsworth. Now, Jeff wants Hallsworth for, right? Jeff wants Hallsworth for $20. Or Jeff wants Tom Petty for $20, right, Jeff? Thank you, Jeff. That's sold to you for $20. We got the silvers for $7 to John Smetzer. That's sold to John Smetzer for $7. And Tom Petty, Todd Coe, you were second. And make sure Jerry Stone's on the Maroon 5 waiting list. It's time for new records. Kiss is sold to Bill Samus for $80. And Genesis is sold for $20. Only bidder to Chris Bocci. $20 on that. So shout out to everybody here on CollectCo every week to make all this possible, including y'all, the amazing customers. And we're off to a hot and heavy start already. But yeah, that's a real metric. That's how much we do through Facebook here. I mean, I've thought about a lot not even having the storefront open, but we have a lot of locals who like to come in and just visit and pick up their orders. So my mom is here basically for locals to come in and pick up their orders, right, Jill? And that's on Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. You can visit CollectCo during those hours. Other time, this place is locked down, and it looks like a tornado came through here. You can't even walk around up front. It would be a hazard for a customer to come in right now. So we got a next 24 hours just basically clean up all of our messes. Here is our next auction. We have an official release here. This is a 2022 official reissue. It's a limited edition picture disc, a 45th anniversary premium jacket, and it also includes a 3D lenticular lithograph. An official release, a picture disc of Rock and Roll Over, a $55 start, okay? There's that. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing of Rainbow. And Rainbow is a $35 start. This is Rainbow on stage, a 2 LP Japanese pressing with Obi, a $35 start. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LPs, there's the booklet, and there's the insert. A beautiful jacket, too. There's Ronnie James Dio. This is a live Dio album with Rainbow, $35 star. Or I should say a live Rainbow album with Dio, or a live Dio album with Rainbow. Usually Dio sells a lot better when I say, Rainbow sells a lot better when I say Dio's on vocals. Everybody's like, I'm in, $35, like James Young. Let's read through this crate one more time. It's all buy it now or best offer. And as you could just see, if somebody made an offer, I made a deal with them one way or another. So let's keep that going. These are all buy it now, best offer. Final read through on these. The City with Carole King, VG Plus, $29.99. That is an unofficial pressing. The Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, that is sealed on orange vinyl for $29.99. Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free, $24.99 on that. Aretha Franklin, VG Plus, $19.99. If you don't like making offers, you might see some of these in the 9 a.m. discount crate in the morning. You might see them in there, and they're going to get grabbed for sure in there. We got Sun Power, orange vinyl, a funk album, $19.99. The Luke Cage, Marvel's Luke Cage soundtrack, 2016, yellow vinyl, $39.99. Kiss is already at $75. The Rainbow has one bid for $35, and now we're going to revisit our sealed OG records, okay? And the next sealed OG record I have is Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. Studio, One More Night. Phil Collins is a $15 start. There's that. Also, Pete Yorn, Back and Forth. Pete Yorn is VG Plus, $44.99. Jacob Dylan, Seeing Things. That is a 2008 original pressing, 2008 US, $54.99 sealed. Disney's Pixar Soul soundtrack, $19.99. Jen Cass Gets the Stones for $25. Thank you on that. Rainbow's at $45. Phil Collins is sealed. I think that was retail too. It's a Columbia Club copy. It's a Columbia Club copy, $15.16. And then we have Taylor Swift Midnight, sealed, Love Potion Purple, $29.99. And we have the Beatles Revolver, 2012 press, $24.99. And then I Forget Where We Were, Ben Howard, $29.99. Now, for some people, I think somebody asked earlier if this was a vintage copy. Now, y'all know I'm a Beatles fan, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you, U.S. pressings of Beatles albums are notorious for sounding like garbage cans, okay? They're actually mixed pretty bad, and they're not made on the best vinyl. A lot of people prefer U.S. pressings, and a lot of people prefer some of these new remasters if you're going to listen to the Beatles, especially if you can get your hands on the Beatles mono. But all those early Beatles U.S. albums, they're notorious for being really low quality. They were pressed poorly. They were cranking them out, just anything to get them sold. So, if you do see a Beatles revolver, a lot of people buy it just because it's a vintage original, but they're actually sometimes not mixed right. I mean, you could go down in the weeds, but that is the story on those. So, and we just don't really put out a lot of Beatles albums. As y'all know, I collect them. I've got dozens and crates full of revolvers. We put them out occasionally, but I usually just try to tell people, hey, if you're going to listen to Revolver, these new mixes are actually pretty amazing sounding. Or if you can get your hands on some of the new mono remasters, which can get pricey, that is so to Brian Call. But if you get on YouTube and listen to some audiophile people, they'll be straight up and they'll tell you the U.S. original pressings of Beatles albums are notorious for being pretty bad. Dennis Jackson gets Isbell for 18, especially the old 45s. They're just... they were just cranking them out. I mean, they had to make millions, and they were just trying to get them out on the shelves. Charlie Musselwhite, Mississippi Sun, that's sealed on blue vinyl, but they are still collectible because it's an original Beatles album from the U.S., so they still demand and still instantly sell. But if you're very picky on quality with sound playback, you should know that. Andrew Duhon, False River, $14.99. St. Paul and the Broken Bones is $22.99, and Donovan Frankrider is sealed $19.99. Scott Dwallow on the Soul soundtrack for $14. Thank you. So where are we at? Kiss is with Steve McGee at 100, John Robb 101, Steve McGee 105. The Rainbows at 55, now 60, and the Phil Collins. The last bid that came in was X-Wing is at $16. Charles Siebert, you're out. Charles Siebert, you're out on that. Okay? There's that. And also, some people are pretty sentimental about the Beatles albums because the U.S. versions, they just reissued those, as y'all know. They did a remaster, mono remaster. The Beatles U.S. albums are in a different track listing. I just mentioned that than the U.K. So I do have some people that's like, I don't want those U.K. versions. I'm sentimental to the original U.S. track listing. That's the way I remember them, and I remember the way they were mixed, too. So there's a lot of... this and that when it comes to the Beatles albums, of course. T-Bass Energy on JD for Jacob Dylan, right? So thank you, T-Bass. That's so to you. Anybody's else. Yeah, the 80s beat, the purple labels, those are reissues, and they far are superior than the Rainbow original, you know, the Rainbow label stuff you'll get with like Meet the Beatles and Beatles 65 and Revolver. And of course, then you get into the Apple era stuff. Yeah, you could really, go down into the weeds on that stuff. Oh my gosh! All right, so Terry Gerhardt on Sun, the Funk album. Wow, another great crate, and we've almost sold everything in here. When I come back, I'm gonna do some final calls. Phil is a sealed original club copy, and the last bid, I think we're still at 16 with X-Wing. I was making sure Charles Siebert was done. And then the Kiss, the picture disc, official, Steve McGee, 105. And Rainbow is at 60 with James Young and Razman's out. We're about to sell it, we're about to sell it, and we're about to sell it. I'm going to swap out crates right quick. That is another Buy It Now Best Offer, and I've got another one coming. You've got another thing coming. That's Judas Priest. Alrighty here. What do we have? What do we have? What's underneath that one? That is all new and sealed stuff. We might breeze through that right quick since we've... I'm going to show some of the... no, actually, let's do... What is this one here? I'm not for sure. Let's find a... I don't know. What do we need to find? We need to find peace and happiness. That's what John Lennon would probably say since we're talking about his discography. All right, let's do a crate of, let's see here. Let's do, what should we do here? Let's do these best offer. It's a short half crate of vintage, pre-owned. Let's do these best offer, just like we have been, okay? 7 o'clock. Chad's almost ready for his first bottle of water. It's time to end 2 of the 3 auctions. No more bids on Kiss and no more bids on Rainbow. Phil Collins is still getting bids, though. Steve McGee gets Kiss for 105, and Rainbow is sold to James Young for 60. Nice. Japanese pressing. Fantastic. There's that. Now Phil Collins at 20. It's time for another advertised Kiss record. Hopefully everybody's done me a quick favor and hit the like button over on Facebook and hit the like button over on YouTube. And hopefully everybody's done that. I would greatly appreciate it. First thing we have is this. I've got another official Kiss record, and this has always been a desirable one. This is Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Kiss in shrink with hop sticker. It's an 88 US original. In shrink and hop with the original on her sleeve. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Sorry, I got it on the wrong camera. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. An 88 US hop hog, still in shrink with the original on her sleeve. A $30 start on that. So Phil Collins has two people at $20 now, Sieg and Blaine. Now, Sieg had outbid somebody. Sieg has it. Blaine, you tied him, and that's now going once, going twice. The next auction I have is a sealed copy of Prince. And this is Prince, Around the World in a Day. It is a sealed original retail copy. It does have a clip, or it does have a saw mark. It was in the cutout bin. Prince is sealed, though, never been opened. A $20 start. A $20 start. And Chad is desperately going to go grab a bottle of water right quick. Holy moly. Holy moly. Alrighty. Here we go. Here we go. I better mute my mic before I try to chug any more of this. Here in about 1 hour, I'm going to show y'all all the other... 1 second. Nope, that was it. We went through those first 5 crates first thing. I'm going to show some older new vinyl here in a second, and I'm going to show the leftover stuff for tonight. But nope, I already did the first 5 crates already. It's all gone. Just really those 4 pre-orders. Van Halen, Pretenders, Billy Idol, and Chevelle, and Maroon 5. It's all been tagged, and that was it. Hopefully more comes in tomorrow. First thing we have is Kiss is at 55. Phil Collins, what a bizarre auction, but I got to go ahead and sell it. This is sold for $20 to Sieg. Thank you. And now Prince is a $20 start. No bid on that. Going to once and going to twice. Okay? Here we go. All right, let's move over this. Move over that. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Pink Floyd, this is a Winchester pressing. I don't have an exact year, and I can tell you why John didn't. This is one of the most difficult records on the history of records to look up. This is Pink Floyd Umaguma. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, I hate these sleeves. Yeah, that's what's happening. Oh, my gosh. Hate these kind of sleeves. Pink Floyd Umaguma is $44.99. No condition notes. The vinyl is really nice, okay? Also, we have Golden Earring Live. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. These can be bought, or you can go ahead and make an offer. The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws is $29.99. The Beach Boys Greatest Hits, 61 to 63, $12.99 on that. And the Greg Allman Tour, that is $34.99. That's a 2 LP. And Eric Burden, I Used to Be an Animal. Eric Burden, $19.99. So Kiss is at $66. Prince is got 1 bid with Robin Glenn for $20. We're about to sell it. Our next Japanese pressing, we've already done Foreigner 4. How about if we do Foreigner's debut? Feels like the very first time. Here it is with Obi. This is Foreigner by Foreigner, $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing with Obi. There's the insert. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. We have Amazing Rhythm Aces, stacked deck. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99. And Greg and Dwayne Allman, this is on the Springboard label, $19.99. Dwayne and Greg Allman, $19.99. So over here, we have 2 bids on Prince and now 22. Kiss is at 70 and Kiss is at 75, okay? And then, Chad, any wait list for the Pink Floyd Volume 2, Fillmore? I'll put you down for a set right now. Let's put down Blaine Zapnick for Pink Floyd. If you didn't have one on your invoice right now, I'll make sure you get one, okay? I'll make sure you get one. What do I have over here? That's Metallica. Yeah, I don't think I have any of those laying around. But I'll try to make sure you get one this week. Rare Hendrix by Jimi Hendrix. That's $24.99. Dave Edmunds Rocker, 68 to 72. That's $29.99 for Dave Edmunds. The Association's Greatest Hits. Never My Love, Wendy. That's on the original green label, $14.99. Todd Coe gets the Allman Brothers album for $15. We also have the Animals Greatest Hits Live. That's $19.99 for the Animals. And we have Renaissance, the Association. The Association is $14.99. Rick Hall on Jimi Hendrix. Thank you on that. Where are we over here on the Kiss album? It's with Elizabeth Hoskins for $75. Elizabeth Hoskins for $75. Prince, Robin Glenn has it for $22. And Blaine Zatnick does want Pink Floyd Uma Guma. The Japanese Foreigner is a $35 start. No bid. Final call on that. Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $12.99. And we have Ultravox, Systems of Romance. A little bit of sticker residue there. The vinyl is nice, though, $16.99. And Grand Funk Survival. Grand Funk is an original press with the 3 photos, the 8x10 photos that originally came with those. That's included. And this is a great Linda Ronstadt compilation. Her early stuff with the Stone Ponies. $24.99. All right. So I think we're done on all auctions, it looks like, except maybe for Prince. I'm going to move that to one more final call on Prince. Ultravox has an offer for $12. Sell that to Chris Kirkley. Don't forget, this is a best offer crate. Don't hesitate to make offers. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection. Now, one of my favorites here. It's got the gatefold with the original lyric booklet, which has amazing illustrations. And the lyrics, it's a textured gatefold cover on uni. That's the real deal Elton John, $34.99. One of my favorite Elton Johns. It's a deep cut, Where To Now St. Peter. If you've never heard that one, you might want to check it out. Very interesting song, very cool song. A lot of people's never heard that one before. Linda Ronstadt is sold to Romelu for $20. Chris Frazier was second. Now, do we have a first-time buyer? Elizabeth Hoskins on the Kiss for $75. Are you a first-time buyer, Elizabeth? If so, I don't think, either way, I don't think I've said your name too often. Now Prince is moving to a final call at $22, and there was a question. And then that was, what is Prince? It's a sealed, original pressing, retail copy of Around the World in a Day. It's sealed. And the last bid over here on this, was $22, okay? We sold Hendrix, we sold Pink Floyd. Foreigner got a bid for $35. We sold Ultravox, we sold Linda Ronstadt. Foreigner got a new bid for $37. Catherine, you actually just got outbid. El Terrible has it for $37. And how much was Grand Funk? Grand Funk was $24.99. Now Foreigner's at $38. And Xanadu, ELO, and Olivia Newton-John, $26.99 for that original soundtrack. Unbelievably, hadn't been reissued. Let's go ahead and put up another Kiss auction. And let's go ahead and put this one up right here. And this is Kiss, Alive 2 Winter Tour. Take a look at this one. This is a unofficial, of course. It does have a book with it. It's live in Landover, Maryland, December 20th, 1977. Kiss Alive 2 Winter Tour, $55 start. Yes, I am on this account, but you all have my info through my mom's account, Debbie Hoskins, okay? Do we need to bill you, or do we need to bill Debbie Hoskins? So I guess we need to put it under Debbie Hoskins then. If so, we can do that. Prince is at $25 with William Meadows. He bid $25 first. Foreigner got a bid for $38. El Terrible, you got outbid. And then Xanadu has an offer for $25. Sell that to John Smetzer for $25. Classic soundtrack. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help, that's $9.99. Todd Coe gets Grand Funk for $20. Thank you, Todd Coe. I'll make sure, somebody asked about it. I'm assuming they're passing. But you got it for $20 right now, unless they were still thinking about it or doing research. Poco is self-titled, $9.99. Jim Messina, Timothy B. Schmidt from the Eagles on that one, $9.99. And we have ABBA, Waterloo. ABBA is $9.99. Okay, so tag that Kiss auction to Debbie Hoskins. We can do that. Debbie Hoskins, we can do that. Sounds good. All right, and now we have Kiss, and it's still getting bids. I think we got 3 $55 bids, but Patrick was first. So if you've also bid $55 and you're not Patrick, then you're out. Foreigner's moving to a final call, and so is Prince, okay? Next is Klaatu. This is $24.99. Interesting album here. It is a reissue on this green label. Yeah, it's a reissue, but I tell the story every time because some people's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So when this album came out, it was on Capitol, which, of course, is the label the Beatles is on. And from the era it came out, everybody thought it was the Beatles in disguise because it does sound pretty trippy. It kind of sounds like it could have been the Beatles, but Not really. Klaatu is $24.99. Joy Fino on Poco. Kiss has a new bid for $60. Klaatu has an offer for $18. The Beach Boys is $19.99. Diego gets Klaatu for $18. The Monkees, Pull It. That's a later album with them. $34.99. They're missing, there's Torque and Dolan's and no Michael Nesbitt on this one. No Michael Nesbitt. This was a later album, $34.99. Doesn't come through very often, though. Also, we have Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock. Costello's $24.99. These are all best offer. And then we have two Elvis here. We got Gold Records Volume 1 and Gold Records Volume 3. They're both 77 reissues, VG Plus 15 and VG Plus 19, okay? There's those. And let's see who had the high bid on Foreigner. The last bid on Foreigner that came in was Catherine at 38. I think I lost El Terrible there for a few seconds. He just said out, okay? Never mind. So we can confidently sell that one to her for $38. And let me confirm her again. Her was for $38, and that was for Catherine Lutz. Thank you, Catherine. That is so to you. Okay? Kiss is at $65. And Dennis Schellenberger on the Association for $10. Never My Love. And let's read through those one more time quickly. There's that. And then the sealed Prince. I think I did see somebody go out. The last bid on Prince over here should be sold to Romelu for $25. It is. Okay? $25 to Romelu, sealed. Now, eyes and ears open if you were a backup bidder on that. I have another one if anybody wants it for $25. You don't even have to be a backup bidder. You just got to be the first to comment. I have one more Prince. It's probably from the exact same batch. It's sealed with a cut mark. Exact same thing. Sealed, old stock, cut mark. $25 on Prince, another one. $29 for both Elvis. Sold to Chris Gardner. And now we're moving Kiss because Patrick Mathis is out. Patrick Mathis is out. Carl Berger has that for $65. Kiss, Alive 2, okay? And if anybody else, there's another opportunity for a sealed Prince, and William Meadows grabs it. That's sold to William Meadows for $25. All right. Probably just old stock. You know what? I just noticed today they reloaded our cart with more of those sealed OG David Lee Roth albums. Those should be in tomorrow or Wednesday. I was like, man, that's incredible. So there's that. Time for a new Japanese pressing. David Johnson's missing all the action. He takes naps on the nights that he misses out on Japanese. I can't believe it. We have Elton John, sorry, I was reading a comment. We got Aerosmith Rocks, a $35 start. Sometimes I say the wrong album because I'm over here glancing. My phone, I'm looking at it with my peripheral vision, and I just called this Elton John because I was reading Tommy's comment before I could spit out my words. Aerosmith Rocks, a very nice Japanese pressing. Comes with its original fold-out insert with their discography information and a really cool shot there of the band. That's a $35 start, okay? It's time to sell yet another Kiss auction, and that's sold to Carl Berger for $65, and we're going to keep these rolling. Madman Across the Water is not on that one. That's actually on the album Madman Across the Water. That's the blue and white looking cover that looks like denim, Blue Jean Baby, LA Lady. That's why it's kind of blue jean looking on the Madman. But no, this Elton here is, if I were to highlight the songs on here, the highlights, I would say Where To Now St. Peter. I like Burning Down the Mission. And then A Ballad of a Well-Known Gun. Country Comfort is a cool song. My Father's Gun. Just a really cool album. Country Comfort's really cool. I like that one. And this one here, it's so almost psychedelia sounding. Amarina. Oh, that's a good one. Amarina. Oh, man, but I like Country Comfort. Elton has that voice to be English. He kind of has like a country twang, doesn't he? It's that Come Down in Time's a cool one, too. That's the one I'm thinking of. Kind of mysterious sounding. Yeah, this one right here. I saw Grandma yesterday down at the store where she's really going fine for 84. Kind of just takes you back to like a great storyteller, him, Bernie, Taupin. Right here, he's on an incredible run. Debut. We have Debut. You have Yellow Brick Road. You got Madman. You got Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only a Piano Player. You had Tumbleweed Connection. Just an amazing streak there of Elton John albums he was on. All right, next is, let's run this right here. Wow, what a cool deal this is. Kiss Cycle Circus lenticular cover. So this is an unofficial. This is a Kiss unofficial 2012 limited 1,000 on green vinyl. LP1 is Cycle Circus, the complete studio album, and LP2 is selected live tracks from that tour. And it's got this really cool lenticular cover with it. It's on green vinyl, a $65 start on that. So Elton was $34. OG original label with book, gatefold jacket, $34.99 or best offer. Everything in here is best offer, including Golden Earring Live. That was $34.99. The Outlaws, Bringing It Back Alive, $29.99. The Beach Boys Greatest Hits, that's $12.99. 61 to 63, early stuff there. Greg Allman Tour, a double LP, early 80s pressing, nice, $34. Eric Burden from Eric Burden the Animals, I Used to Be an Animal. We have Joseph sold on Elton John, thank you on that. We have Amazing Rhythm Aces, Stacked Deck, $12.99. So when I started really getting to Elton, I took time just to put on his albums and listen to them all the way through. And I found so many tracks I had never heard before. And I got on a Elton John streak there, and my fandom went from, yeah, I like Rocket Man and Benny and the Jets to, okay, I'm now an Elton John fan. And then that last 3 years, I guess I saw him 3 times in concert because I knew it was his last run. I was like, yep, I better go see this dude. All right, Aerosmith is at $50. And Kiss have a poster. There's no note of a poster from Laura, so no poster, just 2 LP green vinyl, $65 start. Joseph says AT for $30. AT for $30, and that was for which one, Joseph? And Elton John are you offering $30? Okay. So sell him the Elton John for $30. I think that's what he meant. Sell that to him for $30. Dave Edmonds is called Rocker, 68 to 72 compilation, $29.99. This time the Animals. I heard this is really good. I've never listened to it. I mean, it's an 80s album, but they're doing live. Yeah, it's 1983 Wembley, but they're doing great tracks like House of the Rising Sun, It's My Life, Don't Bring Me Down, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood, We Got to Get Out of This Place, Bring It On Home to Me, $19.99 for the Animals live. The Association Renaissance, $14.99. Ace Time for Another was $12. We have Johnny Rivers and Shrink and Hop for $9. Sway Into the Music contains the hit single Slay Into the Music, Slow Dancing. Slow Dancing's on that one. Golden Earring is sold to Carl Berger for $30. Final call to bid on Kiss. I'm going to go ahead and introduce another sealed auction, and that other sealed auction is right here. Let me get to it. Hold on one second. I got a sealed copy of Elvis Costello, Almost Blue. I always want to call this Brian Eno. I don't know why. Elvis Costello, Almost Blue, with hop sticker, sealed, a $15 start. Kenny Stanley on the Animals for $15. That's sold to Kenny for $15. And then Johnny Rivers does have Slow Dancing on it. We have ABBA Waterloo. That's one I don't see as often from them. $19.99. The Beach Boys, same price. Monkey's Pull It was $34. And another Costello there, Punch the Clock, $24. All right, Aerosmith is sold, and that's sold to Mark Overton for $50. Kiss does not have a bid. We're looking for a $65 start. It's an unofficial. It's an unofficial with lenticular green vinyl. So it's the whole album bootlegged, and then it has another disc of live stuff from that tour. I'm looking for a minimum bid of $65. A beautiful sealed. Is this club or is this retail? This is an original retail copy. An original retail copy. Somebody had $25 on it. How about $15? Starting bid. Yeah, this is an original retail copy of Elvis Costello with hop stickers, sealed. No cut marks either. No punch holes, no saw marks. $15 start. Another great crate. We've actually already filled up another. So let me swap out and let's do some switcher, swap and a ruin. Let's do some switching, swap and a ruin, okay? Let's put this right here. And we're about to start filling up another crate. And let's take this one off the table. Kiss auctions all night, plus bonus Japanese and other stuff. Lots of other cool stuff still happening. I'm going to put this right here. And we've got Kiss box sets too. We hadn't even really got started with those. And let's find another crate to go through. Let's find another crate to go through. At some point, I do need to probably breeze through some new vinyl, see what's still over here I hadn't shown in a while, but there's still all kinds of other great buy it now crates like those I want to try to hit tonight. Let's see what this looks like. That's an interesting looking one there. Okay, that might be a good candidate for half off here later. Let's see what we got going here. Great vintage stuff. I remember going through these. Probably great bins to take offers on, honestly. That's some great looking stuff there. Let me see what's in this one. Yeah, it looks like what was the left of an old Paul crate. How about we go through this one and take offers? Okay. I think this is stuff I either went through really late one night or, you know, just probably showed that one time. So let's go through these and see what we got going on, all right? And it's time to sell some auctions, okay, and put up all new stuff. The first thing I got is Brian Eno. Wow, excuse me, I did it again. Elvis Costello. Romelu just locked in 15. That popped up at probably the best time. He was probably bidding, but it popped up right after I said a buy it now. So he gets that for $15. Seems like a great price. And then there was only one bid on Kiss, and that is Chuck Edgar at $65. Chuck Edgar at $65. Thank you on that. Is this where they sell records? You're in the right place, sir. Scott, Seth Hackett showed up here at Coletco at 4:45 a.m. this morning. That's probably his best attempt to get out of the house so he don't have to take care of his son, right? He was here walking through this building at 4:45 a.m. Of course, I was still here. I'm always here at that time. And I was like, dude, you'll do anything possible not to change a dirty diaper, right? We have Kiss Rock and Roll Over demos. This is on a saw-shaped picture disc, limited 100 on clear vinyl, and it's die cut. It's shaped like a saw. Look at that. It's got like saw blades on the edge. That is going to go up for a $95 start, okay? Boy, that's hard to get back in the sleeve. This thing's dangerous. That's very dangerous. Saw-shaped, unofficial. Be careful of that one, okay? It has a book with it. It's Rock and Roll Over demos. $55 start on that. I did not get an invoice. I did message Facebook, but no answer so far. Ed's gone for the day. He probably won't get back to you till tomorrow. But if you've sent a message, he'll get back with you tomorrow. Kicked out of the house. That's true. Rachel probably said, get out of here. I don't want to look at you anymore. Get out of here. You're no good for us anyway, Seth. Get out of here. Next auction is going to go up. This is Loverboy, loving every minute of it. Loverboy is sealed. It's an original retail copy, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Kiss has a bid for $100. Chuck is like, I'm in $100. Now you got to go through Chuck Edgar. And thank you, Chuck. And now we're going to put up another Japanese pressing. And this Japanese pressing is Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Kiss is a $55 start. $55 start. And then we have I Love Rock and Roll. This is a Japanese pressing, but there's already a bid. I heard 95. Okay, well, let me look at it again. I'll let you redo that one. I may have said two different prices. I think it's going to get there anyway because now somebody's already bid 105. 95. Yeah, I did say 95. My bad. 95. I did say. It's tagged for 95. I'm sorry. We're at 105 already. It was supposed to be 95. I think I said two different prices. So, yeah, 95, okay? 95 on that. Okay. There you go. All right, Joan Jett's a $35 start. Loverboy has a bid for 15. Let's take offers on this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Here we go. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate it. Now, the bid's already at 105, now 110. I was about to say, it's probably going to get there anyway. Some of these, we start things higher because we kind of know where they're going to end up. It saves us a lot of time, okay? As y'all know, we put Asia up, and it almost basically sold for what I was going to start it at anyway. So, we kind of know we save a lot of time doing that. If I would have started this at $1, it would be about at 60 or 70 right now. 10 minutes later, we'd be at where we're at right now anyway. So there's that, and these are all best offer. The Beach Boys, they're 22 greatest hits. This is 22 tracks. It is kind of like a budget label from New Zealand, but it is EMI, official recordings. The Beach Boys, it's on Sound Value. You get 22 tracks, though. Kind of compressed, but a lot of listening there. These are all going to be buy it now, best offer. A Loverboy has one bid for 15. Joe Jett, a very nice Japanese. Genesis, Seconds Out. This is a double LP. It does have a saw mark. A 2 LP, $34.99. Genesis, Seconds Out, $34.99. Roy Gallagher, photo finish. Roy Gallagher is a gold stamp promo, $19.99 on Roy Gallagher. It does have the original on her sleeve, $19.99 for Roy Gallagher. Photo finish. Nice. Still got some stuff like that in here. Three Dog Night, Hard Labor, $19.99 on Three Dog Night. John Lennon, Imagine All the People. And this comes with a poster. It's an 87 remaster for $36.99. John Lennon died December 8th, 1980. Shot in New York City. Hey Baby, Nino Tempo and April Stevens, $9.99. The Beach Boys was $19.99. And Genesis, A Trick of the Tail. This is $19.99. Genesis with the song Ripples. Carl Berger on Roy Gallagher. That's sold to Carl Berger. Joan Jett's at $37. Now Pickle, you're back in on Kiss at $111. Chuck Yeager, you're out. $111 on Kiss. Loverboy is a sealed original retail copy, and William Meadows has that for $18. This crate here is all buy it now or best offer. Squeeze, Frank. That's a full album from 1989. And the reason I say that is because I see a lot of Squeeze 12-inch singles, but also I don't think I've seen this one too often. 1989, that's probably why. Squeeze, it does have an old retail sticker, $24.99. 3 auctions going, still bidding on Kiss, no surprise. Ed Haynes sings Ed Haynes. That's from 1989. It's sealed for $19.99. Scott Walker, 3. Scott Walker is a 1969 pressing on Smash Mercury. It has a Unipack design sleeve, $49.99 for Scott Walker. $49.99 for Scott Walker. We got Loverboy at $21 with William Meadows. Squeeze is at $18 with Chris Kirkley. That is sold. Joan Jett's at $38. And we have Uma Sumac Mambo, and that's $19.99. Uma Sumac, $19.99. Genesis Foxtrot is $19.99. Genesis is on the famous Charisma label, clean, $19.99. Loverboy is at $22 of Calvin Ward. Kiss is at $116, and Samuel Kopech on Scott Walker. That is sold. Now, Loverboy is a sealed original retail copy of Lovin' Every Minute of It. Sealed original retail copy of Lovin' Every Minute of It. Kiss is a Demos unofficial bootleg. It's a die-cut razor-type disc. It's pretty unique looking, honestly. That's at $116. Loverboy has hit $27. And I think we're done on Joan Jett. The last bid was Chris Bocci at $38. I bet John Kaiser's not done, but we'll find out from John Kaiser, okay? Slade, Sladist. Slade is $19.99. Joan Jett's at $40. And Elton John's Captain Fantastic. Now, we were just talking about these incredible albums. This has a lot of inserts with it. $34.99. This has a lyric book. This has a scrapbook. And it's worth it just for this. I mean, how much is a vintage Elton John poster worth? Look at this. The Brown Dirt Cowboy. It does have a little bit of a rip right here on the side. That's a really good poster. The original artwork of this just sold for an obscene amount of money. The original painting for that, it just sold for an obscene amount of money. So very cool artwork there. That is missing everything but a merch insert. Let me make sure it's not in here. Sometimes they're in here, sometimes they're not, okay? I don't see a merch insert. It sometimes was included. I don't know if they put them in all of them, but if you want a complete one, that's the only thing you need. But still, it's got the poster and the 2 books with it. Loverboy had jumped up to 28. Kiss got up to 120. We got an offer on Slade for 15. That's sold. Joan Jett's out with Chris Bocci. That's after John Kaiser bid 40. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Zappa in New York is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. And Survivor, Vital Signs. Survivor is $22.99. Sealed Loverboys at $35. And Julian Lennon. So this is a single. It's got 2 tracks, but it's also a promo interview. So there's 2 tracks on here. Mr. Jordan and questions and answers. No, wait a minute. Hold on a second. It may be just a total interview. Yeah, this is kind of a promo only. So this probably would have been sent to radio stations. So you listen to the radio station. It's like, now, tonight at 7 o'clock, we've got an exclusive interview with Julian Lennon. And it had questions, so you could record your voice. And you could say, tell us, Julian, about the song Open Your Eyes. And then he would talk 3 minutes and 32 seconds about that. So it made it sound like he was actually in the radio station. It made it sound like he was in the radio station getting interviewed by whoever would broadcast that. So it was open-ended questions. Loverboy at 35 or closed in, whatever. Carl Berger gets Elton John. Great decision there. Thank you on that. And Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $14.99. So what you can do is you can record this with your own voice and trick one of your family members and make it look like you have interviewed Julian Lennon. Joan Jett is $40, and that's sold to John Kaiser. Joan Jett, I love rock and roll, okay? Now, Kiss is at 125 with Pickle. That's a final call. And Loverboy is a final call with Calvin at 35, okay? Next thing we have is the Pretenders 2. The Pretenders is $19.99. This feels like it's a foreign copy. I think it is. I think I've seen Portugal. There's the original on her sleeve. And yeah, that's a bizarre label. That's a Portugal pressing, $19.99. That's the Pretenders 2. Everything in this crate is best offer. Don't hesitate. We've already filled up about 2 crates of nothing but best offer records so far tonight. Humble Pie, a classic live album. Rockin' the Fillmore, a double LP, $29.99. The Survivor is a U.S. original retail copy. A little bit of cover wear, but no condition notes on the vinyl, $22.99. All right, Loverboy is sold to Calvin for $35. Also, no more bids on Kiss. Let's keep those auctions a-rolling. Now, I don't know if it was John, Paul, or Laura, but somebody brought me 3 boxes over here of 45s. I don't know what kind of music it is, but we might hit them in just a second. So Loverboy is sold, and now let's sell this Kiss to Pickle for $1.25. Okay, that's a buck 25 on that one, and that is sold. All right, and let's get that turned the right way. I'd be careful handling that saw blade. Not so much about getting cut, but just making sure nothing breaks off that. Might be pretty delicate. Brad Waits on Survivor for $17. And now we need all new auctions. Kiss Animalize. I did sell one earlier tonight, but I don't have one. You heading out, Jack?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jack. I'll be here. Here's one you're probably talking about. This is an 84 U.S. Retail. 84 U.S. original in shrink and hype, EX condition, a $30 star. That's probably the one you're talking about. That's very nice. Let's go back over here to our Japanese bin. I got a classic album from Bryan Adams, Reckless, back in the summer of '69. Heaven's on here. Run to You, big album from Bryan Adams, a $35 start. We got a quest for Osaka. I'll dig that one out. And there's that, and there's that. Is there another Survivor? That was the only one. If anybody new is watching, so back here are auctions. You bid in the comments. Very easy to join and get participated here at CollectCo. We've been doing this for 6 years now, and we do it hot and heavy every night. Endless streams every single night. As much as you want to buy, as much as you can physically buy, and financially buy maybe. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and you can be a part of the CollectCo family very easily. You can join the CollectCo family very easily by making your first purchase, but there's one thing you should know. When you join, you can never leave unless you don't pay for your bills, and then I'll force you to leave. You're out of here. You're out. Bryan Adams at 35. I think Jill's heading out too. Everybody's leaving me all of a sudden. I always said the boss shows up and everybody disappears. Next thing I have is I get around. That's not true. They've been here for a while. They've been here all day working. I get around $9.99. This looks like a surf top comp. Beach Boys, Danny and the Juniors, Chiffons, Beach Boys again. We have America self-titled for $9.99. Also, Ian Hunter, All-American Alien Boy. Ian Hunter is $19.99. And then over here, I have the King Bees. The King Bees is $14.99. Bryan Adams is at $38. And Kiss has gotten one bid for $30, and we're about to sell it. Kiss has one bid for $30. We're about to sell it. Jefferson Airplane Bark in the original brown bag, that's $49.99. And the Boomtown Rats, the fine art of surfacing, $19.99 for Boomtown Rats. This has the original on her sleeve. Nice copy here, $19.99. Bryan Adams still getting bids. Let's jump back over here also to our sealed records we're selling off tonight. And I have the original soundtrack to Sgt. Pepper's. Yeah, the Bee Gees record. It's the original pressing embossed. It does have a ding corner up here, but we're going to start it for just $15. I haven't seen that one in a while. That usually comes through often. It's weird how some records, it's all of a sudden, I don't see them for months. And then every once in a while, I'll see like hundreds of them. Okay, so that's going to go up for a $15 start. There is that. Kiss over here. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have another bottle of water. I need to go ahead and finish this one off too. I do need to stay hydrated. My lips are basically falling off because I hadn't done nothing but drunk monsters in the last 24 hours. All right, Lord just brought me a bottle of water, so that means I'm finishing this one off too. Whew, I feel better. Water makes you feel better. So does monsters, but you do got to have some water, okay? You do got to have some water every now and then. All right, let me get back into my groove now. So Kiss is all of a sudden getting new bids. It's at 35 with Steve McGee. The Bryan Adams is at 42 and Sgt. Pepper's is at 15. Kiss is an original retail copy vinyl with shrink and hop. It's an OG original retail copy. Next is Foreigner. We just sold a Japanese pressing. Here's a US retail original. There is some writing on the cover. A classic rock album. I will sell any mountain, climb across the stormy seas. I just got those lyrics backwards. We got Joni Mitchell for the Roses. Joni Mitchell's $34.99. We have Genesis Abacab. Genesis, $19.99. Another record, Man on the Corner, No Reply at All, $19.99. Get into the groove. Madonna, Vogue, Strike a Pose. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Enigmatic Ocean. Jean-Luc is $9.99. And Introducing the Beatles. This is an unauthorized bootleg pressing. Just $19.99 on that. And El Territorio picking up a Foreigner. Sgt. Pepper's is at $16. Bryan Adams is about to be sold for $45 to William David Meadows. Genesis Live. Early Genesis here. I think this is Peter Gabriel era. And this is $19.99. Very cool there. Genesis. Also, we have Marshall Tucker Band. A gold stamp promo for $14.99. And Golden Grass, the Grassroots Greatest Hits, $14.99. ABC Dunhill, Midnight Confessions. Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind. Ronstadt is $9.99. Ultravox, the collection. Ultravox is $24.99. And Ted Nugent, Survival the Fittest Live. Ted Nugent is $26.99. That's on the original Polydor label. All right. So first thing we got to do is Bryan Adams here. The last bid on Bryan Adams that came in was William Meadows at 45, and he gets that for 45. Right now, the high bid on Kiss Animalize is going to once and going to twice. And let's see who has the high bid, because as soon as I give an update on Sgt. Pepper's, I might sell this. It was with Steve McGee at $35. And the reason I've held it up is because MT Matt also bid $37. So Steve McGee, it's back to you, and he's out. So that's about to sell. Right now, the price on the sealed BGs, Sgt. Pepper's, I mean, this has a lot of other people on it too. Billy Preston's on here, Robin Gibb, mostly Peter Frampton, Alice Cooper, BG's, Peter Frampton, Alice Cooper. Yeah, pretty cool release here. And this is at $18 of James Hicks. Okay, that's up for bid right now. That's an auction, of course. And now we had a couple offers come in. We sold Foreigner, and then we have Chris Frazier on Linda Ronstadt for $7. That's sold. And then we have Sgt. Pepper's at $18. We have Grassroots at $10, sold to Robin Glenn, and Ted Nugent sold for $20 to Kenny Stanley. Those are all sold. Ultravox, great compilation there. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $12.99, and Buddy Holly's $24.99. Gary Samuels just did a double dip. He bid $38 on Animalize, he bid $19 on Sgt. Pepper's, and then Joseph bid $20 on the Bee Gees. Our next Japanese auction. Unfortunately, no Obi, but it is this Japanese? This came from Japan, but I think it's a U.S. It is. It's an original U.S. pressing, but it came from Japan. Wow, it's beautiful. As you would expect, it's well taken care of. Yeah, this is a U.S. original right out of the cellar. Yep, from Japan, original Atlantic inner sleeve, $35 start on that, right out of the cellar. All right, so now, MT Matt, you're out on Kiss. It's now at $38. Right? Yep, because MT Matt was at 37. The Beach Boys, London 69 is $19.99. Also, Rare Earth, get ready with that original die-cut rounded cover. That's $29.99. Here is Elvis Golden Records Volume 2. Somebody just bought Volume 1 and Volume 3. Hopefully, they're still watching. That's a 77 pressing, a reissue from the year he died, $19.99. And Drums A Go-Go, the Hollywood Persuaders, a 65 surf record, $39.99. A lot of stuff still left in there, but also a lot of stuff sold. I'm just going to read the titles one more time. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know, okay? This is sold in for $38 to Gary Samuels. Sgt. Pepper's is at $22. Joseph, you're out. BG's is at $35. And now I got to find Kiss Osaka. It's been pretty heavily requested. I may have to go pull up a picture of it. In the meantime, let me just grab the next one I have in my hand. Kiss at Madison Square Garden, orange vinyl. This looks pretty interesting here. Wow, this has got a lot of stuff with it. This release, the note from Laura says, this release does not seem to be on Discogs, even though there's a ton of Kiss at Madison Square Gardens, okay? Yeah, this is a very well-known recording. It's a 4 LPs on orange vinyl. It's live in New York on December 14th and December 16th. So LPs 1 and 2 is the 14th, and LPs 3 and 4 are the 16th. And that's an orange vinyl with inserts. You get these cards and a book, $75 start. Rad is a $35 start. It has one bid. Joseph, it's up to you on the BGs. If anybody wants a price on anything in here, just let me know, okay? Here we go. First thing we have is this. I have Genesis, Seconds Out. If anybody wants to make an offer or if you need a price, just let me know. Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. John Lennon, Imagine. Hey Baby, Need Tempo, and April Stevens. The Beach Boys, Genesis. Ed Haynes, Uma Sumac. Genesis, Foxtrot. Zappa. Jefferson Starship, Julian Lennon, The Pretenders 2, Humble Pie, The Beach Boys, America. Somebody might have asked the track listing on that one. America has Tall Treasures, No Fortune, 1960, All Night, Only Game in Town, Foolin' and Forever, One Morning, All Around, All My Life, and High in the City. America's $9.99. Yeah, I think Il Terrible asked. Andy just asked the price. Ian Hunter, The King Bees, Jefferson Airplane, The Boomtown Rats, Joni Mitchell, Genesis Abacab, Jean-Luc Ponty, The Beatles, Genesis, Marshall Tucker, Ultravox, Amazing Rhythm Aces, Buddy Holly, Beach Boys, Rare Earth, Drums, and Elvis. Here's what I'm going to do on the Genesis, okay? Let's do this right here. There's one Genesis, there's two Genesis, okay? And we're just going to do a 4-piece Genesis package at $40. $10 a piece if you buy all 4 of them. You get Genesis Live, Genesis Abacab, Genesis Foxtrot, and another Genesis Live, Seconds Out. All 4 of those for $40. $10 a piece, a 4-piece Genesis bundle. Because I'd probably put them tomorrow in the flip crate anyway for $9.99. You can grab them right now. So BG's got a new bid for $24, and then there's a new bid for $25. The Three Dog Night Hard Labor with the file folder cover is $19.99. $19.99 on that, okay? And that was asked about by Joy Fino. New bid on Rap for $36. We got an offer on Ian Hunter for $15. You got it. Ian Hunter is sold for $15. John Lennon Imagine. Mark Corcoran, that was an 87 remaster with poster, $36.99. Uma Sumac, I believe, was either 19 or 9. It's $19.99. It's an early 80s pressing. It's an early 80s reissue. Her albums are always pretty desirable. Topographic, which is Mike Bartlett, gets the 4-pack Genesis for $40. Thank you on that. Kiss has a new bid for $85. Ultravox has an offer for $18. Let's sell that for $18 to James Fairfax. Three Dog Night is sold for $15 to Joy Fino. Rat 41. Sgt. Pepper's 27, and Kiss is at 90. Okay? Sgt. Pepper's, the Bee Gees, Peter Frampton, is sealed with hop stickers. If anybody's watching for the first time, don't hesitate on that. Can you add Trick of the Tail for 10? Did I leave that one out? Did I leave one out? Oh, I did. 5 Genesis for $50. You got it. And Uma is sold to Ivan R for $15. Wow, there was 5 Genesis albums in there. Wow, any other bundles I can do like that? Elvis is available. Some people's like, man, I wish Chad would just tell me the reduced price. I don't want to make an offer. Don't be shy. You'll be surprised. I might say yes. There's not much more bundling I can do. I'll do 2 Beach Boys for 20s. There's a Beach Boys there. I'll go ahead and do 10 and 10. Is there another one? Or is there just 2? Well, there's that comp. I'll do 2 for 20 here, including that one has 22 tracks on it. All right. If not, I'm going to change out crates. Unbought drums 15. Man, I can't do that. I wonder why this one is. It must be because of the grade. It's probably really nice. Yeah, I'll do 20 on that. I'll do 20 on that. I probably shouldn't, but I'll do 20 on it. Kiss at 110. Everything's still getting bids. It's up to Joseph on the BGs. It's at 28 right now. Okay, let's find a new crate. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to remind y'all, since it's now probably time since I hadn't done it since the show started. If you just got on or you wasn't on when I started pretty early tonight, I was live at 5:08. We knocked out all the pre-orders already. There was 5 crates of new vinyl. Here's everything that's left, okay? And that is the new Van Halen Balance. So if you missed all this earlier, Balance is in stock. It comes out Friday, and this is the official reissue. First time since 1995, except for the box set. Unless you bought the box set, that's the first reissue of that as a single LP since 1995, and this is on the limited edition orange vinyl. If you don't have a Van Halen already, $39. Everybody on the pre-order got one. Everybody that asked on YouTube got one. $39.99, okay? BG's is at 30, Kiss is at 115, BG's is at 31. Rat has a new high bid with John Missmoyer for 55. It is a U.S. pressing. Harold, you're out, and Harold says he's done, so we're about to sell that. The other one was the new Pretender set, the singles. Okay, that's a 2 LP. Originally just a single LP, kind of a greatest hits. It's the singles from the Pretenders, which is their best work. You get middle of the road, 2,000 miles, brass in pocket, great stuff. 39, that's a 2 LP. Mike Torres wants a Van Halen. I'm trying to get them sold out tonight. We got a long ways to go, but we will end up selling 100 copies tonight. That would be amazing. And then the other new release was the Billy Idol. That's been out of print since 1990. Charmed Life, $39.99 on that. And then the new album by Chevelle is in. New album by Chevelle is in, $33.99. $33.99 on Chevelle. And that's indie exclusive colored vinyl. There's 2 other Billy Idols coming out this week. 2 reissues of his earlier albums. I've got them ordered. They'll be in. No pre-orders posted for those yet. And then the Pretenders and Van Halen. Just want to remind y'all about those. I said I was going to do that at 8, but we'll go ahead and do it right now so we can get right back into more on-sale vintage stuff, perhaps. Okay? So if you change your mind, and let me know. Drums for 15. Joy Fino wants a Chevelle. Let's go ahead and sell that. He's out on Sgt. Pepper's. Let's go ahead and sell Rat then. Thank you, John Missmoyer. That sold you for $55. And we have Sgt. Pepper's. And the last bid was Joseph at 35. James is out. Sell that to Joseph, 35. All right. And let's put that in a brand new sleeve. And then the last bid on Kiss was Brad Waits at 130. Him and Carl Berger are battling it out. Okay. Let's get new stuff going. Drums for 15. I better go ahead and sell that. Heck of a discount, but you're the only one that's asked about it, so let's do it. Unbought. Whoa. I didn't have my crates locked in. That was almost near disaster. There we go. All right, I'm going to put that right there. All right, let's get that sold. All new auctions coming right now. Sometimes I take offers, and then I'll be told, Chad, last Thursday night I offered you 28 for that, and you said no. I'm like, that's probably right. And then everybody thinks I'm just picking on them or mad at them. I'm like, no, honestly, just don't remember. Oh, let me go. Well, I just moved a whole pile of these. This is a great time to show these because I showed them late Saturday night. I have available Original 1999 Stone Cold Steve Austin posters. I hadn't brought these out in forever. I forgot I had them. These are $35 shipped if anybody wants one. This is an original 1999 Funky Enterprises Rolling Stones. We will ship these for $35. They'll come rolled in a tube. They're vintage, original 1999 Stone Cold Austin 316. And the emoji thought he was giving the thumbs up. Did y'all see that? AI thought he was doing the thumbs up. They actually censored his middle finger there. But there's the. I got a pile of these. I had 100 originally. I think I've got about 30 left. I have got tons of them. But they're really cool. And I kept one myself. I hadn't got it framed yet, but if anybody wants one, it's $35. Offer 20 for drum twice. Flag, offer 20 above in the feed. Well, let me see who was first, you or Unbought. I got to figure out who was first, you or Unbought, because he asked about it originally, so I'll find out who was first. If anybody wants one of those, let me know. I've got a bunch of them. I don't know what. We went through a bunch of posters Saturday night. We probably went through 1,000 posters Saturday night. Between the hours of 1 and 2 a.m. I bet I thumbed through 1,000 items quickly. So, and we sold a stack. We sold a stack that big of stuff. So, but I was flying through them. I was like, guys, these have been sitting over here on a shelf. If they don't sell, I've got to basically put them out in the store. Otherwise, they're going to sit over here and collect dust for another year if we don't get these to new homes. All right. So the last thing I had was we sold Mike Torrey's Van Halen. We sold Joy Fino Chevelle, and then Michael Thrower on Van Halen, okay? Now, over here, we had Unbought said drums 15, okay? Tim Voldness said drums 20. Unbought, drums 15. LOL, won't do 20. Tim Voldness, drums 20. Flag, Tim offer 20 above in the feed. Offer 20 for drums twice. Kiss 155. Enjoy Carl. Thank you, Brad. All right, so Unbought, what they're trying to say is the way that fell is if you want this, you got out-offered, and he's saying that, Chad, you missed that I was buying it at 20 after I said I'd take 20 for it. Okay? Now, it was definitely on the feed, and I was getting the, right over here between the, he offered right here 20 for it. It was definitely after you said you'd counter at 15. So if you want it, it's 20. If not, Tim Voldness says he wants it. Okay? It's totally up to you. That's why he threw a flag on the play. All right. Any Todd Rundgren autographs left? I honestly don't know, but I don't think so. Next auction is all going up right now because we're selling Kiss to Carl Berger for $155. Tim Voldness, you get the Drums album for 20. Next auction. I am going to do one of our first box sets tonight. We've got a whole box of 2 boxes of box sets. Here's another one. Kiss, Madison Square Garden. Wow. A 2020 limited edition unofficial picture disc. 2 full shows, December 14th and 16th. I think that's what we just had. This time as picture disc, and everything is still sealed. Madison Square Garden box set. It comes with replica photos. It comes with a button. It comes with ticket stubs. And because we're in our first Kiss, I'm going to include a Kiss Laura Crate Kiss box set sticker, okay? Let me leave it on the front. Just a $95 star. Seems like a great price since we just sold that other one for what, 155. This is picture disc. but it's both complete shows. The Madison Square Garden box, $95 start. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese, we've done Foreigner 4, we've done Foreigner self-titled, and now we have Foreigner Double Vision. This is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine. Here's the cover. There's the Obi. There's the insert. There is the starting bid of $35, okay? Here we go. Oh, I'm having a stretch right quick. Chad's went down early already tonight. Feel like we've already been at it a lot longer than normal. Oh, we have. I started a lot earlier than normal. We're already going on 3 hours. What's going on? Okay. Michael, that one's already sold. That Kiss bootleg's already sold, actually. I'll put up another auction in 1 second. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger, VG Plus, $12.99. Once again, a buy it now best offer crate. Anything you want, just let me know. You can go ahead and claim it. You can make an offer. We'll do deals. Instant Funk, the funk is on. VG Plus, $12.99 for Instant Funk. Sheena Easton, What Comes Naturally. Sheena Easton's EX, $12.99. Kiss is at $150. Foreigner has one bid for $35. We have Till Tuesday, Welcome Home. EX, $22.99. Haircut 100, Pelican West. EX, $17.99. Haircut 100. Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart in 17 Places. VG, $9.99. Genres, if possible. Oh boy, that's going to be tough. We usually only mark genres on the stuff that is unknown or kind of deep cut or bizarre. I don't know if I can list. I'll try, but we usually do genres on stuff that people may not know the genres on. But I'll try my best. Genesis Foxtrot is a sealed copy. We'll put this one up. It's got a little bit of a crease here on the cover, and we'll say a $15 start. The shrink is really tight on it. It's one of those that kind of needs to be opened, honestly. But that is sealed, original $15 start. Looks like a retail copy. Over here, we have the Flamin' Lips Peace Sword. Flamin' Lips is $17.99, limited edition EP. And we have, how much is Haircut 100? Haircut 100 is EX, $17.99. Rush Fly By Night on 200-gram vinyl, 2015. Now, this one, if it is truly on 200 gram, that's a really good pressing and pretty desirable. But I tell you what, just beware. It could be on either one. If you scan these, you literally have to put it on a scale. We've done that before. It's pretty complicated to figure out if it's 200 or 108. It's the same mastering. Just the first time they remastered these, they did it on 200 grams. So there's not much difference between 180 and 200, but a lot of people want the 200. Kiss is at 180. Hammer's up for sure on Foreigner. No bid on Genesis. The Fix Phantoms, $14.99 on the Fix. Also, we have Noiseworks Touch. This is sealed, $9.99 Pop Rock. And see, that's one we would put the genre on, probably Laura or Paul or John, because most people may not know really who Noiseworks is. $9.99 on that. We have Hold Your Breath Forever, FZ13. That is sealed, $14.99. Garage Artwork, $14.99. How much was Rush? Rush was $29.99. $29.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. But yeah, I've laid down like a anti-static sleeve before on our jewelry scale and weighed Rush albums before. I'm like, man, this is weird. Is this 200 or 180? And one night we had 200-gram auctions, and they sold crazy prices. And then in the bins, I had 180-gram, brand new and sealed, and nobody wanted them. And I was like, wow, everybody wants those first reissues of Rush albums for the remasters, it seems like. Aha, Scoundrel Days, that's EX, $22.99. Aha. And let's go ahead and sell Foreigner. And that got one bid. I'm going to sell that for $35. And that goes to Carl Berger. And Genesis is a no bid for $15. A sealed copy of Foxtrot. And you can pick that up for just $15. Jordan Unhill offered $25 for Rush. That's sold to Jordan Underhill for $25. The Kiss box right now is at $200. No surprise there. Genesis is a buy it now for $15. I'm going to lay that right over here. We have Greetings from Tim Buck 3, VG Plus $14.99, and Squeeze Argy Bargy. Squeeze is VG condition, $9.99. Chess, that's a 2LP. EX $17.99 for Chess. Next auction is a Japanese pressing of Journey's Departure, and this appears to be extremely nice. The vinyl is going to be near mint minus and pristine. Fantastical. And this is awfully heavy. May have an extra material in here or no. So it's got two inserts. It's got the lyric insert. It does have some of the humidity damage, and you can see some of the humidity damage up here, but everything else is nice. It's in shrink and really nice. $35 start on that. Blaine, we've already sold Rush. Kiss is between Joseph and Mike Torrey's right now. Joseph has it for $210. The Tubes is VG condition, $9.99. Katrina and the Waves, Break of Hearts. That's sealed. Katrina and the Waves from 1989. $19.99 on that. Gloria Estefan and Miami Sound Machine, Let It Loose. And this is $14.99 for Gloria Estefan. Kalita, Too Hot to Handle, $9.99. And Sterling, City Kids, $9.99 on Sterling. And Kim Boyce is a pop gospel. Actually, it's been signed on the back, $9.99. Kiss is at $210 with Joseph Elves. Let's go ahead and put up another sealed record. And this next sealed record is Huey Lewis and the News 4. This is sealed, no saw marks, no cut holes. It's a sealed original record for a $15 start. Journey's at $35 with John Kaiser. Now Kiss is at $215. Deborah Allen, Telepathy, Shrink and Hop, $9.99. Donnie Iris, Fortune 410. Donnie Iris is $9.99. We got Kim Boyce sold to Dwayne for $7. We got The Tubes is sold to Charlie Marks. And we have ABC, How to Be a Zillionaire. ABC is just $12.99. Journey has one bid for $35. Sealed Huey Lewis has a bid for $15. Also, we have the Cars Panorama. The Cars, no condition notes, $29.99. Original or sleeve, $29.99 on that. Blaine Zapnick does get the sealed Genesis, though. Genesis, sealed Genesis for $15. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve for him. A brand spanking new sleeve for Blaine Zapnick. Thank you on that. Over here, we got the Escape Club, White Fields. The Escape Club is sealed for $14.99. And Laura Nero, New York Tenderberry, Laura Nero VG Plus, $9.99. This is Love. It's a VG copy for $26.99. What is this one called? Out Here. Love is a 2LP, VG condition, $26.99. All right, so Journey is sold for $35 to John Kaiser. Kiss is at $225 with Joseph Alves. And that means that Mike Torrey's, it goes back to you. Final call on the sealed Huey Lewis. It has one bid for $15, and Mike's right back in on Kiss at $230. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be Loudness, and this one is called Shadows of War. It's a Japanese pressing. You guessed it, near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful copy. Huey Lewis has a new bid for $17 with Romelu. Calvin, you're out. Loudness has the insert. This one has nothing wrong with it. Near mint, nothing wrong with the cover, Obi, and insert. Also, Buka White, Parchment Farm. That's EX, $57.99. Buka White, Parchment Farm. Columbia Records, that's $57.99. Kiss is at $240. Right now, we're going through a buy it now best offer crate. Everything you see in here is available. James Gang Bang, that's VG for $9.99. And we have Freddie King, Woman Across the River. Freddie King is a 1973 Los Angeles, $26.99. P-Free 3 on the Love for $20. That's sold. Now the sealed Huey Lewis is at $20. And Mike Torrey's is out on Kiss. Final call to Joseph, $240. $240. Loudness is a $35 start. Loudness is a $35 start. Freddie King is in VG Plus condition. Woman Across the River. It is on Shelter Records, VG Plus, $26.99. Buka was $57.99. Buka White, Parchment Farm, okay? So we have an offer on Freddie, but we have Gregory first asking about it. And Loudness does have a bid for $35. And the sealed Huey Lewis, Chris Bocci has that for $20. Okay, and we have Jimi Hendrix together with Little Richard, VG plus $14.99. We got another offer on Freddie King, essentially sticker price. So we got a question, we got an offer, we got a claim, and we got a pass. But first, Gloria Estefan is sold to Michael Wood. That's sold to Michael Wood. And we got Roslyn Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere, VG plus $17.99. So Freddie King, the first dibs on Freddie King goes to, let me find it here. The first dibs now goes to Unbot. If you want this, it will be $26.99. If not, I'll sell it to Joseph. Okay, Joy Fino on Jimi Hendrix. That is sold to Joy. That means Rick Hall was second. Michael Thrower says, Chad, can I put Van Halen back? I forgot I got 2 of the box sets. Would you take 20 for ABC and Escape Club? So there is Escape Club. There's ABC. Sell those to Chadwick Smith for 10 and 10. Loudness has a new bid for 40. We just got an offer for 9 on Escape Club. I just sold it for 10. Joseph, you get Freddie King at sticker, and you get this Kiss box set. And this is sold to Joseph for $240. All right. Let's put this sticker right in there. And let's put up another Kiss box set. Okay. Thank you, Joseph. That's sold to you. Very nice. And now over here, we got the sealed Huey Lewis. Hammers up on this. It's been at 20 now for a while with Chris Bocci. The Loudness is at 40 with Kenny Stanley, and JD also has bid $40. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Now, Christina offered 8 on Sheena Easton, 10 on ABC, and 10 on Escape Club. Okay, somebody just beat you to ABC and Escape Club, but I will go back here and find that Sheena Easton, which was right here, and I'll sell that to you for $8. So, Christina, you do get Sheena Easton out of that trifecta offer. Let's do another Kiss box, and this looks pretty amazing here. I think this is the Creatures box. It is. Oh, my gosh. I remember when these came out. Has never sold on Discogs or PopSpsych? Wow. Really? Wow. 40th Anniversary Edition. Let me see what I can find out about it here. That's pretty amazing. Is there any for sale? This is the numbered. None for sale. Super Deluxe numbered. Wow, there is. There's none for sale and none ever sold. That's pretty amazing. What did this sell new for? Is there any on eBay? None on eBay. Active, and that means none would have sold either. Wow. So what is this thing worth? We're about to find out. So this is a 40th anniversary limited edition box set, numbered, of Creatures in the Night. It's got a lot of stuff with it. And Laura just delivered a Laura crate. And I'm going to read the note from Laura. 40th anniversary, limited edition 1,000. 9 LPs that all glow in the dark. Tons of extras listed on Hop Sticker. Yeah, I mean, there's just too much. So, I mean, I don't know. We've got it at a $95 start. This feels like it should be a $400 or $500 item, but we're about to find out. I mean, none ever sold. None ever sold on Discogs. None listed on Discogs. None sold on eBay. None listed on eBay. None's ever sold on eBay. None's listed on eBay. None's ever sold on Discogs. None's never listed on Discogs. It's got 10 billion things with it. It's sealed. It has one ding right up here, but I don't know. Let's start it for $95 and see what happens. It's the Deluxe Super Edition numbered. Wow. And it's all on Glow in the Dark, a web store exclusive. Yeah, this was only sold on the website. I mean, I feel like this is something pretty, I mean, y'all are about to determine right now what it's worth, but it feels like it's a $500 item to me. I mean, a super deluxe, and there's basically virtually none available for sale and none ever sold. Good luck bidding. I don't know what they sold for on the website. It feels like it's a $200 or $300 new top deal, but here we go. It's up for bid, no reserve. We're about to find out. It's the numbered glow in the dark. Okay? So everything's glow in the dark. It's numbered, and it's up for bid. All right. Sorry for that. I was kind of surprised at that. I mean, I remember when those originally came out, the standard versions. The standard versions of those. I remember having them. We sold a bunch of them, but I didn't know they did that through the web store. So sold out in less than an hour. I bet. Wow. Here we go. Good luck, everybody. I don't know what it's worth. There's no comps. There's none that have sold, unless maybe you've known where someone sold one secondhand in a group or something, but that's it. And it's got a billion things with it. So, all right, let's go back up the top over here. Loudness got up to $45 with Kenny Stanley. Okay, and then there's already a bunch of bids on Kiss. Patrick Lear offered 40 for Buka. Sell that to Patrick Lear for 40. And right now, Kiss is at $200 with Steve McGee, Chad Sauls, and Carmen, okay? Godsmack is $33.99. We can also go ahead and sell Huey. Huey Lewis is sold. HL. Huey Lewis. HL. Chris Bocci. Sorry, Chris. That was up for a long time. $20. That's sold. All right. Kiss Web Store exclusive of Creatures. I'm going to lay it down as soon as I do a final. I'm going to do a final call on Loudness here. Let's see. Loudness. And then I'm about to get back into my rhythm here. We got a Laura crate coming up next. First crate of new arrivals tonight, pre-owned stuff. Kenny Stanley has this for $45. I got to make sure J.D. Conklin said out. J.D., you're out. Kenny Stanley has this for $45. Okay? $45. That is $999 on Kiss Online. It's not sold out. Are you sure? And then Loudness has a new bid for $47. Well, either way, if they're asking a grand for them on there. But there's that. And Loudness is at $47. And Godsmack is sold to Tom Kelly. We have 3 of these left. That's been long out of print. Well, I have 3 left. They came out last Friday. Okay, back to the best offer stuff. Kiss is at $275. Loudness is at $47. Next is the Mothers of Invention Burnt Weenie Sandwich. VG Condition, $24.99. Frank Zappa, Mothers of Invention. We got Country Joe and the Fish. I feel like I'm fixing to die rag. VG Plus, $14.99. James Taylor JT. James Taylor's EX Condition, $12.99. Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin, Inner Worlds. VG Plus, $12.99. We have Mahavishnu Orchestra, Visions of Emerald Beyond. VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Klaatu. Klaatu is VG Plus, $14.99. Klaatu, Long Live Palaziana, Madman. I think this is actually called Hope, $14.99. And we have Jimmy Handyman Jones, Good Timing, VG Plus, $14.99. $14.99, Jimmy Handyman Jones. And the Buckingham's Kind of a Drag, VG Plus, $14.99. Also, we have Big Brother and the Holding Company, and this is VG, $14.99. You said I had it. It didn't go back on auction. I had it, rather. Which one are you referring to, Kenny? And then Kiss right now is at $325. Scott Dwallow on JT for James Taylor. And Scott Dwallow on James Taylor, and that's sold to him for $7, okay? Kiss is at $325. And then Loudness is at $47. And I got to make sure, I got to figure out what Kenny was saying. Loudness is at $47, okay? Over here, we have Steve Miller Band, number 5. This is VG Plus, $16.99. VG Plus, $16.99. Klaatu is at $10 with John McPatriot. That is sold to John McPatriot. And we have Frigid Pink. Frigid Pink is VG Plus, $39.99. Frigid Pink, VG Plus, $39.99. Loudness. Loudness is still up for bid if you want to bid. J.D. Conklin has it right now at $47. Also, Flashdance Soundtrack is VG Plus, $14.99. Flashdance Soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. Okay, I'm going to get to the bottom of this on this Kiss box set. Let me go Kiss Online right quick. Shop Kiss Online. It might be this one right here. Is it Kiss? I bet it's this one. Okay. Let me see here. Let's go store. Right. This box set is for sale right now on the KISS website. Just to give you an idea, it is $999.98. Okay? It's available for sale right now. There it is. That's what we're auctioning. None have ever sold through eBay. None have ever sold through Discogs. This is the glow-in-the-dark vinyl, numbered to 1,000. It's for sale right now on the KISS website, $999.98. That's what we got. We bought it through this guy that bought it through his, he probably had to buy it through the website. It's up for bid right now. Steve McGee has it for $325. $325, okay? I had 5 different people say sold out, $300, $1,000, still available. I had to look it up myself. It's brand new and sealed. We had 5 different people say different things. So we have this. I had to check it myself. Glow in the dark. It sells on the website right now. If you want to go buy one, it's $1,000. And I bet plus shipping. This one is the same thing. Glow in the dark vinyl, numbered, and it's up for bid, okay? It's up for bid. Now, what Kenny Stanley is saying is I said sold earlier on Loudness. I don't remember, okay? I don't remember on Loudness. I have no idea what I said. Kenny Stanley is saying I said earlier it was sold to him, and then I took another bid. I honestly don't know. So what I'll have to do is one or two things. I'll have to set it aside and have them look back at it tomorrow, okay? Or I can just restart the whole auction again because I don't really remember at this point. I don't, usually if I say sold, I'm picking it up. I probably said you've got it for a certain price. I probably said you have it for whatever. But if you want me to review it tomorrow, I'll just set it aside and we'll have to run it again, okay? Because I have no idea. If I said sold, I got to sell it to you, and we got to cancel JD's last bid. I honestly don't know, Kenny, because I usually when I say sold, I pick it up and put it over here, but I've got right now JD Conklin, the high bid's at $47. Or if you just want to keep bidding, that's okay too. Next thing is the Doobie Brothers minute by minute, but I can't do that right now. I'd have to actually go back and they'd have to watch it again tomorrow. Doobie Brothers is $9.99. Alarm strength. Alarm is VG for $12.99. Bruce Hornsby in the range, that's just the way it is. VG Plus $18.99. Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. EX $22.99. Jackson Brown Holdout, VG Plus $14.99. And the Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat, VG Plus $14.99. Okay, so if you want to bid, go ahead. The high bid right now is JD Conklin, and he has Loudness at $47. If you want to bid, go ahead, or you can say out, okay? And JD says, I've been bidding. He's out. Sold to JD for $47. All right, Loudness is sold to JD for $47, okay? KISS is at $500 right now, okay? KISS is at $500. Next is, well, we'll have to let them battle that out. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that next one is, sorry for any confusion, there was a lot going up. I put up a KISS item, and then there was crisscross on price and limited edition and whatnot, so I had to confirm it. There it is. And let's put up KISS. And this is a beautiful copy of Cornerstone. This is a Japanese pressing. Beautiful sticks. Has that original foil silver insert. $35 start on that, okay? This is a buy it now best offer crate. The Kiss box, which is for sale right now on the Kiss web store at $1,000 plus shipping. We have the exact same thing. They're not for sale anywhere else. You can't get one on eBay right now. You can't get one on Discogs. Probably because the people that bought one at 1,000 probably have decided, yeah, I'm not going to sell this because it's still for sale on the website. So they have them and they're probably not selling them right now. That's why there's no comps. Very expensive recent item that's still on market. So John Kaiser has it at half off right now at $550. Okay? And now the Scott Dwallow on the Go-Go's for $10. And that's sold to Scott Dwallow for $10. Okay? Oh, man. Great neck adjustment there. It felt like a $500 item when I was holding it. I was like, man, this feels expensive. I knew all that packaging is not cheap for them to put all that together. Think about what they had to do. Look at all this stuff. All the licensing and research and printing and design and everything they probably had to do to put that together. So, all right, sticks. And then let's go back over here to my sealed crate. We're going to run through these one more time, just the titles. And then we've got a new crate over here that Laura has marked. I got sealed Joe Cocker. It is an early 80s pressing, but it's a classic album. It's a classic album, Joe Cocker. Early 80s, it's got a saw mark, $15 start. So Kiss is at $550. Steve McGee, I think it's all up to you. John Kaiser has it for $550. $550. If anybody else wants it, let me know. It is a final call, though, to John Kaiser. Okay? Here we go. One more read through here. If you need price or information, let me know. Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger, VG Plus $12.99. Instant Funk, the Funk is on. Till Tuesday was EX $22.99. Tracy Ullman, You Broke My Heart. Over here we have Flamin' Lips. Flamin' Lips was called Peace Sword, $17.99, limited edition EP. These are all best offer. Haircut 100, Pelican West. The Fix. This was Noiseworks Touch, FZ13, Hold Your Breath Forever, Aha Scoundrel Days, Greetings from Tim Buck 3. We have Squeeze, Argy Bargy, Chess, Katrina the Waves, Break of Hearts, Kalita, Too Hot to Handle, Sterling, City Kids, Deborah Allen, Telepathy, The Cars, Donnie Iris, and Laura Nero. There is a new bid on Kiss for $575. No bid on Sticks, final call for $35. No bid on Joe Cocker, final call for $15, and it's sealed. We have James Gang Bang, Rossington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. That's VG Plus $17.99. We have the Mothers of Invention, Burt Weenie Sandwich, VG $12.99. I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die Rag, Country Joe and the Fish. That's VG Plus $14.99. Maha Vishnu Orchestra, VG Plus $12.99 on that. Another Maha Vishnu Orchestra, Jimmy Handyman Jones, The Buckinghams, Big Brother, Steve Miller Band. Frigid Pink was VG Plus $39.99. Flashdance, Doobie Brothers, Alarm, Bruce Hornsby, Edgar Winter, and Jackson Brown. Some cool ones there at the end, some always popular albums. That's just the way it is. Edgar Winter, Doobie Brothers. Frigid Pink still available for $39.99. Mothers of Invention is sold for $10 to Preston Rose, okay? Joe Cocker can be bought for a $15 buy it now. Sticks can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Let's go through this new Laura crate over here and see what we got in new arrivals. Awesome. We got our first air horn of the week. We'll figure out where this ends up. We got Joe Cocker sold to Rami Lou for $15 and a Japanese pressing of Sticks for $15. Steve McGee's out. If you was waiting to get down to one bidder, we're officially at one bidder, and that's at $600 with John Kaiser on the Kiss web store exclusive glow-in-the-dark vinyl, green glow-in-the-dark vinyl. It is sealed, just one ding up here on the box, just cosmetic, nothing. Sealed, $600. Stanley Richmond on the Sticks for $35. Anybody else? We're going to do this lower crate, and then we'll get right back into pre-owned vintage buy it now best offer. So it's John and Laura here today. We had John basically help us organize and clean a whole corner of the store over here. He's worked on it for 8 hours today, I think almost 9. Sorting through dollar records, sorting through everything. We're trying to make room for a collection. Paul has left on another week buying trip. Tyler and Henry's with them. They're on the road for the next week. They're going to Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas. And they got like 4 stops in the Houston area. They are buying records. If you're anywhere on that map, I think they're already booked up. They're probably already full if they end up buying everything. They're buying Kiss collections. They're buying metal collections, autograph collections, classic rock, metal, hard rock. We're just buying great record collections. And that's what they're doing. So they'll be back in about 5 days, maybe 6. And so we're trying to figure out where to pack in about 15,000 more albums in this building. It is completely full of vinyl right now. I say that every time Paul leaves, and we bring back more and more, and we keep selling more and more. And they're all packed in here. It's like Newman when he's talking about the mail. The mail never stops. It just keeps coming and coming in. The more you get it in, the more it keeps coming in. And then the barcode reader breaks, and it's Publishing Clearinghouse Day. Newman! That's how I feel sometimes with these records. Pelican, right here. Pelican West was EX $17.99. Haircut 100. Okay. Squeeze was right back here. That's VG Plus $12.99. And then the Fix was Phantoms. EX $17.99. Fix Phantoms. EX $17.99. Y'all have jumped all over the crate, but I'm going to find them for you. It had to have been up front. Nope. What happened? All right. I have no idea. Right here it is. All right, so that's $14.99, no condition notes. Blaine, all you got to do is say sold. Chris Kirkley, all you got to do is say sold. And Haircut 100, all you got to do is say sold John Durden. Thank you, John Kaiser. Kiss is sold to John Kaiser for $600. Thank you, John Kaiser. The other Squeeze album was, are you sure? You probably, Argy Bargy. VG $9.99. Sorry about that. All right, that's so to John. Let me swap out crates because this one was already pretty full. I know for sure I can't fit the box set in there. So let me just bring over a new crate. And that is sold. And let's start a new crate here with the box set and the air horn for John Kaiser. Thank you, John. What a great way to start out the Monday. And great deal, 40% off. I mean, if you want to go buy one right now, you got to spend $1,000 on the KISS website. So there's that. And let's blow the air horn for John. What a great way to start off the week. We're just in the first 3 hours, and we already have an air horn tonight. Thank you, John Kaiser. One sweet dream came true today. All right, so need a bigger space. That's very true. Chris Kirkley, both squeeze. He's going to squeeze me for $18. Thank you. That is sold to Chris Kirkley. Both of them for $18. Which Bruce Hornsby? That's just the way it is. That is VG Plus, $18.99. That's just the way it is. Oh my gosh, I forget how heavy this is. Let's see. Can I lift that with one arm? Golly. I can't curl that. That's how heavy it is. Either it's heavy or I'm just too weak. Thank you, John Kaiser. Or I guess it's both. It's too heavy and I'm too weak. That's probably 50 pounds. All right, let's put up some more KISS stuff. Let's do another box set, okay? Could this be the same kind of deal? I don't know. We're about to find out. Oh, no, it's another one like this. All right, let's see what I can find out about this one. I'm going to look, to cut out any confusion, I'm about to look it up right now myself, okay? I'm going to cut out any confusion on this. We're about to find out right now. Okay, So this is... What? Nope, it's still not that version. Yeah. White splat. This is also $1,000 on the KISS website. This is $1,000 on the KISS website. Okay? This is the Destroyer 45th anniversary 6LP Super Deluxe Premium Colored Vinyl numbered. It is on the KISS website right now, $999.98. Same thing right here. Okay? Gene, I'm about to undercut you to death on this, okay? $495 start. Half off. More than half off. About half off. Another one. It is the limited numbered colored vinyl on the KISS website right now for $1,000. We're going to say $495 start. Okay? John Robb's already in at $500. 45th anniversary Super Deluxe Edition numbered colored vinyl. We already have a bid for $500. John Kaiser said, holy cow. John Robb's already in at $100. I'm starting that one at half of retail again. Next thing we have is Blaine Zapnick said sold on the fix. And we got Bruce Hornsby sold to Troy Robinson. The only person who killed the streak was John Durden. He did not buy Haircut 100. Unbelievable. Strike one for John Durden. He's the only one that didn't clear up the plate there. Strike two for John Durden. Strike 2.5 for John Durden. All right. Let's hide the lower crate sticker. Let's put up some new auctions. Let's do it. Let's hide the lower crate sticker. What should I do here? Let's see. She didn't leave me a cue. So that means I have total creative control on where to hide the lower crate sticker. So I'm going to naturally pick out the most expensive record in the crate. Just joking. Wow, there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Wow. A lot of sealed original stuff in here. Oh, man. What should I do it on? Okay, I'm going to hide it. I'm going to do the old sticky note trick, okay? I'm going to just, instead of hiding it, I'm going to write down up back here. And then I'm going to fold it up, and then we'll reveal it later, okay? KISS is at 500 with John Robb. Okay? That's going once, going twice. Think about it. I'm going to give it a little bit of time. I'm writing down which record I'm hiding the lower crate sticker on. I'm folding it up right now. We paid for this KISS collection. A lot. A lot. Just so y'all know, if you're out there and you have stuff for sale, we can buy it. We've dropped some pretty large amounts of money on some collections. We buy records. You may have a $3,000 collection. You may have a $85,000 collection. You may have a $10,000. It just depends. We've spent some serious money on some collections. Okay. There's also been some that are in such bad condition and there's so much quantity, it's actually a bad thing. Some people have like just hordes of just bad records. And then there's some people who have collected nothing but sealed KISS retail exclusives and, you know, high-end mint condition albums. So it just depends. Give us a call if you ever think about selling. You can be, just found our page. You can be a longtime customer. Doesn't matter to me. I think most of y'all are here I think most of y'all are here. Most of y'all are here to buy, but every once in a while we'll have somebody just watching and they're like, dang, I might want to sell my collection for $28,000. And Paul will show up and he'll count you out $28,000. Right now we got KISS at $520, okay? This sells on the KISS website for $1,000. It is at $520, going once, going twice. We have a lower crate that's probably about to get obliterated. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. I think this is a beautiful copy. Aerosmith Draw the Line. This is $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. It has the shrink. It has the insert. It has the obi. $35 start. John just messaged Paul on Facebook, and maybe, I don't know, we're trying to reduce our CD inventory, but if they're great titles in good conditions, we'll buy them, but we're really just looking for vinyl right now. Okay? Aerosmith's up for bid, and yeah. I try to have the high-end good stuff. I mean, it makes sense financially. Of course, you know, we do sell $5 and $7 records, and we do bundles for cheaper stuff, but I try to tell Paul, go after the high-end, rare, collector-type collections. And that's what we go after. And so that's why tonight or every night we usually have high-end auctions prepared. That's part of our business. So, all right, new lure stuff. Here we go. How about right off the bat, sealed MoFi, Son of Schmilson. It is sealed for $34.99. Limited edition numbered MoFi. Just $34.99 sealed. What a great price on that. Last Man Standing, Jerry Lee Lewis. The 2006 studio album. Look at this lineup of people who play with them. I see Page. I see Neil Young, Springsteen, Jagger, Ringo. It's on white vinyl, a 2LP, $29.99. It does have a little bit of a crackle on the top of it. Okay? KISS is at $530 with John Robb. Carmen, you've been outbid again. Carmen's out. I think we're done. If anybody else wants to bid on KISS, none ever sold on eBay. None for sale on eBay. None on Discogs. None ever sold on Discogs. Right now, they're $1,000 on the KISS website. If you want in, you've got to bid against John Robb, who has it for $530. Okay? And over here, we have Aerosmith at $37, Aerosmith $38. John Kaiser wants Son of Schmilson. There's Jerry Lee Lewis. And we have Funkadelic, Maggot Brain. Funkadelic is a 2LP, 180-gram vinyl, sealed, remastered, $34.99. Who's Carmen? Your name is Cameron. Sorry, I've been calling you Carmen, haven't I? Cameron. Boy, from my distance, it looks like Carmen. You're now known as Carmen. Sorry. You got to let your family know your name has been changed. Wow. Analog Production, Sam Cooke. $49.99, a 2020 version. I don't think this is in print anymore. Analog Productions, not Pete. Since I've been ordering new Analog Productions, I've never seen that available. It's sealed, $49.99. Okay? We got Funkadelic sold to Lothel, Matt Parsons. Aerosmith 40, Aerosmith 42. We got Cocoon soundtrack. This is sealed $19.99, an original sealed copy with hop sticker. That's an original sealed copy for $19.99. An original sealed copy. The Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. An original sealed copy for $19.99. KISS is sold $530 to John Robb for $530. And we got an air horn to blow. Again, back-to-back air horns on the KISS auctions, sold for $530. You might want to call Gene Simmons, or actually, you know what? I don't think he even, I think that stuff on that KISS website isn't even his anymore. I think that's all, that's whoever bought their catalog. So I was about to say, maybe you should tell him they need to adjust some prices on there. They might can move some inventory. Here we go. Let's bring out the air horn. Thank you, John Robb. Bag-to-back air horns on KISS auctions. That thing is gone. Wow. Yeah, I don't even think that's Gene doing any of that anymore. That's the whatever company that bought them. They do all the Kiss stuff now. Set all the prices and do all that. Okay. There's that. Kiss was the limited edition colored vinyl that just sold, and it's available. If anybody's like, well, dang, I missed it. I'll just get on the website right now and buy one for $1,000. Pop House, that's it. Pop House, yep. They own all the Kiss stuff now. That's it, Pop House. All right, it's not Gene anymore. He got a big fat paycheck. All right, next Kiss. Let's do the last box set looking thing from that set. And it's this right here. History of Black Gold from Japan. History of Black Gold from Japan. An unofficial 2-picture disc plus a 7-inch picture disc, limited to 100. And this is demos and alternate mixes of Kiss songs from 1974 to 1978, and it has a whole packet of inserts. Kiss is going to go up for a $75 start. That's now up for bid. Aerosmith is at $52 of Carl Berger. $52 right now of Carl Berger. A beautiful Japanese pressing. So Judd's, Cocoon, Sam Cooke, and Jerry Lee Lewis is still available. I don't think there was any claim for those. Next is Dusty Springfield in Memphis. This is another Analog Productions. Wow. QRP sealed, $49.99. Some great stuff in here. Analog Productions again. MoFi Cyndi Lauper sealed for $34.99. Girls just want to have fun. $34.99. And we're also going to go ahead and put up another sealed Loverboy Get Lucky. We had one of these earlier. And here's another one. It's an original sealed retail copy. A $25 start. $25 start, okay? The lower crate sticker is hidden randomly on a record in here. Scott Dwallow said he wants Cocoon again. I must have missed it the first time. Are you sure I didn't already pull it? Uh-oh, wait a minute. Somebody beat you to it. Hold on a second. All right, Son of Schmilson, Funkadelic, Cocoon. Is that Greg Herman? Greg was first on Cocoon. Did I not pull that? I guess I didn't. Sorry, I was blowing an air horn. Greg got Cocoon. Scott Dwallow, you were second. Okay, then you just reminded me again. I think Greg Herman got that one, okay? Yeah, Greg Herman was first on Cocoon, if that's what COC was for. Greg just confirmed with that. Next is Band on the Run, a sealed half-speed master for $29.99. Wow, no bid on Kiss. No bid on Kiss. We're looking for a $75 start. Aerosmith is getting lots of bids over here. It's at $62, a beautiful Japanese pressing. It's shrink. And Loverboy is a sealed original retail copy. It now has a bid for $27. Now $27, okay? There's that. Sorry, Scott, you were second on that. Carl Berger on Band on the Run. That's sold to Carl Berger. And over here, REO Speedwagon, a sealed original with hop sticker, $24.99. Laura's went ahead and straight priced some of these sealed OG records. REO Speedwagon, sealed, $24.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits, RCA Music Club Edition, $24.99 for ABBA's Greatest Hits. REO Speedwagon sold to Mike Torres. Hendry was a close second. Now Kiss is at 82. Now Loverboy's at 35. And Aerosmith is at 64 with Rich Krulak. 64 is the high bid on Aerosmith right now. Next is John Waite, No Brakes. Another sealed, original retail copy with no saw marks, and that has the big song on it, Missing You. $19.99 for John Waite's. Okay? Now, Kiss is at 80. That's still getting bids. Stacy's already at 85, though. Stacy says, I'm in at 85. Loverboy's at 40. Now Kiss is at 85. Now Kiss is at 90. Next record. The Highwaymen live at Nassau Coliseum. That's Johnny Cash. That's Waylon Jennings. That's Chris Christopherson. And that's Willie Nelson. $24.99. Steve Riley picking up the sealed MoFi Cyndi Lauper. The second hand unwinds time after time. Aerosmith still getting bids. Kiss still getting bids. But the next record is, yes, 90125 with hop sticker, owner of a lonely heart, sealed, $29.99 with hop sticker. That is a sealed original pressing. Lothel on Highwaymen, sold to Lothel. Travis Woods was second. Aerosmith is at 70. Loverboy 41. Stacy is in on Kiss at $100. Calvin on Yes, 90125. That is sold to Calvin. Kiss World, the best of Kiss. A 2LP compilation, $29.99. $29.99. Yes is mastered by Bob Lugwig, 100%. Move yourself. You always live your life. Never thinking of Beverly Hills Cop 2. This is sealed, $24.99 with hop sticker. Beverly Hills Cop 2, $24.99. Kiss World is assumed black vinyl. We'll say black vinyl. And The Carpenters remastered, a 2017 sealed, $29.99. Don't forget, new for Friday, we've got them in. If you hadn't heard already, I've got Van Halen Balance. Van Halen Balance. If you haven't heard already, these are in stock on orange vinyl. That's official, real pressing. This is real and it's official, and it comes out Friday on orange vinyl. Van Halen's $39.99. Last bid on Loverboy is $45. Last bid on Aerosmith was $71. William Meadows wants Kiss out of the bin. I'm assuming John Robb's going to pass. Travis on BHS or BHC for Beverly Hills Cop. Scott was second. And Kiss, the last thing I said on this was Stacy at 100. And now we're moving it to a final call. Stacy Metternich has that for $100. Has a book with it. Looks like a really cool set. Final call on that. Over here, UFO, a sealed retail copy for $24.99. It does have a saw mark, but that's a sealed vintage copy. $24.99 for UFO, lights out. The Doors, Alive She Cried. Wow, sealed again. $34.99 for Doors. That's a vintage copy. Also, we have Neil Young, Young Shakespeare. This is a great live. Stratford, Connecticut, 1971. Sealed, $24.99. MT Matt wants a Van Halen Balance. May have already... oh, man. Was he on that sticky note earlier tonight? I'll go ahead and tag you one. You may have been on that sticky note earlier tonight. I can't remember if you was on that earlier or not. I don't remember. Mark Steele got UFO. Lothel, Matt Parsons on Doors, and Neil Young, Joseph next on Doors. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is move Aerosmith to a final call. Krulak, $71. He's had it for a couple minutes, and the other bidder, Carl, set out. The last bid on Loverboy was Calvin Ward at 45. That's a final call. And we have 3 people on Neil Young. Stacy Metternich gets the Kiss for $100. Okay? Stacy gets a bid just popped up from JD for 75, but Stacy already had this at 100, and she's had it for 4 minutes. This is needing to be sold to Stacy for $100. Thank you, Stacy. Congratulations on that. Okay? I'm showing 2 more records, and then I'm selling the other 2 auctions. Nice. Another sealed copy. A original club copy of the Fix, Reach the Beach. One thing leads to another. $24.99 sealed. And we have the Cars Greatest Hits sealed on red vinyl for October $24.99. Stacy, you can open that. It actually just comes in a resealable baggie, so it's already been opened. So Stacy, yes, open this and listen to it and look through all the book and inserts. So Stacy, 100%. I want to see that on your turntable, okay? Rich Krulak gets Aerosmith. And that's a top copy. Sold to Rich Kulak for $71. And Loverboy is sold to Calvin Ward for $45. Done. Now, we need all new auctions. If y'all don't know this, we have hours of more KISS auctions to get to tonight. Hours. 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 You better have your monsters on standby, your coffee, maybe other forms of supplements to keep you awake. We won't start naming anything specifically, but anyway, we have our next auction. This is called man. All right, let's do this one. Here we go. Oh. Let me take some deep breaths. Okay, Chad's 10-second break's over. This is official. This is KISS Double Platinum. This is a real 2019 German reissue on silver vinyl. They did 2,000 on silver vinyl, $125 start. It does have a little bit of a shockwave ding up here, so a little bit of a ding. It is sealed though with the sticker, $125 start. German silver vinyl, double platinum. 125 on that one. It's up for bid, okay? Now, let's show a few more records and then more auctions. I've got Santana Amigos. Santana is unopened on purple vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $34.99. And the Knack. Get the Knack sealed MoFi, $34.99. Sealed MoFi Knack with My Sharona. Okay, they're available. Everything in this crate's available. KISS is $125 start. Jeff Halsworth wants a Van Halen. There's plenty left. That's going in the crate for Jeff Halsworth. Weezer, the Green album. Weezer's covers album. They open up with Africa, the Toto original, $19.99. John Bobing says flag on Who Got the UFO album. Okay, UFO album from earlier. John Durden, everything in this crate is sticker price. I see where you made an offer on the fix. These are all sticker price. Actually, they should be price plus 20%, but we won't do that. John Bobing got the UFO. I don't know who I said earlier, but John Bobing got UFO. Okay, so make sure he gets UFO. This needs to go to John Bobing, this one right here. He was definitely first on that one. I might have said Mark Steele. Mark, if I did, I apologize. John threw a flag, and he was definitely first, okay? All right. Steve Riley on Weezer. It was $19.99. And then Amanda Darby second. Then Scott Dwallow third. Matt Parsons fourth. Joseph, you were second on the Doors. You claimed the Doors, and then right before you, it was Matt Parsons. He got the Doors and Neil Young, and then you got the Doors. And there was a lot of people next on Neil Young. Okay, now John Durden wants the fix. Now KISS has a bid for $125. Now Chad has another Japanese pressing to put up. The next Japanese pressing Chad has to put up is Blondie Auto American. This is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the Obi. This also has with it, wow, I've never seen that. It has a Blondie sticker, has an insert. I've had dozens of these. I've never seen the Blondie sticker before. Very cool. So I got a Doors LP. You did not get a Doors LP. No, you didn't. Okay, next is Femme Fatale by Nico. Nico is sealed, $24.99. You were second on that sealed Doors. You were second. You did not get the Doors. Blondie's a $35 start. Next is Tony the Tiger presents Fuzz, Flakes, and Shakes. This is a Garage Sock compilation, sealed for $34.99. Jeremy Bryant got Nico. That's so to Jeremy Bryant. Thank you on that. And Out of the Cool, the Gil Evans Orchestra acoustic Verve sound series, sealed for $29.99. Robert second on Nico, Samuel Kopich third. And now my crate is really full again, so we're about to swap out. And let me make a timestamp note for them. This would be probably a good halfway point. We were trying to, I think they're going to split who's watching the sale tomorrow. So where are we at after that crate? We are at the timestamp of 3:38:10. 3:38:10. 3 hours, 38 minutes, and 10 seconds, okay? All right, I'm going to stick that on this crate over here. Blondie, no bid, final call. And Matt Parsons, you're out on Kiss. Brad Waits has it for $130. All right, I'm going to put that sticky note right there. And I'm going to grab this empty crate. The Cult Sonic Temple is a 2019 $24.99. And the Fabulous Little Richard, a 1972 U.S. reissue, sealed. Wow, still though, a 72 pressing, sealed, $24.99 on that. Matt, it's all up to you on the Kiss. I'm going to go ahead and grab another sealed record to put up for auction. And the next sealed record I have for you is the following. I don't know. What's in this crate right here? Hold on one second. I might swap up my crates right quick. Is this the other one I had? Let's see what I got here. 1 second, please. Yeah. Okay, there's this. There's this. Okay. This is a sealed Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. It's a sealed retail copy, $15 start on that. Sealed copy, $15 start, okay? Let me lay that there so that don't fall down in there. Okay. Scott Dwallow first on Colt. And Samuel Kopich on Little Richard. There we go. Next is Masterpieces by Ellington. Another Analog Productions. This one's also out of print. 2021 mono, sealed, $44.99. All right, Kiss Double Platinum, sealed, silver vinyl, sold to Brad for $130. Now, Samuel Kopich, I got to confirm a bid with you on Blondie, okay? You put Blondie, but you did not put a numerical. I want to make sure you actually want to bid on this, because technically you have not, okay? This is a Japanese pressing, Auto American, near mint minus and pristine. Bruce is a 15, and don't forget it's Kiss night, and we got dozens and dozens still more to sell. Let me go ahead and do this one. Kiss Alamo Saints. I don't recall ever seeing this one before. San Antonio, 1979. It's picture disc. It has a poster. It's an unofficial from 2024. It's live Kiss in 1979, and it's a double picture disc. Double picture disc, and this is going to be a $75 start. Looks like each side probably has a member. There's Paul and Ace. $75 start on those, okay? So no bid on Blondie. Now there's a bid on Blondie. No bid on Bruce Springsteen, a sealed original for a $15 start. And Kiss is a $75 start. Johnny Cash, The Man in Black, a music on vinyl pressing, sealed on clear vinyl for $29.99. T.O. was in on Springsteen at $15. MoFi, Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind, a 2009 pressing, sealed, $44.99. Now Blondie has a new bid for $37. Now Michael Freiberger on Johnny Cash, The Man in Black. Scott, you did get the Cult, yes. Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You. Scandal is sealed for $19.99. Also, the Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, Amazon Music exclusive on green vinyl. The Stones, $34.99. Green vinyl. Kiss is at $75 with Bill Samus. Final call. Final call. Now Blondie's at $37. Samuel, you're out. Asia Alpha. Somebody just asked, do we have any more Asia? This is a U.S. original, not Japanese, but it is sealed for $19.99. Now Kiss has a new bid for 80. San Antonio, Texas, 1979. Lothel on the Rolling Stones. Gerald Whitworth, You Were Next. Foreigner, Agent Provocateur, sealed, $24.99. I Want to Know What Love Is. Also, Country Music Laugh Out. Tony Perryman and the stars and guests of Hee Haw. Buck Owens, Junior Samples, George Jones, Grandpa Jones, Archie Campbell, Minnie Pearl. Sealed, just $14.99, unopened. Kiss, Carnival of Souls, sealed for $29.99, a 2014. And John Cougar American Fool, an original club copy, sealed $24. And a boy named Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi Trio, Craft Baseball Card Edition. It includes 8 Peanuts baseball cards, $29.99. What a crazy crate. I mean, half of that was either sealed, out-of-print MoFi or audiophile stuff, or sealed original club copies or original retail copies. Almost everything in there. It's either sealed audiophile, sealed reissues at great prices, modern stuff, or there's half of the stuff is sealed original pressings at probably what most of them I would say would be my starting bid if I were to auction them. So there is way too much still left in there. Okay, way too much still left in there. But I'm going to read through them again, and then, because, you know, we still got to take care of the Laura Crate sticker, but I am going to read through them one more time. Who knows? It might have been grabbed already. It still may be in here. We're going to find out after I read through them one more time, because I'm just going to tell you, there is way too much still left in here, okay? Way too much. So the first new bids was Blondie 40, Kiss 85, Blondie 42. Mike Torrey's first on Kiss. That was Carnival of Souls. Gerald Whitworth next. Kiss got a new bid for 90. Mark Steele was next on Kiss. Jerry Lee Lewis still available. It is. If you wanted Amanda, it is. And then Destructo Cat got Peanuts. Kiss has a bid for 100. And Jeff Halsworth wants the sealed John Cougar, okay? And I think that means sealed Bruce Springsteen. Sealed just got one bid with Tia Review for $15. Wow. All right, that's gone for $15. I got a flash sale on a damaged prong record, okay? I just sent back 5 more, and they sent me another damaged one. They sent one and one mailer, and it got a big ding on the corner. So if anybody, I'm not going to worry about sending this one back, so I'll sell it for 20. It's just a little bit of a crease up here. Brand new prong cleansing. Snap your finger, snap your neck, $29.99. It's got a ding on it. Also, J.D. Conklin wanted more information about the Van Halen. The Van Halen is a new reissue. First time it's officially ever been reissued since it came out, except for the box set. This is a 2 LP orange vinyl, double LP. The fourth side has a Van Halen etching. It is $39.99. Or you can buy an original maybe for about $500, especially a sealed copy. Maybe $350. I don't know. I've sold them for all kinds. I think I sold one time with a hop sticker for like $800. I've sold a lot of them. However, they are quite scarce. Now, the last thing was Amanda Darby said yes on Jerry Lee Lewis. Bruce Springsteen got another $15 bid. That was way too late. Patrick Lear on the Sam Cooke. Thank you. I was starting to get worried about the fate of the world. And then Michael Wood on Foreigner. That was another sealed original copy. That's sold to Michael Wood. Blondie 45, Blondie 47. All right, so I'm going to read through these again. The last bid on Kiss is now a final call. And that's with Bill Samus at 100. I think it's up to Steve McGee. Eric Van Leuven's going to pick up the audiophile Dusty Springfield. Okay. And then Pickle 2369 wants a Van Halen balance. Lothel gets the MoFi Knack. MoFi Knack is sold to Lothel. And Pickle 2369 wants a Van Halen balance. I think by the end of the night, we can sell out of all 100 copies. We had about 80, we had over 80 people on the pre-order, so we're chipping away. There's that, okay? Was prong a waiting list? If you don't have a prong on your invoice that went out today, then no. So if they've all been, we still got other copies in stock. So yeah, if you don't have one on today's invoice, then let me know and I'll tag you for it. How much was the sealed country record? We'll start the recap right there. Country Music Laugh Out is on Star Day. It is sealed for $14.99. Kiss is sold for $100 to Bill Samus. And now we got even more to put up. I've done 2 or 3 out of the bin. I think I'm going to go ahead and knock out another box set over here and see what that looks like. Okay. That's $14.99. And let me grab that empty crate. Let's see what one of these other box sets look like. Here we go. This looks pretty cool. Kiss destroying. Wow, I can't say that good right now. Destroying Europe. Kiss is a 4LP picture disc and another 7-inch picture disc with books and extras. 2 full shows in Manchester, UK, 1976, and Amsterdam, 1976. Wow. So a 4LP picture disc, 2 LP show, and a bonus 7-inch with book and all kinds of other extras. Another Kiss box set, $95 start. That's now what for bid. Destroying Europe. Okay, Blondie's at $50. That's a final call. Scott O'Man sold on the country record. Next is the Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm. The Judds is sealed, and that is an original press. So this is 85 sealed retail copy, $19.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits is a sealed RCA Club Edition, $24.99, but that is sealed. That would be from the 70s. John Waite, No Brakes. This is a sealed original retail copy from 1984, Missing You, $19.99. Carpenters. This is a new remaster. It has the book with it. It's from 2017. It's $29.99. Lothal on ABBA, sold to Matt Parsons. The Cars Greatest Hits is sealed on red vinyl. This is new. It's a Rocktober on red vinyl. That's just $24.99. John Waite sold to Stephen Reeves. Blondie is sold to Samuel Kopich for $50. More coming. We got Kiss with a bid. Mike Torrey's 95. We got a lot of ground to cover. We got a whole lot of ground to cover. I'm going to start moving Kiss auctions even faster, probably after the next couple. That way we can get through them at a reasonable hour tonight. There's dozens more still to go. There's about 7 more box sets still to auction. Next auction, let's pull from the Japanese bin. Back-to-back Blondie, Chad? Sure. Here's another one, Blondie Hunter. Blondie is near mint, a $35 start. Blondie with Obi. Poofy hair. It has the insert with it. Now up for bid. Kiss is at $100. Also, we have Santana Amigos. Limited edition 1500 on purple vinyl. Unopened. That's music on vinyl. So that's a new music on vinyl pressing, $34.99. The Cars is sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. Over here is Tony the Tiger presents Fuzz Flakes and Shakes. That's a garage site comp, $34.99. Kiss Condition and Start. Near mint, the price is at $105, now $110. I've got another sealed record I'm going to put up for auction right now. That is sealed. I don't know. Who is this? Oh, man. Perfect. Halen Wolf. The Real Folk Blues, original chess master, sealed. A $15 start on Howlin' Wolf, okay? Out of the Cool, the Gil Evans Orchestra. Sealed $29.99, acoustic sounds. Mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed at QRP. Lothal on Santana. Christina Curtis on the Judds. We're chipping away. We've almost sold everything in here now. Fuzz is sold to Fred Cardinale. We just got to get in on Carpenters, Gil Evans, and here's another audio file. This is Analog Productions, Duke Ellington. Pressed at QRP, sealed mono 2021, and that is a double LP. There is seam splits at the bottom and at the top of the jacket. $44.99. The last bid on Kiss is going once, going twice to Joseph for $110. We still got Mike Torrey's bidding. We still got Steve McGee bidding. And we still got Fred Cardinal bidding. No one has set out yet. I have a feeling we're not done on that. Also, we have more MoFi. Linda Ronstadt hastened down the win. Sealed for $44.99. MoFi. That one is not in print. At least I've never seen it in stock lately. And I check a MoFi in print distributor spreadsheet about 3 times a week. Haven't seen that in a while. Fred Cardinal on the Evans. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. Scandal. This was a sealed original retail copy for $19.99. No cut marks, no saw marks. And I'm just going to lay these down. They won't stand up. There's only 3 records left. ABBA Asia is another sealed original pressing, not a club, for $19.99. My crate said, Chad, we're done. Wow. So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 records left in there. Okay. Hammers. Whoa, there's a new bid on Mike Torrey's bid $115. Joseph, you've been outbid. Okay. Blondie is at $35. Right? I'm looking for a $35 start. There's no bid yet. Halen Wolf is at $16 with Preston Rose. Matt Parsons on the sealed Asia. Okay. There it is. Now Kiss at $130. Eddie Bruce on the Carpenters. Wow. That means there's only 3 records left. Scandal, the Duke Ellington, and the Linda Ronstadt. Who got the lower crate sticker is the question. It's written right over here on this sticky note. The big reveal. Let's go look at the sticker first. I'll leave it right there. Let's go look at the sticker first. This isn't just some parlor trick we hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. Wow. Snoopy is napping in the music. In the music. And the winner of the lower crate sticker goes to the purchaser of... You should have guessed this one. The Yes album that was in there. Which was a sealed original copy of 90125. And I'm pretty sure it went to Calvin Ward. Calvin, I don't know if that's even still here in the crate. I might have to go to the old crate over there. Yeah, I think that was already... that was early in the crate. Yeah, it's over here in the other one. So let me go pull that for Calvin. It's over here... And this. Y'all should have figured Chad hit a sticker. It's going to go on a Yes album. Calvin claimed that pretty early, too. It was like on the first read-through. Yep. And it was. I need to put it right behind the Highwayman and in front of Kiss. Owner of a lonely heart. Sometimes I put it on one of my favorites. But that's too predictable, so next time I'll put it on something random. But now that I've said that, I'll probably put it back on something random. But now that I think I've tricked you, I'll go ahead and put it back on one of my favorites. And now you don't really know what to think because I've really confused you. So who knows? Okay. Now, next question was, or let's do this in order, okay? Howlin' Wolf 17. Kiss 150, Howlin' Wolf 18. Tracks on Scandal. Scandal has Goodbye to Love, Love's Got a Line on You, Win Some, Lose Some, She Can't Say No, Another Bad Love. Sealed for $19.99. Okay? Duke Ellington and Linda Ronstadt. Somebody made an offer for the last 3, but I'm going to keep them at sticker price, okay? I'm going to keep them at sticker price. If you want them, that's okay. If not, I'll put them over here with the other, whatever. Scandal was 19. The Duke Ellington QRP, Analog Productions, 44 in mono. And MoFi Linda Ronstadt, 44. And I should just put them right over here because they might sell. All right. Another empty crate. Amazing. Sure enough. Owner of a lonely heart. So much better than owner of a lonely heart. Much better than. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. Nobody can have the yes sticker. Can't have that. Sorry. All right. Let me get back in my mojo here. My mojo. Here we go. The last bid on Kiss was $185. Steven Rodriguez. Joseph Alves, you're out. Blondie did not get a bid. It is a $35 buy it now. Blondie Hunter, a $35 buy it now. A no bid. You can pick it up right now. Anybody else been binge listening to Paul McCartney and Beatles music all week, or is that just me? Kiss is at $185. Halen Wolf is at $18 of Calvin Ward. This is sealed. The Real Folk Blues Chess Masters. Okay, 1987. He's out on Kiss. Final call to Steven Rodriguez for $185. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. Everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Laura is working on another crate. So everybody go ahead and drink your coffee and pop your pills. Button up your bootstraps. Don't go anywhere. Okay? Blondie is sold to Fred Carnell for $30. Here we go. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Pure Prairie League, 2-lane highway. There it is, Craig. 2-lane highway. Ooh, tan label too. OG from 75. $14.99. $14.99. We have the Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. Beautiful. Gatefold jacket. $14.99. Wow. And Roy Orbison's Mini Moods. A yellow label promo copy. Has a DJ sticker. Someone tried to peel it off. It is yellow label. $24.99. Love Letters. Julie London. Love Letters is $19.99. Julie London, $19.99 on Julie. And, I finally found it. Somebody had an offer for this. The sticky notes up front. Is it Yoakum? No. I told him it'd be a month before I found it. It's been how long? It's been almost 2 weeks. Somebody already had an offer on that for $19. I'll find out who it was, okay? Okay. Next thing is Jason Boxell on Roy Orbison promo. That's sold to Jason Boxell. Samuel Kopech on Julie London. And Halen Wolf, Calvin's out. That's after William David Meadows bid $25. And Kiss, Destroying Europe, is officially sold. And Kiss is sold to Steven Rodriguez for $185. Sing Jet. Oh, man. We got a song request from Stacy. First, though, I'm going to do is put up another Kiss auction. And we have Kiss Back to the 70s, Fried Alive. And Kiss Back to the 70s is a limited edition 300 picture disc recorded live in Long Beach Auditorium, May 31st, 1974. A $55 start. Kiss is now up for bid. Okay. Jay Giles, Monkey Island is $14.99. Gatefold jacket yellow Atlantic label, $14.99 on that. We have the Moody Blues. I want to show this again. In Search of the Lost Chord for $14.99. Rycooter, that's a self-titled album. Does have a little bit of cover wear on the top. Clip corner, $19.99. $19.99 for Rycooter. Eagles on the Border, $34.99. The Eagles on the Border, nice copy. A UK, made in UK. I thought it felt a little different. $34.99, all right? Halen Wolf then is officially sold to William Meadows for $25. Thank you, William Meadows. That's so to you. Let's put up some other new auctions. Jet. I can't do the woo, woo, woo as good as McCartney can, Stacy. I can almost remember their funny faces. Howlin' Wolf, thank you on that. Kiss. This is buy it now, best offer. Yes, let's try to get everything in here sold. Don't hesitate. Throw offers out. Let's get these sold. Next Japanese pressing is Eagles. This is a $35 start. This is a spectacular, spanking copy of Eagles, the long run. A $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, $35 start. Blaine took my hint on the Moody Blues. Oh, I love Jet. Jet, Junior's Farm, Band on the Run, Live and Let Die. Oh my gosh. Sounds like a bashful lamb. There we go. There we go. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. A bashful lamb. Wind in her hair of 1,000 laces. Climb on the back and she... Man, McCartney. We have Benny Mardones, Never Run, Never Hide. $19.99 on Benny Mardones. Rosenton Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. Rosenton Collins Band is $19.99. Rosenton Collins Band, $19.99. And John Fogerty, Center Field, $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Kiss is at $80. J.D. Conklin, you're out. The Eagles is a $35 start. And the Dead Wax Eagles, does it say who hesitates is lunch? I think that's only on the U.S. This is a UK copy. I'll look right quick. But what you're referring to is something on the U.S. pressings. This is a UK original. So I think it's different mastering on that one. $34.99. So yeah, not on that one. That's just on the U.S. Toto Isolation. Toto, $19.99. $19.99 Toto, and Neil Young, Comes a Time. Neil Young, $34.99 with his original version of Lot of Love. There's Neil Young, Comes a Time, and another great Neil Young, wow, Zuma with Cortez the Killer. This is Neil Young and Crazy Horse, $34.99. JD's out on Kiss. Joseph McCormick has it for $80. He's out, so it looks like that's about gone. The Eagles has been bid with Bill Samus for $35. Our next sealed auction. I know I have another crate of sealed stuff around here to get to. I've almost emptied this one, but let me do a little switcheroo. And I think there's a whole nother crate of premium sealed stuff right here. There is. Aha. Nice. Here we go. All kinds of sealed stuff here to get to. Let's do Kansas. This is a sealed original copy, retail, with hop sticker, a $10 start. The shrink does have some wear. It's a $10 start on that, okay? Next is John McLaughlin with the One Truth Band, Electric Dreams. John McLaughlin, $19.99. And From Lulu with Love. From Lulu to Love is in shrink, $29.99. And Quicksilver is $19.99. Quicksilver and Jethro Tull. This is their debut, a 73 pressing. It originally came out in 69. Nice green chrysalis label. $24.99. All right, it's time for more Kiss. So Joseph McCormick gets this for $80. Eagles got one bid, and that's sold to Bill Samus for $35. And Kansas is sealed a $10 start. If anybody new is watching, you can jump in anytime. There was basically an ad running for 24 hours advertising the sale. If anybody's new here because of a Facebook or Google ad or Instagram or wherever you may have found us, welcome to Coletco. If you're interested in bidding on Kiss stuff, they're going to be auctioned off for the next several hours, and we got a bunch of them. I'm going to go ahead and put up another box set here. This looks really cool. This is Osaka, Japan. I think Joseph's been asking for this for like 4 hours. I just now realized what he was looking for. This looks really cool. It looks like the rock and roll over artwork. There's Japanese writing on the box, and it's live in Japan. So this is a 4LP picture disc. Only 100 were made. It's live from Osaka, March 25th, 1977. And that's disc 1 and 2. Disc 3 and 4 is Osaka, March 29th. So it looks like it has extras with it. It has a folder here, has an insert. It's 4 picture discs. Only 100 were made. And we got a $125 starting bid on that, okay? $125 start on Kiss. Kansas has a bid for $10. We're about to sell that. Everything in here is best offer. Everything in here is best offer. Got my first order delivered today. Welcome back, Mitchell Axelrod. I'd like for you to start another new order tonight. Don't hesitate. This is a great night to start buying because it's Monday. So if you buy tonight, you unlock $8 unlimited shipping for the rest of the week. So if you buy tonight, you got tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I'll be here Saturday night too. $8 unlimited shipping. $8 unlimited shipping, and that's all week, okay? So I always encourage people, start early. We had like 2 or 3 new buyers, I think Saturday night, like after 11 p.m., and they basically said, I've been waiting all week. I was like, don't wait. Get started early. That way you can save on shipping. You know, you want to have about 30 records on your invoice, not 3. Maybe about 50 records on your invoice. We have Rainbow, difficult to cure. This is a $35 start with Obi. That's our next auction, okay? Let me show the picture disc, but first, let's go ahead and sell Kansas for $10. Just one bid to Jared Inc. for $10. I just unearthed another tire crate of sealed stuff. Some of these, don't hesitate to buy them and open them and enjoy them. There's that. And $8 unlimited shipping. Yep. 1 record or 2. Laura says they all have a different design. I didn't really want to handle them too much, but I will open them in just a second and show them. Let me go ahead and show Autograph. That's a 12-inch single, loud and clear. Autograph, one of those kind of 80s hard rock, glam metal type bands. Their big song was Turn Up the Radio. Autograph. This one's loud and clear. It's a 12-inch promo, $14.99. The Move, split ends. That's Jeff Lynne, Roy Wood, pre-ELO stuff here. The Move, $19.99. Kiss is at $160. And we have NRBQ all hopped up. NRBQ is $34.99. Also, the 5-man electrical band, Sweet Paradise, $19.99. 5-man electrical band. That's a 2-tone label, $19.99 on that. Bob Dylan's John Wesley Harding, $34.99 for Dylan's John Wesley Harding. This is a 90s reissue, I think is what this is. Yeah, it's not modern, but it's not like anywhere close to the 60s or 70s. It's like a 90s, $34.99. James Davidson, your bid of $36 came in late on the Eagles. So you were late on that one. It went to the first bidder. I think it was Bill Samus. Benny Mardones for $13. That was for Troy Robinson. That's right back here. That's sold to Troy for $13. Thank you on that. And then we have Duncan Dew, Canciones. Duncan Dew is at $89. Original, $26.99. Ed Riviera on Autograph for $8. That is sold to Ed Riviera. Kiss is at $165, now $170. Final call to get a bid in on Rainbow. And Blackfoot Tomcat, $19.99. So these are all best offer. I've already went through a bunch of pre-owned records tonight. I've actually went through about 5 or 6, and everything left is just in 2. And those are going to be some of the first crates I use to make our vintage flip videos. If you're not in our private group, you'll hear me talking tonight about some vintage flip videos. That is some stuff that that's crates that I make every morning at 9 a.m. and it's vintage discount. And this is great stuff that I probably will pick out for those crates. So if you want to make an offer, go ahead. If not, you might see them some of there in the morning. This is all bought now best offer. Blackfoot, $19.99. We have Johnny Winters, still alive and well. Johnny Winters, $19.99. And CCR Chronicle. That's a 2LP great compilation here for Credence, $34.99. Do I still have a 3 days grace? I honestly don't know. I'd have to do some crate digging. If you want one, I can get you one. But I honestly don't know if I have it or not. Track listing on Rainbow. Track listing on Rainbow is I Surrender, Spotlight Kid, No Release, Magic, Zeet, Can It Happen Here, Freedom Fighter, Midtown Tunnel Vision, Difficult to Cure, and Beethoven's Ninth. There was another track on there that looks like it was in German. John Isley Glass, $9.99. And Tina Turner Break Every Rule, $24.99. The Moray Eels Eat the Holy Motor Rounders. That's a 68 Allentown press for $34.99. Jay Giles Band Showtime is $14.99. And Grateful Dead, The Wake of the Flood. This is an original 73 Monarch, nice, $49.99. These are all best offer. Undercover by the Rolling Stones, that's $34.99. Tina Turner Private Dancers, $24. And Woodstock 2. Woodstock Volume 2 is $34.99. Kisses at $210. Let's see what else I've got over here in this sealed crate. Let's pull one from right here in the middle, maybe. Here is a sealed Tommy James and the Shondells. It looks like it's a Unipack. Unipack. Man, the shrink, this is definitely some old shrink wrap. It's really tight. It's kind of dingy, but it looks like it's been on there a long time. I bet it's the Unipack. It's really hard to tell. I mean, yeah, it has to be because there's no opening on the side. So the original pressing of this was a Unipack, so the cover kind of flips open, and then the record kind of tucks inside, which would be the first release. But also it's marked right here, Columbia Record Club. That's pretty, of course, there could be club copies that are OG with the Unipack. So sealed Tommy James, $15 start. Kiss is at $215. $215. I just found out about Mother Love Bone today. If that's available, if the information's up tonight, if the information is up tonight, I will definitely have that. That's something I got to get on right away. But I'm being told that just got announced like earlier today, so I hadn't even had time to hear about it. Okay, there's that, and let's keep going there. We got Heart, self-titled. That's in shrink for $19.99. Man, there's so many great records. I hadn't seen many offers on these. Everybody still with me? I think we've sold 2 out of here. We've sold 2 out of these. The Eurythmics, Revenge, $19.99. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, that's $12.99. Joe Jackson, Body and Soul. This is no condition notes, very clean, $19.99 on that. Also, Human League Hysteria, $19.99, and The Pretenders. That's a nice looking copy, self-titled. A little bit of cover damage down here where a sticker was on the cover, $17.99 on The Pretenders. Joseph Has Kiss for $225. That's going to move to a final call. Rainbow is a $35 buy it now. There was no bid on that. It was so far right now, unless somebody grabs it, or only no bid. $35 on Rainbow, Difficult to Cure. Tommy James is sealed. Bob Riger wants me to open it. I will open it if it doesn't get a bid. And it has a bid for $15 with Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck. $15 on that. I've got Journey Evolution. Journey is $19.99. Evolution, very nice. No condition notes on that. Ed Riviera is going to grab the Rainbow for $35. Chuck has Tommy James for $15. Spandau Ballet Diamond, $19.99 for that. And the Four Seasons New Gold Hits. The Four Seasons, that's $12.99. And Eagles, their greatest hits, Shrink with the hop sticker with the track listing. Take It Easy, $24.99. All right. Kiss is sold to Joseph Owls for $225. Thank you, Joseph. That's so to you. I've almost filled up a whole nother crate here, but before I do anything else, we're going to sell Stephen Chesney, the Journey album. Thank you, Stephen Chesney. That's so to you. And final call on Tommy James for $15. And let's grab another Kiss. Almost had my hands on another box set, but let me go ahead and grab this. It's called Genova Ahoy. Kind of an unusual one here. Kiss Genova Ahoy is live in Italy, 1980. One LP is silver and one LP is yellow. And that's live August 30th, 1980. 2 LP color vinyl with book. And Genova is $55 start, okay? $55 start. And Jason Boxell gets the Eagles for $20. Thank you on that. Jordan, you just got beat out by Jason. 38 Special Forces, EX 17.99. So Caught Up in You, 17.99. And we got Supertramp. Whoops, I grabbed 2 records. Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound. That's VG Plus, 14.99. And Simple Minds, Sparkle in the Rain. Simple Minds is VG Plus, 24.99. Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass, The Rolling Stones, VG, 14.99. Kiss has a bid for 15. Tommy James, and so did Chuck Haley for 15. Very nice. I think if you do take off that shrink wrap there, you're going to have a very nice copy of that. That'd be one that I'd be willing to open, okay? And then let's take that off to the side. Thank you, Chuck Haley. Going to put that in a brand new sleeve. Chuck, I want to say I did receive your pictures. I'll probably get back with you this week, okay? I did get your pictures, okay? So I'll get back with you this week on those. And thank you. I'll give you hopefully lots of good news on everything. JD Conklin, 55 on that. And that's going once, going twice. And what I'm going to do is put up another Japanese pressing. And this is the Superman soundtrack. Superman the movie. Superman the movie. This is a 2 LP Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine. 1 LP, 2 LP. With inserts. Awesome cover there. Awesome centerfold. I mean gatefold, I should say. Superman's a $35 start. The Stones, Dennis Jackson, I will sell that to you for $10. And then it's Train and BF. Did somebody ask that earlier and I didn't answer them? No, that's not on this one. Blackfoot, no, not the one you're looking for. Sorry, Kevin. Not the one you're looking for. This one's called Tomcattin'. That one's on the album called Strikes, $19.99 on that one, okay? And then over here, we have 38 Specials, EX 17.99. Eagles, one of these nights, embossed cover with hop sticker, VG Plus, $29.99. Superman's at $35. John Barleycorn Must Die Traffic. There is some cover wear on the bottom. VG, $9.99 for Traffic. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG Plus, $26.99. That's a gatefold 2 LP. Actually, no ring wear on the jacket. That's surprising. Also, Big Country, Peace in Our Time. This is $24.99. And Eddie Money, Live for the Taking. Eddie Money's $14.99. Brian Call on Traffic. Superman has a bid for $35. What's the track listing for 38 Special? Jordan Underhill gets the Eagles for $25. 38 Special has an offer for $12. Lindsey Buckingham, Law and Order, $19.99. Who has the high bid on Kiss? That's the main question. Steve McGee at $60. JD Conklin, it's up to you, okay? Now, let's first knock out the track listing on 38 Special. Caught Up in You, Backdoor Stranger, Back on the Track, Chain Lightning, Rough Housing, You Keep Running Away, Breaking Loose, Take 'Em Out, and Firestarter. EX 17.99. There's already an offer for $12, but it's up to the first person who asked. Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo, that's $14.99, and The Fix, Walkabout, $24.99. The opening bid was Superman was $35. There's already a bid, and I'm about to sell it to him. I'm about to grab another sealed record here, and what do we have next? Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. We had one of these earlier. How about one? Ooh, this one's got some spine damage, though. This one has some really bad rub wear on it, but it's sealed. I mean, the disc is still going to be nice. We'll say just a $5 start on Phil Collins, okay? Air Terrible does take the 38 Special at sticker price. And now my crate is really full, so there's that. They're still bidding on Kiss, 70, 62, and now 75. So now Kiss is at 75. We have already filled up 8 full crates tonight, everybody. I guess that's what's happened when you got 100 Van Halen pre-orders come in. And it's Kiss night with box sets. And we've already went through like 7 crates of Buy It Now Best Offer. I hadn't even started doing half off, which is what I'm about to do next. And there's another Laura crate coming up. Holy moly. Next thing we have is John Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. $19.99 on that. Bad Company, Desolation Angels, $19. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number, $19.99. Also, Rick Springfield, Beautiful Feelings, $14.99. Heart, Private Audition. Heart is $19.99. Greetings from Tim Buck 3, 1999. And Eurythmics, We Two Are One. These last few records here are beautiful looking. Original inner sleeve, Eurythmics, $24.99. Survivor, Caught in the Game. We had one of those earlier, and all of a sudden, several people wanted it. Here's another one in Shrink, $2 more, $24.99. And Katrina and the Waves, and that one's $19. All right. So Gerald Whitworth, you get the Superman. You were the only bidder for $35. Thank you on that. Phil Collins is a $5 start. It's got bad spine damage, but it's sealed and never been opened. Well, I guess it's hard to call it sealed when literally the left spine is ripped open, but there it is. Yep, Laura's working on another crate. Paul has hit the road today, so he's going to be gone for several days. There'll be a couple days where I'll have to, probably Wednesday, I'll have to really rely on Laura to get some stuff priced. John's off on Wednesdays, and Paul's out of town, and that's probably a day I'll do a lot of miscellaneous during the sale, like cassettes and 45s to help balance it out. That way we got plenty of new stuff still to show, but might not be albums. We got Heart. I'm assuming you're talking about Private Audition for $12. This crate is almost still full, so I better not even read through these again. I'm just going to go into another one. Feel like right here there was a lot of more older stuff that got looked behind, but there's just way too much left in there. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and move on to another one, okay? If you was like, well, I wanted to see something one more time, Chad, don't hesitate to ask. Might see these in the Vintage Discount 9 a.m. video. And some of them, you would have been like, well, man, I would have paid $9.99 for that. Why don't I just go ahead and offer Chad $9.99? Now somebody else has bought it. Now my day's ruined. And now I'm going to have to go over here to Waffle House and drink a cup of coffee and have a pecan waffle. Kiss, $92. Phil Collins has a bid for $5. And Survivor has a bid for $17. An offer for $17, Ed Riviera. What time are the flip crates? They are at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's Lebanon, Tennessee, Middle Tennessee time zone, every single day except yesterday. Every single day, without a doubt, 9 a.m. Central Time. Sometimes there's even a 12 o'clock crate. We have an offer on Four Seasons, new vault of gold hits. Make sure you set an alarm, but also make sure you set it for Tennessee time. That's Middle Tennessee time. 10 Eastern, yes. Okay. This is sold for $8 to Jeff Halsworth. Details on Phil Collins. This record is sealed. It's never been opened. It has a hop sticker. The spine is completely destroyed. It has one bid for $5, and I'm about to sell it. Kiss is at 100 with Bill Samus. The bidder before him was JD. JD says he's out. I think it was between them two. It's a final call. There was no 9 a.m. video today. I woke up and I realized I didn't do those, and I was even here at the store. Sunday nights are weird because sometimes I'm not even here to make them. I mean, I kind of am, but I'm not thinking about them. So if I ever forget one, it will be a Monday morning one, okay? It'll be a Monday morning one. That's the ones I miss, okay? All right. Next is Kiss. It's sold to Bill Samus for $100. Phil Collins has a bid for $7. It's about to be a $15 or $20 start till I seen that the spine was destroyed. Let's grab another Kiss box set over here. This is Kiss Royal Highness, okay? Kiss Royal Highness. A 4 LP picture disc with lots of extras. Providence, Rhode Island, July 31st, 1979. And the second night August 1st, 1979, Dynasty Tour. All contents appear to be unopened, near mint, $125 start. I have my alarm set for 8:30 every day. I know, and I felt so bad when I realized I didn't post one today. And I said this earlier, I was like, there's no telling how many people were refreshing their feed at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 12, and Chad is knocked out asleep, not even oblivious to what is happening. So, yes, I apologize. Okay, let's find a good crate to go through. Maybe a half-off crate. Or something. Well, the problem is there was like, go through a Laura or Paul crate, buy it now, best offer. And I'm like, there's none left. The last Laura crate, I bet the last 10 Laura crates combined, there's probably 10 records left. Okay? So it's really hard for me to find any Paul and Laura stuff nowadays. There's nothing left. The last 10 crates she's marked, there's pretty much nothing left. So, here's a solid looking check condition, but these were just shown 3 days ago. So that's just 3 days ago. Let's see what this one looks like. This one is, I think it's Paul stuff, but it's pretty deep cut. That's a good candidate, though. We'll think about it. Let me see what's underneath it. I know everybody's looking for like the pre-owned, like sealed Depeche Mode records for $25 that normally should be $35. This has got really good titles in it. Let's do these half off, okay? These are great titles. They're non-check condition. And we'll do them for half off, okay? Kind of speed things up here. Everybody might have offer fatigue. They're like, Chad, we've got offer fatigue. We want the half off. Okay? My wife was mildly finna wake up for Chad, but not her. That's not the first time I've heard that. Steve Mason gets Phil Collins for $7. Steve, I'm going to put that in a new sleeve. Kiss has one bid for $125. Okay? Yeah, these flip crates. I told Tanner, so our biggest problem here is bottleneck with stuff worth less than $10. And, we're really strategizing right now, maybe hiring somebody who can just literally sell stuff in our group all day. So I think our next key to growth here is, we can have a website, but it's nowhere near as effective as our Facebook group. So we're almost thinking about hiring somebody to basically be selling all day in the group, whether it be videos, one-time posts, and then selling them and taking them down so it don't mess up the algorithm. Like, I have some stuff photographed, but I hadn't done yet, like Kiss stuff that I hadn't been able to sell. And it's like, you make a post in the group, first $55 comment gets it. It's like 4 Kiss toys. Somebody buys it, you tag them, you take down the post, and you can, or just do $6.99 videos 4, 10, 12 times a day, and basically be selling in the group from 6 a.m. until when I start here every night. And then when I go live, we're live here still selling, so with our normal show. But if you're in the Facebook group, you get access to basically stuff all day long. Pre-orders, flip videos, one-time post, and yeah, because we have $6.99 crates. John has like 50 crates right now ready of $6.99 records. So it's stuff that we just can't put out for sale. It's not worth our time to clean them and sleeve them. But I think people would eat them up at $7 because they're probably 10. They're worth $7. They're $7 records. So that's our bottleneck. We have 50, 60,000 albums that are good titles and good condition, and we can't just give them away. We can't have enough dollar. Like, we could have a dollar sale here every weekend, but just logistically, it's difficult. So Okay, this is all picture disc. The Royal Highness set is all picture disc. 4 LP picture disc. Because I'd say a big portion of our customers is people who buy in the group and they never have time to watch the live sales. They're either at work right now or they're asleep, and so they're constantly buying stuff during the day in the group. So that's on our to-do list. We just got to make sure it's going to be worth paying a full-time employee to do all that. That's a lot of cost and logistics, and that's more tagging, more sorting, more shipping. It's a whole crazy thing. Okay, so let's get started with a half-off crate. I've got more sealed auctions. We have sold every Japanese pressing, but I have more auctions I can run other than just Kiss, okay? Here is the first half-off record. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. This crate is easy peasy. Half off, no more, no less. Eric Clapton is $17.50. Behind the Sun. Against All Odds soundtrack, $10. Peter Gabriel, Stevie Nicks, Phil Collins, $10 on Against All Odds. We have Merle Haggard, I Love Dixie Blues. Merle Haggard is $7.50. The Kiss box is at $145. Gerald Whitworth, You're Out. Steve Mason has it for $145. Next is Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. That's a good one. $15. I Was Made to Love Her. Wow. I remember showing that the last time. Unusual grade for a Stevie Wonder there. James Rayner on Against All Odds. Joy Fino was next. We also have Dixie Dregs, Dregs of the Earth. Just $5 on the Dregs. And Alice Cooper, this is $15. Love It to Death. Green Label, $15. There is Scott Carlin's name written on the back. Just $15 on that. Steve Mason on Stevie Wonder. Christina Curtis on Merle. And that was right here. And Joy Fino, you were still second on Against All Odds. But you are first on Dixie Dregs. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Let's go ahead and put up another sealed record. Almost ran into Laura. And then we have Johnny Cash Silver going up for auction. Johnny Cash Silver is a sealed original record, unopened. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Joy Fino first on Alice Cooper, then Brian Call, then Christina Curtis, then Jordan Underhill, then Christopher Yoakum. Steve Mason, it's up to you on Kiss. High bids $150. Eagles Desperado, as featured in Seinfeld, $17.50. Another UK version. Another UK version. Ooh, which a woman, $17.50. Oh, which a woman. Happiness is the Shades of Blue, $22.50. So this was $44.99. That is on the Impact label. Joy Fino on Eagles. He's out on Kiss. Hammer's way up now, and it's about to be slammed hard. Wow, nobody on Johnny Cash. Sealed. $10 start. Lee Dorsey, Ride Your Pony, Get Out of My Life, Woman. Lee Dorsey's $25. Get Out of My Life, Woman. We have Eric Clapton at his best. $17.50 for Eric Clapton. And Aerosmith Live Bootleg. I know it looks like it's stained. It was made to look that way, okay? $18.50. That's an official live Aerosmith. Over here, we have this, and this is Kiss at $150 with Gerald Whitworth. And that's sold for $150. Johnny Cash has bids for 10, another 10, and now another 10. John McPatron on Aerosmith. Man, we've got some cool stuff in over the weekend. Speaking of Johnny Cash, I cannot wait to show y'all some of the cool stuff we've acquired in just the last 24 hours over the weekend. It is, I kind of have to space it out and just make sure everybody is prepared. But there's some killer Johnny Cash collectors on standby, okay? Really cool item, Ian. We got Kiss. This is the Demons. No, X. It's the Demos of Rock. Kiss is an unofficial. It's a compilation of demos from 75 all the way through 98. And this is going to go up for a $65 start. Kiss, the Demos of Rock. Now Johnny Cash is at 16. Aerosmith got claimed. And then Jordan was second. In here, we have the Pentangle. This is now $25. It's a 68 UK. There is some cover damage up here, but the Pentangle is $25. Look at that label. Don't see that one very often for them. That's a UK release. And how about Aerosmith's debut? Dream On. This is the second edition. It's an early press, not that first true orange looking cover. Those are pretty tough to find. That's nice though for $17.50. Aerosmith's debut. John McPatrick, Quick Draw McGraw on that one. Now cash is at 16 with Alan Hagen. And the best of Pro Call Harem. A white label promo, gatefold. Trip a light Fandango. A wider shade of pale. Has promo marked labels. That is $15. Shannon Lee, you were second on Aerosmith. Kiss does have a bid for $65, so that's a going to once and going to twice, okay? We're about to sell that one as well. The Outlaws, bringing it back alive. Outlaws can be bought now for $15. Also, John Lennon, Milk and Honey. John Lennon is $10. Milk and Honey, $10 on that. Eric Van Leuven is going to pick up that Lee Dorsey. That is sold to Eric Van Leuven, Lee Dorsey on that. And Naz 3, a 1971 white label promo. Boy, this is a weird price. So $23.50. It was $46.99. Naz 3, that's a real white label promo. Now just $23.50. Joy Fino on the Outlaws. That's sold to Joy. And we have Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Volume 2, $13.50. $13.50, Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. That is a great compilation. That has his cover of We Can Work It Out. A little bit of cover wear, though. J.D. Conklin gets Kiss for $65. Time for a New Kiss, and Johnny Cash is sold to Alan Hagen for $16. We flew through that Kiss auction. Let's go ahead and do another box set looking one over here. And let me put away Johnny Cash, though. Christopher Yoakum on hold on a second. Steve Mason got Stevie Wonder, and Yoakum got Naz. There we go. Okay, now we have, I think this is part 2 to what we just sold. The Royal Highnesses 2. Okay, very similar to, I think, what we just had. And this is 4-picture disc. San Antonio 1979 and San Diego 79. So once again, another Dynasty era. I mean, this has paper dolls, guitar picks. Some of the contents of these box sets are pretty cool. I hadn't really been fully showing everything because these are all still sealed. I mean, we think that this was probably bought and pretty much left untouched. So it's got picks, cards, paper dolls, and those 4 different picture discs. San Antonio and San Diego, 1979, $125 start. $125 start, another Kiss box. The Pentangle is sold to Samuel Kopich for $25. There we go. Okay, so let's keep rolling. And we have in the half-off bin, Gene Vincent, the crazy beat of Gene Vincent. That's a French pressing. It's a compilation, $10 on Gene Vincent. Also, the Standells Golden Archive series, Dirty Water. That is $17.50 for the Standells. That's an 86 Rhino press. $17.50 on that. And Billion Dollar Babies Battle Axe. That is $17.50. Price I'm giving you, half off price. Kind of almost like a nonsense crate here. Pretty recent stuff. Just mixing it up a little with a half off crate. Let me see what else I got over here in my sealed crate. I just picked one out at random over here. Awesome. This is a pretty cool comp to have sealed. This is the Guitars That Destroyed the World compilation. That is sealed for a $10 star. Steve McGee, you're out on Kiss, as you can see. Or, excuse me, Steve Mason, you can out on Kiss. Right here, my finger is going up and down. Steve McGee's came in first, so you're out. His bid came in first, so it's up to you on that one. Kiss has a bid for $125, and now Steve is at $130. Thank you on that. Let me do this over here. Let me check one thing over here, and then here. One second, please. Okay. All right, so Kiss is at 140. We're still good to go. I have Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2, a white label promo, $25 on that. Asylum Records, $25. The Eagles Greatest Hits, a white label promo. Devo is $17.50. That is Shout. Devo has the original on her sleeve, $17.50 on Devo Shout, $17.50. And Todd Rundgren's Utopia. Utopia is $7.50. Now we have Patrick Lear on the Devo, great price. Chad Sauls on the Eagles, great price. This is called The Guitars That Destroyed the World. It is a compilation with artists from the Columbia label. Blue Oyster Cult's on here, Santana's on here, Edgar Winter's on here, Rick Derringer's on here. It's sealed, a $10 start. Kiss is at $150, still with Steve McGee. Steve Mason's out and Jim B is out. Right now it's at $150 with Steve McGee. Cher, Bittersweet White Light. Cher is a 73 German press, $17.50. $17.50 for Cher. There's that. Is Kiss numbered? I don't think so. Nothing mentioned about a numbered here. Royal Highness 2, 2021 Euro unofficial 4-picture disc set. Royal Highness is 2. I don't think it's numbered. Okay. Also, Journey Departure. Journey is $10. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. $10 on Journey. Roy Orbison In Dreams. That's his greatest hits. That's a 2 LP. His greatest hits. It's now $12.50. 2 LP on that. And we have John and Yoko, Plastic Ono Band. John Lennon, Sometime in New York City. That's now $25, okay? Kyle Lozier has the guitars at $10, so that is a bid. Now Kiss is at $151 with Jim B. Good gosh, what is this worth then? $400 or $500? Jim B's bidding $151. It must be a $2,000-$3,000 box set. We have Roy Orbison, so did Greg Herman. O'Doul was second. Travis Woods was third. Next is Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks. Jay Giles is $10. And Canned Heat, recorded live in Europe. Canned Heat is $15. Christina fourth on that. We're about to sell the guitars to Kyle. Final call. It's only got one bid. I'm about to sell it. Next is Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams. Heard It in a Love Song. It does have a clip corner. No condition notes. Clean copy for $12.50. Now Kiss is at $155. Somebody just go ahead and bid $200 and we'll wrap this thing up. Next, we have Christopher Cross, another page. Christopher Cross is at $5. Now Jim B's at $156 on Kiss. Somebody just go ahead and bid $225 and we'll wrap this thing up. I can see where this is going. We have Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. $17.50 for Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Nice copy. We have Canned Heat, officially sold to Patrick Lear. Thank you on that one. Christina Curtis on Jay Giles. Love Stinks. Thank you on that. Steve Mason has Kiss at $160. Area code 615, Trip in the Country. That is now $15. Guitars has a new bid for $11. I was taking a breath to sell it. Henry's Choice has threw in a buzzer beater bid at $11. Kyle, you've been outbid. Kiss is at $160. It's all up to Steve McGee. Jim B says he's out. Also, we have Gail McCormick, Flesh and Blood. Gail McCormick is $17.50. 1 second. Okay. Trying to buy some stuff. I'm trying to buy some stuff over here. I'm doing some deals over here on the side. So Kyle, I think you're new. So if you get outbid, you can keep bidding, or you can say out. And if you say out, that means you're done. That helps me also know officially that you are done. But if you want to keep bidding, go right ahead. You can go right ahead, okay? Kiss is now at $166 with Steve Mason. I got the Buddy Holly Story, a 1959 mono VG Plus 15. Look at that. It's the mono red coral colored label, 15 on that. They're still bidding on Kiss. Now, Henry, you're out on guitar. Kyle has that for $12. And Westbound number 9, VG Plus, $7.50. Westbound number 9, Twist with Steve Alimo. That is VG Plus. I've never got his last name down. $7.50. Has a weird die cut shape out of the back. You see that? Look at that. Weird. $17.50 on that. Buddy Holly, so did Thomas Ujar. Thank you. Then William Meadows. Then Bob Riger. And Supertramp, Crime of the Century. Supertramp is VG Plus, $6.50. Kiss is sold to Steve Mason for $166. Thank you on that. The guitars is at $13. That's still getting bids. And there's a new auction going up right now. This looks pretty interesting. And I'm going to put in a Kiss Laura box set sticker for this one. Check out this one. This is Kiss, Chronicles of the Elder. This is Chronicles of the Elder. Comes with a Kiss Laura Crate sticker. It is Chronicles of the Elder, limited edition clear vinyl, numbered. This is a 2024 limited edition 300 on clear vinyl with poster and booklet. These are studio sessions from the Elder. Some of these that on PopPsych, which is eBay results, some have slipped through on eBay and sold for as much as $450. This is a $195 start on that. Kyle's out on the guitars, so that's about to be sold to Henry's Choice for $13. Shannon Lee on Supertramp. Brian Call was second. And we have next Ringo. Ringo is with booklet, VG Plus, $12.50. And Pearls Before Swine, these things too. Pearls Before Swine is $8.50. And Utopia, Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $5. And The Undisputed Truth, Face to Face with the Truth. The Undisputed Truth, just $5. Brian Call on Ringo, that's essentially a Beatles album. All four Beatles plays on this with him. McCartney, Harrison, Lennon. I Am the Greatest is written by John Lennon. That first track, one of his big hits, Photograph, written by Ringo and George Harrison. Nice. 6 o'clock, Paul McCartney. That's $12.50. So to Brian Call with the booklet. And then over here we got nice Fleetwood Mac self-titled. I did post the Rhino high fidelity pressing for this. Beautiful copy, $17.50 on that one. And Paul Simon is $10. Kiss is a $195 start. The Guitars That Destroyed the World is sold to Henry's Choice for $13. Let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve. A brand spanking new sleeve. Thank you, Henry. And I think, Kyle, if you're new, welcome to Collectco. Hang around. Next for the next several hours, maybe, I have a lot of stuff to sell. I'm going to be here till at least all the Kiss auctions are done. I'm going to start trying to do like somebody said and put up 2 at a time. We're probably going to. If I get done with all the Kiss auctions and we've really obliterated everything tonight, I got one of those y'all ever get these text message reminders? And it's like, you have a dentist appointment in the morning. And I was like, holy crap, I do have a dentist appointment in the morning. So I have just realized that that's really going to mess up my sleep unless I change something in about the next 6 hours. So I've got to figure out how to get to that and then get back home and sleep before tomorrow night's sale, because I usually stay up all night. So I've got some figuring out to do. So I'm trying to calculate time and trying to calculate time before I really need to be at the dentist appointment in the morning. So I'm going to try to, I'm glad I started early. I'm going to try to get through all this tonight and see when we're done with the Kiss auctions, what time it is. We've already sold like 9 crates, so we've had a great night, and it's just 10 o'clock. Nobody bid on Kiss, $195 buy it now. William Meadows got Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to William Meadows. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Neil, I'm going to read through these one more time, okay? I'm going to read through them one more time before I do a bundle. So, because there's still way too many great titles. But I'll give you first dibs after the second read-through, okay? Let's read through them one more time. And let's put up another auction, okay? So here is, that Kiss is the only no bid, $195. I'm going to go ahead and try to knock out the next 2 box sets. Here's the next box set. This is Kiss. It's a 5 LP set. Each is on different color. This is live at the Los Angeles Forum in 1977, the 26th, 27th, and 28th. This is a $95 start. Kiss, Los Angeles Forum, 5 LPs, different colored vinyl. It is 2 shows and then an incomplete show from the 28th. Wow. That's now up for bid, Los Angeles Forum, okay? Kiss, $150. What was the Kiss? This is Kiss, The Chronicles of the Elder, and that is clear vinyl. It's studio sessions from the Elder with poster and booklet. $195 buy it now. We have an offer for $150, but I'm going to think about it. There's the next Kiss auction. Let's read through these one more time, Half off, no more, no less. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $17.50. Happiness is the Shades of Blue, $22.50. I've got Eric Clapton at his best, $17.50. Great titles in here. Back-to-back Claptons almost. The Best of Procol Harum, a white label promo, $15. Gatefold jacket, it's a white label promo. John Lennon Milk and Honey is $10, okay? So this Kiss box is available, and it's a $95 start. 5 LPs on colored vinyl, $95 on that. This is going to go up as a separate auction. This is an official release, okay? If you want to bid on this one, put Unmasked. Don't put Kiss, please. Please put Unmasked. That way we can keep 2 going at once. This is a 2020 official reissue, web store exclusive, a $55 start. Steve Mason, I will sell you the Kiss box for $175. You offered $150, I was at $195. I'll do $175 on it. I'll do $175 on it. Okay, we got Brian Call on Procol Harum. Thank you, Brian. Over here is the Crazy Beat of Gene Vincent, a French copy for $10. The Standell's Golden Archive Series, $17.50. Billion Dollar Baby, $17.50. Todd Rundgren, $7.50. Kiss has a bid for $95. Make sure if you want to bid on Unmasked, limited edition colored vinyl. And I think that was a web store exclusive. I mean, I know these words are available at indie, so, but Unmasked, $55, $155. I came down a lot. Steve Mason came up a little. You're going to have to get a lot closer to $175. We have Cher, Bittersweet White Light. Cher's a 73 German press, $17.50. Journey Departure is $10. Unmasked has a bid for $55. Kiss is at $98. Brian Call, you've been outbid. We have Sometime in New York City, $25 on John Lennon. Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams, $12.50 on that. Christopher Cross, Another Page, $5. Also, we have Neil Young at $17.50. We have area code 615, Trippin' the Country, $15 on area code 615. Journey is So to Brian Call, Greg Beddinger second. Gail McCormick, Flesh and Blood, $17.50. Also, Westbound Number 9, Flame and Ember, VG Plus, $7.50. Kiss box is at $100. Unmasked has 2 $55 bids. JD bid $55. And Chad Sauls has bid $55. So they're tied right now. Thomas Hujar picking up the John Lennon. That's So to Thomas Hujar. Also, Twist with Steve Alamillo. That's VG Plus $7.50. Pearls Before Swine, These Things to Do, VG $8.50. Utopia is VG Plus $5. The Undisputed Truth is VG $5. And Paul Simon is $10. Paul Simon. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Chad needs a drink of water. Luckily, I have a bottle of water over here that Laura brought earlier. I hadn't even opened it yet. My third of the night. All right. And Laura has a crate incoming. She's on her way up with it. Awesome. Okay. You can put it right there. Now I got a sticker to hide. Always a fun game we've been playing. Steve Mason on Utopia. All right. Neil wants a bundle price. Neil, you still interested? Kiss is at 103. They're talking about this. And Unmasked is at 58. Chad and JD are tied again. Now Bob Cobb, the maestro, is at 60. And now there's another 60. All right. So bundle deal. Let me think about this. I'm going to add them up in my head, okay? I'm not going to count them and do my normal thing. $115. Virtually about $5 a piece, and maybe just a little bit more for the Claptons. So $115. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So there's 19 records. So that would be 552. That makes sense because I made 2 of them like 10 and the rest of them 5. So $105, 552 a piece. Right, Kiss at 108, Unmasked is at 65. Once again, a tie. Chad came in first. And I need some crab chips. I think there's an unopened bag up front, Craig, from the last shipment. Either you or the Vloddercheck sent. Maybe we'll have a clean out there. Neil's in. Boom. 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 Let's do another air horn. Another crate clean out. Wow. Another crate clean out. Brian was going to pay 106. We need to start auctioning the rest of the crate. I'm going to start putting the rest of the crates up for auction. All right, everything that's left, dollar start. That would be crazy. Where's my sticky notes at? And that means we've already filled up 9 full crates tonight. Hey, I like starting early. We're like 4 crates ahead of pace. All right, I'm going to start tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Hope everybody's ready. Holy moly. Oh, mo. Yes, I do realize I have a large mole on my face. All right. Poor Jack, who does ABC order, he just left. He just left not too long ago. Him and my nephew that works here, Caden, they've been doing alphabetical order for y'all's putting y'all's orders in orders by your name. Yeah, we're at 9 crates at 10-10. That's crazy. And there's almost a whole crate of Kiss auctions. So that's a guarantee of 1 more crate. There's about a 90% chance we're about to sell everything in this lower crate. That's a whole nother crate sold. So, yeah, that's getting pretty crazy. And I'm going to try to push these Van Halens one more time tonight and try to sell the rest of those. And that's about a half of a crate. And then we got to do more half-off crates. And then we're going to do some third-off crates and fourth-off crates and fifth-off crates. And then I'm going to bring out the 8 tracks. The 8 tracks. Okay, we have this box set's at 108. Unmasked is at 65 with Chad Sauls. JD Conklin, you're out. So Chad bid 65 on Unmasked, then you bid 65. You're tied. And then the Kiss box over here is with Chad Sauls as well for 108. He's lead on both auctions. And yes, we do got a celebratory air horn to do. Celebratory air horn to do. I'm officially hiding the lower crate sticker. And regardless if it's on a sealed record or not, I'm just going to write down what it is. That way y'all don't get it narrowed down, okay? That makes the percentages even harder. I'm not going to say, oh, it's a sealed record. I'm going to write it down. I'm going to go pick out a record and then just write it down and fold it up. And that way y'all know. I have put on my headset and I'm about to blow the air horn. So you might want to adjust your volume because here it comes. That's the 3rd of the night. 4th. And I think I missed a couple other clean-out horns. Air horn's hot. Well, actually, it's cold. Because literally, it's cold. Oh, I've already found which record. All right, let me put that in a random place. Ooh, Lord, what do we got that one marked? That's a good one. Ooh, wait a minute. I may have changed my mind. Okay, I've changed my mind again. Now I'm going to go back to my first decision. Ooh, now I'm going to go back to my second instinct. And now I'm going back to my first. And now I am going back to my third. And now I'm going against all instincts, and I'm just going to pick out something totally random. Okay? And let me write it down. All right. Right there it is. The key to all your glory rests in that sticky note. The fate of the world is on that lower crate sticky note. Thank you, Jumbo Sharpie. What a great smell. Whew, that's a strong one. Okay, let's go ahead and bring over this crate and see what happens. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. That was a knuckle adjustment. That was a neck adjustment. There went part of my lower spine. Okay, there was my shoulder blade. There's my rotator cuff. Okay, everything's still there and we're good to go. This is a high bid of what? This is a high bid of what? This is a high bid. It has been with Chad Sauls for $108 for the last 7 minutes. Okay? So here's what I'm going to do. He's had this for 7 minutes at $108. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. There's a bid for $109. Kiss, Unmask. This has been at $65 with Chad Sauls, and then JD about 4 minutes ago bid $70. Chad, you were outbid on this, and you were about quite a bit along. You get what I'm saying, and then you were just outbid on that. Okay, so we got to give those more time. Let's go through this crate of new arrivals. These are smart. These are priced as smart. No more, no less. Don't try to offer more. Don't try to offer less. So, Chad, it's up to you on both Kiss. 109 and 70 are the high bids. Sorry I made that so dramatic. I just got a good hit of a Sharpie. We got Beastie Boys music. This is sealed, a 2020 pressing, $29.99. So that's a great Beastie Boys. Y'all remember me having these in stock. And they were pretty much on sale at $34 when I had them. Now they're $29. Sealed, or that one's $29, the only one I have. Crescent, John Coltrane Quartet, featuring McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, and Elvin Jones. Verve Acoustic Sound Series, mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed at QRP, sealed for $29.99. Deftones Gore. Deftones is sealed $27.99, and Laura loves the Deftones. White vinyl, $27.99. Steve Mason, you've been outbid on Kiss. It's at $110. J.D. Conklin gets Unmasked for $70. Okay, that was the colored vinyl. Joy Fino on Beastie Boys. That's so to Joy Fino. What is the Kiss box? This is Kiss live at Los Angeles Forum, the 26th, the 27th, and the 28th. It is a 5 LP colored vinyl set, and the last bid on this was Chad Sauls at $110. It's all up to Steve Mason. Robert Volodarchek got the Deftones. Joy Fino was second. Fred Carnell got the John Coltrane. Next is Sammy Hagar Musical Chairs, a sealed 80s pressing, $19.99. That's Sammy Hagar, a sealed 80s pressing, which is a capital reissue, but vintage, $19.99. Wow. A rock and roll alternative Atlanta Rhythm section with the So Into You hop sticker. Sealed a sealed original copy with the So Into You hop sticker. Okay, we got to put up another Kiss. So here's what we're going to do. If you want to bid on this one, put Fort Worth. I haven't heard back from Steve Mason. I'm going to do another 10-second countdown on this in 10 seconds. But first, here is Kiss. And make sure if you bid on this one, you put Fort Worth. Fort Worth or FW. Don't put Kiss. Put Fort Worth. FW. It is a 2017 limited to 300. 200 were pressed on red vinyl. Poster and book live at the County Convention Center in Fort Worth, Texas, 1977. Make sure you put Fort Worth, $65 start. John Kaiser on Atlanta Rhythm section. Sammy Hagar sold to Brian Call, then Scott Dwallow, then Joy Fino. Steve's out on Kiss, but now Fred's in, and then Chad's right back in at 112. Okay? 2 Kiss auctions, Fort Worth and Kiss. Or some people are putting LA for Los Angeles. Gentle Soul. This is a 2004 reissue of a Psych album that originally looks like it was released probably in the mid to late 60s, probably 67, 68. $29.99. Ry Cooder on guitar. Interesting. Sealed, $29.99. Next, The Replacements in the complete Incarcerated Live. The Replacements, a 2020 Record Store Day exclusive, $29.99. Portishead 3 or Third. This is a 2023 reissue, sealed, $29.99. Trip Hop. Kiss is at 113. Chad Sauls, you're out. Chad's right back in at 120. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Fort Worth is at 75. Fred Cardinal wants GS, Gentle Soul. Sold to Fred Cardinal. Rod Bryan on The Replacements. Sold to Rod Bryan. Portishead Third, still available. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew. A 2020 reissue, sealed, $24.99. Portishead sold to Fred Cardinal. Tracy Songer, you were second on Gentle Soul. Fort Worth, make sure you put Fort Worth, JD. It's at $80 with JD. And LA is sold to Chad Sauls for $120. Fred just went out. So Fort Worth is at $80 with JD. Okay? There we have it. Next, we have MCID. Highly Suspect, MCID. The band is called Highly Suspect. It's an alternative hip-hop album, sealed, $19.99. Miles Davis is sold to Anthony Correa. Fort Worth, it's got a little sticker too. It's got a red gun. It says red vinyl. Fort Worth is a unofficial, limited to 200 on red vinyl with poster and book. It's Kiss live in Fort Worth, Texas, September 5th, 77. Love Gun Tour, right? And that is at $90 right now. Scott Dwallow gets MCID. That's so to Scott Dwallow. Next is Echo and the Bunnymen, Porcupine. That is sealed for $24.99. And With the Beatles, remastered, a 2018 stereo remaster, $24.99. Now, the next auction, I'm probably going to sell as Kiss in the chat. Okay, I'm going to take bids on this one as chat. And this is, whoa, what do we have here? Wow, this is cool. Kiss, Beatle licks, and more classics. So this is Kiss. It's a compilation of Kiss covering the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix, and more. And more classic rock artists. It's a 3 LP, 2 CD, $150 start. Numbered 459 of 500. Wow, that's pretty cool. So it's Kiss covers. Nothing but Kiss covers. This, if you want to bid on this one, put Kiss, $150 start. Fort Worth is being bid on as Fort Worth. Bill Samus has it for $100. Preston Rose gets the Beatles. And that leaves Echo and the Bunnymen. Herbie Hancock, River, the Joni Letters. A 2007 OG Herbie Hancock, sealed for $34.99. Wings Over America, 3 LP with poster on red, blue, and green vinyl, sealed for $49.99 with that original radio hit version of Maybe I'm Amazed. Wings, $49.99. McCartney. Next is Clutch, Sunrise on Slaughter Beach. Clutch is purple vinyl, $22.99. Fort Worth Hammers Up, $100, and this box is $150 start. Xanadu, Looks like it's sealed. It is. Nice. $29.99. An original pressing of Xanadu, ELO, Olivia Newton-John, $29.99. We got Ivan R. on clutch. That's sold to Ivan. Next is Mac Davis. Sealed for $9.99. Oh, man. Finally, Mac Davis, $9.99. We got Fort Worth sold to Bill Samus for $100. Everybody else had set out. Final call to get a bid in on the Kiss Beetle Licks and More Classics, $150. The Echo that's still available is Porcupine, and that is sealed, $24.99. Jonathan Berg on Xanadu. So John Durden, who's a relatively new customer here at Coletco, the last 3 or 4 months, he's been asking for Mac Davis albums. Now, typically, that's one of the most common artists on earth, especially here in Tennessee. We probably sift throughout a year thousands of Mac Davis records. And now, when he's not watching, one's left in the crate. So if anybody wants to completely spot John Durden, you can buy it. Or if you want to be a or if you want to be a helping friend, you can be a Gregory Roberts, and he's going to buy Mac Davis and send it to John Durden. There you go. There you go. I was about to say, you can do one of two things. You can spot him, or you can be his friend. It looks like Gregory's going to be a friend. Okay. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do this one as Sonic Boom, okay? Sonic Boom. This is a green vinyl unofficial. A green vinyl unofficial. It is going to go up for a $55 start. We have Kiss for $150 buy it now. Kiss is $150 buy it now. That's 2 box sets over here in the no bids. Sonic Boom is green vinyl, a $55 start. Roger Waters, The Wall, live in Berlin. Sealed, record store day exclusive from 2020, $39.99. Also, Everything's Cool in the Gang, Greatest Hits and More. Sealed, $24.99. Jungle Boogie, nice, $24.99. And AWOL Nation, My Echo, My Shadow, My Covers, and Me. This is sealed, $19.99. Sealed, $19.99. And Nick Drake, Bottler Later. This is a 2013, $22.99. Everything in here is sticker price. Patrick, if you want Roger, he is available. He's $39.99. If not, James Young and then Tim Vigari. Sonic Boom does have a bid for $55. Vladarchek on AWOL. Sold to Vladarchek, AWOL Nation. Nick Drake sold to Tim Vigari. Patrick Lear in on Roger Waters, The Wall, live in Berlin. Nice. Chadwick Smith next on Drake. Final call on Sonic Boom. Let's grab another Kiss over here. The next one I have is Ritz, okay? Ritz on Fire. Make sure if you want to bid, you put Ritz, okay? Ritz on Fire. And this is unofficial. It is from the Back on Black Rock Classics label. It's New York City, a well-known bootleg, $35 on that. Okay, first we got to do track listing for Gregory and then Roxy. Okay, so the track listing on Cool is Rags to Riches, Strong, Money and Power, Stone Love, Joanna, Too Hot, and Fresh. Then you have Jungle Boogie, a classic. We have Hollywood Swingin'. Now, Jungle Boogie is a club remix, just FYI. It is a club remix. And then Hollywood Swingin', Funky Stuff, Open Sesame, Cherish, and then Celebration. Celebrate Good Times, Come On, the original version. That is a sealed original vintage copy for $24.99. Right now, there's 2 Kiss no bids. The Kiss Beatles and Other Classic Rock covers, $150. And then the Chronicles of the Elder, $195. And this one will come with a Kiss Laura box set sticker. The Kiss Chronicles. And that is Elder Sessions. Okay, Elder studio outtakes. Different takes and demos of Elder material. And that is available, $195. Okay? So right now we got Sonic Boom at 75 and 75, and Ritz is at 35, and Sonic Boom's at 80. We're going through a new crate over here of Laura stuff priced at sticker, okay? Ritz is 1988. 1 second, please. All right. Let's see. Sonic Boom 80. Gregory, let me know if you want Cool in the Gang. If not, Travis. Sonic Boom 100. And by the way, this is a weird record in Kiss discography. Still has never really seen a reissue on that. And he passes, so this is to Travis Woods. All right. Let's keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Echo is a reissue. It's sealed. Laura loves Echo, 2-heart rating, $24.99. Yeah, it looks like it's a 2020. Looks like it's a 2020. Frank Sinatra, Songs for Swingin' Lovers. This is sealed, a 75 reissue, $24.99. $24.99. John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow, sealed, an original Columbia Clubhouse copy, $19.99 on that. Excuse me. Evanescence Fallen with Bring Me to Life, $24.99. Sonic Boom right now is at $100. $100. Okay. The Ritz is at 35 with J.D. Conklin, Fred. 35 on the Ritz. He did put Ritz, and make sure if you bid, you do put Ritz, okay? Okay, first new question is, we have Steve Mason said Kiss Box 125. Which one are you referring to? Are you talking about the Beatles covers one, Steve? Okay, and then Joy Fino on Echo. Joy Fino on Echo. Oh, excuse me, Echo Price, $24.99. Noah Colwell on Evanescence. Joy Fino got Cougar. Okay, moving right along. We have Carole King Tapestry live in Hyde Park. Carole King Tapestry is $27.99. That's a music on vinyl, colored vinyl, and I think they're numbered. Robert Cray Strong Persuader. Robert Cray Strong Persuader, sealed with hop sticker, just $14.99. Ritz has a new bid for $40. JD, you've been outbid. Sonic Boom is sold to Chad Anderson for $100. Joy Fino does want Echo. I'm going to assume, Hendry, you were passing. If so, I'll go ahead and sell it to Joy. Okay? $125 on the other one. That would be $30 less than what you offered last time. So you've went down by $30 on your offer. Next auction is going to go up right now. We have, we'll just call this one Kiss. Kiss Electric Ladies in Whiteface Demos, gold vinyl, 1973 demos and rehearsals. This is Kiss Electric Ladies in Whiteface Demos, 73 demos and rehearsals. This is a $55 start. So the note from Laura says limited edition gold vinyl, compilation of demos, rehearsals, and we're unsure of the track sources or years. But it's called Electric Ladies Whiteface Demos. $55 start on that one. Ritz is at 45 with J.D. Conklin. Joy Fino will get the Echo and the Bunny Man, okay? So earlier, Steve, Kiss was at 195. I think you offered 150. I said 175. I came down $20. Then you said 155. And I said we're going to have to get a lot closer to 175, and then you said pass. So your last offer was that. So if you've went down, then we're definitely not going to be able to do a deal. Robert Cray, Strong Persuader, is sealed. It's an original copy, unopened, $14.99 with hop sticker. The Cooker, Lee Morgan, Blue Note, recorded by Rudy Van Gelder, reissued by Joe Harley, mastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent, pressed at RTI. Sealed, a 2020 pressing, $34.99. And if you don't want Robert Cray Adams, Steve Mason does. Electric has a bid for $60. And then Fred, it's up to you on Ritz. JD has it for $45. The soundtrack to The Fabulous Baker Boys, music by Dave Grusin, sealed for $19.99. Robert Cray is sold to Ada Bernardi. Steve Mason second, Tim Vergari third. Nice. The K-Tail Pure Rock compilation. Sealed, K-Tail, $14.99. Foreigner, Rod Stewart, Journey, Eddie Money Hart, Doobie Brothers, Benatar, Styx, Starship, Boston, Steve Miller Band, Nugent, ZZ Top, and Foghat, $14.99. Pure Rock is sold to Amanda Darby. Quick claim on that one. Okay, now the Ritz is at $50. Now, Adam, J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid on both. He has the Ritz for $50, and he has Electric Ladies for $60. Billy Joel, 52nd Street. Nice. A sealed copy. $19.99. Sealed Billy Joel, $19.99. Stacy next on K-Tail, then Scott, and then Christina Curtis. Daft Punk, Random Access Memories. Daft Punk is sealed. An essential record is a note from Laura, $34.99. A 2 LP sealed Daft Punk, $34.99. Tom Morello, The Atlas Underground Fire. Tom Morello is sealed on Orange Splatter, $24.99. Is Billy Joel and OG. It's not a club version. Let me check the spine. It's not a club version, so very good chance it is. It's really hard to tell on something like this. There's about 12 million copies pressed, but there's no barcode. And there's no club marking, so that's a pretty good one with no cutouts. Sounds like it's about a $55 record. Ritz is at $55. Ritz is at $55 and Electric $65. Fred, you've been outbid on both. John Kaiser got Deftones. Anthony Correa on Tom Morello, the Rage Against the Machine guitarist. And we have The Best of Sam, the Sham, and the Pharaohs. That's sealed for $14.99. GMB gets Billy Joel. That's sold to GMB. The Cars. Nice. Another sealed original with hop sticker. Sealed for $29.99. Shake It Up with hop sticker. Flash and the Dynamics. That's a record store day. Sealed $19.99. A Ride Through the Latin Side of New York 70s Psych, Funk, and Soul. $19.99. Jonathan Berg. Thank you, Mr. Berg, on the Cars. Blondie, that's her self-titled debut, or I should say their self-titled debut. $29.99. Chad, I got a Daft Punk. Did I not pull that? Yeah, I pulled it already for you. Yeah, you got Daft Punk. Tom Morello went to Anthony. GMB got Billy Joel, Mr. Berg, and then Vladarchek said I missed his Deftones. Did I? Oh, he's saying I got Deftones. Yeah, that was like the first record in the crate. That was a long time ago. That was the first record in the crate. I said Daft Punk, and then we sold a Deftones earlier to Robert. And then Electric has a new bid for $65. Ritz $65. Ada Bernardi on Flash. And we have Romelu C on Lee Morgan. I called the Daft. Oh, okay. Oh, I called Daft the Deftones. My bad. Okay. Yes. So Daft Punk. I called this Deftones. My bad. This is sold to John Kaiser. DK Evans, Nice on the Wings. And Echo and the Bunnymen, Crocodiles Remastered. Sealed. Another one, $24.99. Okay. Blondie is not Blondie is not OG. It's a 2015, $29. There was a lot of OG sealed records in there. There's still a couple, or at least older records, I should say. Okay, so where are we on Electric Ladies? Electric Ladies, JD, this is at $70 with Fred Cardinale. $70 with Fred Cardinale, okay? The Ritz is at $65 with JD. Fred, you're out on that. So y'all both have been outbid. Y'all both been outbid on each auction, okay? The Kiss Beatles box is sold to Steven Rodriguez for $125. Fair offer. He gets it. Okay? Thank you, Steven. That still just leaves the Chronicles box. Okay? And Fred on Echo. Wow, not much left in there. I'm actually going to add the last 3 records from the last Laura crate. And now I'm going to read through these one more time. Not much left from both crates. The Kiss Beatles box, it just sold. What is the Dynasty not sold yet? There's still a lot still in the Kiss auctions. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 more Kiss auctions we could easily do. There is some officials in here, including Dynasty. I'll put that up right now. No, we've already got 2 up. We got to get Fred and JD wrapped up on these first. They're still battling it out. Now they've both bumped each other again. So first thing is Electric Ladies Whiteface Demos. Unofficial, go vinyl. This just got a bid for $75. So JD, Fred, you're out. The Ritz is at $70 with Fred. JD, you've been outbid. They're both bidding on each auctions, and they keep outbidding each other. The Chronicles. This is the Chronicles spelt with a K of the Elder. It's numbered 4 LP on clear vinyl, number 22 of 300. The complete musical journey of music from the Elder. It is with poster and booklet. It is studio sessions from the Elder. And I've actually already reduced it to $175. It was supposed to be $195 and go up. I've been telling Steve Mason $175. That was $20 off the starting bid. And it comes with a Laura Kiss box set doggy sticker. Okay? Ritz is at $70, $75, and Electric's at $80. We're going to let them battle these out, and then we're going to have to put up another one. I've already got 2 going. If we try a third one, it might get too confusing. Let's read through these one more time. And I'll see what happens, okay? We got Herbie Hancock, River, the Joni letters, sealed for $34.99. A 2007 OG, Herbie Hancock, River, the Joni letters, $34.99. Frank Sinatra, Songs for Swingin' Lovers, that's a vintage reissue, 1975, sealed $24.99. Electric 80, Electric 85. Fred, you've been out the Ritz. It's at $75. So JD, at this moment, holds both auctions, $75 and $85. Next is Carole King. She's doing Tapestry live in Hyde Park. It's a music on vinyl press, numbered and colored, $27.99. The soundtrack to The Fabulous Baker Boys, music by Dave Grusin. That is sealed, $19.99. Sealed. And that's from 1989. The Best of Sam Sham and that was a mouthful. The Best of Sam, the Sham, and the Pharaohs. Woolly Bully. That's an 86 pressing, $14.99. Herbie Hancock is sold to Michael McCullen. Blondie, the debut self-titled. It's a 2015 reissue, $29.99. And then here's the 3 records left from the first Laura crate. Mo-Fi, Linda Ronstadt, Hasten Down the Wind. Sealed, a 2009, $44.99. Masterpieces by Ellington, Duke Ellington and his orchestra. QRP pressed, mastered by Analog Productions from the original analog tapes. Mono, 2021, $44.99. And Scandal was an original OG pressing, sealed for $19.99. Fred now has both high bids. He has Ritz for $80 and he has Electric for $90. Him and JD are battling out on both auctions. They're going back and forth as high bidders on both. He's right back in on Electric at $95. They're taking big jumps too. Ritz is at $80 with Fred. Steve has asked me to come down to $165 on the Kiss Chronicles box. Let's go ahead and sell it to him. Steve, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $165. All right. We finally found a price. That's less than what I wanted, but somebody just offered $170. Well, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Who got the Laura Crate sticker? It has been claimed. It has been claimed, okay? I'm going to reveal it right now. It was claimed. I like it when it's not claimed because that we probably could have cleaned out the rest of the crate. Man, I had to work hard for that 165. Whew, that's the hardest I've worked all night. Fred, you've been outbid again on both auctions. The Ritz is at 90 and Electric's at 95. This is the key to all of your hope and glory tonight. The lower crate sticker. Okay? Let's go take a look at it. It is lower crate. I like it. Miffy is on the decks. Let me go back and see who got it. I had it in my head for the longest, and then I forgot. It was, hold on a minute. Let's see if I can remember. No. Yeah, I do know. I do know who got it. Okay? I do know who got it. I think it goes to Patrick Lear. Roger Waters, The Wall, which was that 2LP live. That was Patrick Lear, right, Patrick? If so, I got to find that and put your sticker on it. You almost missed it because you made an offer, but luckily you got in first. You almost missed it. It goes to Patrick Lear. Sweet. Let's find that thing. There it is. It needs to go in front of Cool and the Gang, okay? Or it needs to go back in front of Cool and the Gang. Awesome. Is that your first lower crate sticker, Patrick? Really getting a lot of variety now with the winners. And somewhere Stephen Parton is pounding his fist on his desk. Ah, my telepathy isn't working anymore. Ah, my unbelievable mathematical odds aren't working anymore. Ah. All right, so we got Electric at 105. Wow, they're still battling. What about Ritz? Ritz is at 95. So, JD, you're out on Ritz? Oh, man, I just got kicked out of Restream. All right, let me sign back in. So, you're out on Ritz, okay? Oh, man. Let me see if I can get... It does this more and more often. Now I have no idea who has the high bid on these auctions after they've been battling for a half hour. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to... Has there any bids pop up? No. Okay, so JD still has Electric for 105. Fred's out. And Fred has Ritz. No, JD has both. I've lost Fred Carnell. Oh, no. I've lost Fred. He was on such a good roll. His internet's dropped. This happens all the time. Fred, are you out there? This is Kiss, Electric Ladies, and Whiteface Demos. 1973 demos and rehearsals. Early Kiss there. And then the Ritz on Fire. JD has both. He has Electric for 105. And he has... No, Fred has Ritz at 95. So, yeah, you've been outbid, JD, on Ritz. Man, they've been going back and forth on those two. I can't keep up. It gets confusing. Oh, man. All right, there's all the lower crate stuff left from the night. I'm going to leave it over here. And we've emptied almost a whole nother crate. All right, so here's the agenda for the rest of the night. Laura's probably already working on tomorrow night's auctions. So you can count on that being the last of the new arrivals from her. We're going to go ahead and knock out some other stuff over here. Half off discount crates. And we're going to be live until all these Kiss auctions are sold. And we still got a long ways to go. So is my chat working? Oh no, let me it's on my I need to update my phone. Okay. John, I've already sold the Elder. I've already sold it. And then he's in on 110. Okay, so there is a new bid, 110. He's out on the Ritz. So Fred got this for $95, okay? Now, let's put up that Dynasty. Dynasty, 40th anniversary, official 40th anniversary green vinyl. Please put Dynasty on this one, okay? Dyn or DYN, whatever. It's in shrink. It's near mint. It's an official $55 start, okay? We still got a lot more cool stuff on that. Are you still doing 8 tracks? Well, I was kind of joking, but I do actually have some over here, Dave. I was actually joking, but I seriously do have a crate over here. We can flash some up in just a second, kind of show something different and cool. Let me restack this. Somehow tonight I've managed to empty 2, 4, 6, 7, 12 crates. We've sold 9, 10, so that's about right. And we have a putback for Evanescence, Noah. Are you sure? This is putting back. Who wants it? Evanescence Fallen is sealed for $24.99 with Bring Me to Life. Electric's at $115. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Who wants the putback Evanescence record? All right, and let me breeze through a couple of these crates because I'm going to need to put them up front anyways for the morning video. And let's knock out some of these right quick, okay? Just quickly. Might see something you passed on last week that you want this week. And who gets it first? So it is sold. It is sold to Jonathan Berg. Jonathan Berg. Brian Call and then Tom, okay? Here we go. Very quickly. Cosmos Factory, red vinyl, Who'll Stop the Rain, $33.99, CCR. Misfits Collection Volume 2, The Misfits is $34. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack, $39.99. Down to the River to Pray, Alison Krauss, great song. I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow, I'll Fly Away. We have Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville, $29 on the Cramps. Bad Religion Suffer is $29. The Breakfast Club soundtrack, $34. Men at Work Ultimate Collection, $29 on that. We have the 13 for Elevators. That's a mono half-speed master, $34. No problem, Dylan. Or no problem, Noah. Noah, I saw your name come through the other day. I didn't realize you're local. You're from around, well, I grew up in Lancaster in Smith County, and I saw where you was in DeKalb, so we're pretty close. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? This is sold to Scott Dwallow and Tim Vigari, and then Joy Fino, you're first on a waiting list, okay? Those are sold, Scott Dwallow, Tim Vigari, Joy first. That's in a classic psych album. As y'all know, these originally are, you know, OG copies are hundreds of dollars, okay? What happened over here? Electric went out. This is sold to Fred Cardinal for $120. And now Dynasty. The last bid was Chris Frazier at $60, okay? This is a 2019 U.S. 40th anniversary green vinyl. 40th anniversary green vinyl. Near mint and shrink with the hop stickers. Also, we have Megadeth, Euthanasia. Megadeth is $39.99. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, remaster, $29.99. I see right through Distorted Eyes. We have Stranger Things. That's the 2 LP. Music's from seasons 1 and 2, $33.99 on that. Cramps, A Date with Elvis is $29. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished, $38. And then the new album from the Black Keys, that came out Friday. Indie exclusive red vinyl, $33.99. Slayer, South of Heaven's $34. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven's $33. Napalm Death, From the Enslavement to Obliteration's $38. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $33. For Whom the Bell Tolls. Massacre, From Beyond, $38. Chadwick Smith on Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and that has filled up our 10th crate tonight. Let me swap those out, and we got more auctions to run. I still got some sealed stuff over here. Let me throw up something a little bit different on the sealed stuff. Let me bring this crate of 8 tracks a little bit closer to me. And the first thing I have is a sealed copy of Jay Giles' Freeze Frame, or Centerfold, same thing. It is sealed. It's an original pressing with no cut marks. There is some tears in the shrink, but it's never been opened. A $10 start on that. $10 start on that. Lots of Kiss stuff to put up. Hopefully nobody's going to bed. I mean, I just seen some good nights in the comments, and like that's probably the worst decision you're going to make all night. So you might want to rethink that before you do say that. Next thing over here we have is the following. We have Dynasty out. Chad, we got Sabbath, Fred Carnell on Black Keys. And the 13-4 elevators is $34.99. Seal J. Giles, $10. And nobody else bid on Dynasty, right? Yep, this is sold to Chris Frazier for $60. Now, let's put up another auction. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this is Kiss Symphony. This is the bootleg copy. This is the bootleg unofficial of Kiss Alive 4. And this is sealed 2022 or 2024. It's an unofficial. It's either going to be silver or red vinyl if you open it. Kiss is a $55 start. Anybody else on anything in here, these are all brand new and sealed. And one more reminder about the new Van Halen 2LP orange vinyl that comes out Friday. I've got these in stock. I've still got about 10 of them. Are you sure you don't want one? Are you sure you don't have one? Are you sure you need one? Whatever you need to be sure about. $39.99. I still got Massacre, Metallica, Napalm, Pantera, Slayer, The Black Keys, Napalm, Cramps, Stranger Things, Sabbath, Megadeth, 13-4 Elevators, Men at Work, Breakfast Club, Bad Religion, Cramps, Misfits, and Cosmos Factory. Wanted to breeze through some of these over here right quick. Plus, I need to stack them in a different place. I'm trying to keep all of my new vinyl together. I do have a couple crates mixed in over here, and honestly don't know really how that's happened, but, you know, and everything and whatnot. So here's another crate I'm going to breeze through right quick. Let's sell about half of this out of here. Tim Vicari says, yep, I'll take a Van Halen. J.D. Conklin's in on Kiss at $55. J.D. Conklin's in on Kiss at $55. Let's do a count on the Van Halens. How many do I have left? We started with 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then there's one over there. So 13. Now there's 12 left. I've got 12 left. Orange vinyl, $39.99. $39.99, okay? I've got left in here very quickly. I've got M&M Recovery. That's a 2LP for $39.99. Hey, there's a brand new Kiss. 2012 remaster. Hotter than hell. That's $33.99. And let's see what I've got over here. All right, let's bring this a little bit closer to me. Let's see what we got over here. Okay. I have... Wow, that's a cool one. The Concert for Bangladesh 8-track. Look at that. It's a double pack in the box. George Harrison and Friends. The Concert for Bangladesh. It has this little flap insert here. Is that supposed to go here? I'm not for sure, but let's see what they actually look like. That's a pretty cool set there. Wow, that's cool. Wow, nice condition too. The boxes really protect those. That was a big release back in the day. It's in the original Apple box. I'm going to put them in there like that, actually. I'm going to leave that. I don't know if that's a flap or an insert, but either way, I'm going to say a $10 start on that. That's a pretty cool release there. Van Halen is this is a Rhino Sony. Yeah, Rhino. It's official, not MOV. $39.99. I see another claim for Van Halen, so let me go grab a few out of here so I don't have to walk back and forth. We had 12 left. It looks like we're going to get to under 10. That would be great. Let me put those right there. And so the next, we pulled one for Tim Vigari, and there's one for Scott Dwallow, okay? So we got George Harrison at 10. The Kiss is at $60. And a sealed OG freeze frame, you can buy this for a $10 buy it now. It does have a tear in the street, but this is a sealed original. $10 buy it now. That is available. $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. George Harrison 8-track set is at $10, okay? And Jim B gets the J. Giles band. Van Halen is an analog Chris Bellman cut. There we go. It just keeps getting better. Who was else been on Kiss? Brian Connors, not Chris. William Meadows on King. And King was... What was King? We got Kiss. I bet he meant Kiss. What is FF? What's JG? Hold on a minute. Oh, they're buying freeze frame. That was already snatched up by Jim B. So William Meadows, you were second. George Harrison's at 11. Tim Vergara next on freeze frame. George Harrison, 15. William David Meadows was next on Jay Giles. Kiss Alive's at 65 and another freeze frame. Okay, so I still got Eminem. I still got Hotter Than Hell. Beatles Revolver, New Stereo Mix 36. Prince Live, Rock Over Germany 1993, King Biscuit Radio. That is $29.99. That's a live unofficial from Prince on yellow vinyl for $29. Hotter Than Hell, there's one left. It's a 2012 remaster, $33.99. Is the new Van Halen new music or greatest hits? Van Halen is a reissue of an album, a Sammy Hagar album era, 1995. So this is an album that came out in 1995. It's studio material, but it hadn't been re-released individually since 1995. It's always been a rare, hard-to-get album unless you bought that Van Halen box set. So if there was a big pre-order, make sure you don't already have a notification from me. I've liked everybody's comments, so I've already went through the pre-order. Scott Yoakum-Staller says he wants one. And now this is at 66. The Bangladesh 8-track's at 15. Yeah, the OG on that is hundreds of dollars. Yeah, hundreds. Hundreds on that. Okay. Next thing over here, Michael on that, and I'll make sure he doesn't want one, okay? REM, speaking of something, I mean, this album came out in 1990. Losing My Religion, that's always been hard to get. 1991, somewhere right in there. $34.99 for REM. Jim B, it's up to you on Bangladesh. We got to throw up another Kiss, too, because we still got a lot. Let's call this one R&R, okay? Let's call this one R&R. I can't believe we're putting up this late. I've got a Blue Teardrop Rock and Roll Over Club, a 77 U.S. Club RCA Blue Tier misprint to this pressing, kind of like a printing error right there. Paul Stanley it looks like there's a teardrop coming out of his eye. It's a rare misprint cover, air glitch, whatever you want to call it, from the club. It's only through this club version, the 77 Club. The vinyl's nice, and this thing has the sticker with it, too. Wow, I meant to put this up hours ago. So it's a real club copy with the blue teardrop. See how there's no teardrop there? There's on the sticker, that is. A $35 start. Let the bidding begin, okay? Chad Sauls wants a balance. We're starting to chip away at these. We might can sell them all out tonight. Tim Vergara gets REM. That's always been a tough OG. And then over here, this Kiss over here, the last bid was Brian Connors at 66. I've got to sell it to him. Make sure if you want to bid on this, you put R&R, okay? Rock and Roll Over. That way it don't get confusing. Michael Thurber, you got a Hotter Than Hell. Yes, there's one more left if Scott Dwallow wants it. Ow. Feels like something bit me on my hand all of a sudden. Ow. Yeah, make sure on this you put R&R for rock. That way we're not confused. I don't think we will be, but anyways, The Clash, Sandinista, a 3LP remaster, $49.99. $49.99, a 3LP remaster. Pearl Jam, Vitology, Gayfo Jacket, $38.99. Another 2LP remastered, Vitology, $38.99. Metallica, Garage Inc., that is a triple LP, $59.99. It is 27 songs over 2 hours. That is a great compilation. Hotter Than Hell is $33.99. All right, so this Kiss over here just got a new bid for $70. Brian Connors, you're out. The high bid on Rock and Roll Over was $35, $35, $35, and now $40 with Chad. So Rock and Roll Over is at $40, and the Kiss Symphony's at $70. Next is Chris Isaak, live, Wicked Night, 1995. Chris Isaak is $29.99. That's a live unofficial. Clifford Umstead on Pearl Jam, Vitology. Great packaging on this one. I mean, the jacket is, it's ginormous. $38.99. Scott Dwallow wants that last copy of Hotter Than Hell, and Michael Butler gets the concert for Bangladesh for $20, okay? Now, what else do I have over here in my 8-track department? I've got some sealed ones here. Let's do some quick sealed ones for $6.99, okay? Quick buy nows on sealed cassettes. These are original sealed cassette, 8 tracks for $6.99. Al Cooper, You Never Know Who Your Friends Are. The Real Donovan, Patrick Mraz, Out in the Sun, and Isaac Hayes, Truck Driver. Those are all sealed 8-tracks for $6.99. Al Cooper, Donovan, Patrick Mraz, and Isaac Hayes. $6.99 on all those, okay? Next is Rock and Roll Over, just hit 60, and now the Kiss Symphony, a Live 4 bootleg, has just hit $83. I did get bit by something, look. Y'all see that? We got a mosquito loose in the building. Well, I got to end the show. My life is over with now. All right, first we got Guns N' Roses, Anarchy in the UK. That's a live, unofficial Guns N' Roses, red vinyl, $39.99. It's Truck Turner, not Truck Driver. Did I say Truck Driver? Yeah, Truck Turner. Truck Turner, my gosh. Truck Driver, Truck Turner. Yes, and then, thank you. So this is a live Guns N' Roses, 1987. That is $39.99. That's red vinyl. That's a bootleg unofficial. Led Zeppelin live at the Texas International Pop Festival. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. And Elvis Presley. This is a reissue of his 1956 debut album, $29.99. Napalm Death Scum, $38.99. Judas Priest British Steel, $33.99 for Judas Priest. And Motorhead, recorded live in 78. What's Words Worth? Motorhead, $24.99. Seth Skeeto. Yeah, Seth has took the form of mosquito and bit me. That would sound about right. Almost said Rush. So where are we at on the Kiss Symphony? Juan Higara has it for $80. Okay? Juan Higara. Juan, that looks like it's going to be the winning bid. Final call. Rock and Roll Over is at $70. And this is the Blue Teardrop Club variant with the sticker and inner sleeve. And the vinyl's not bad. EX. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, $33. Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid, Pink Vinyl, $39. Led Zeppelin, a 2 LP remaster of Physical Graffiti for $44.99. Buddy Cordova's at $83 on Kiss Alive 4. New bid, $83. Joy Fino on Judas Priest. That's a classic one there. With Living After Midnight. Breaking the Law, Breaking the Law. ZZ Top, first album. Cut by Kevin Gray, all analog, remastered. Their debut, $39. Nevermind the Sex Pistols. Here's the Bollocks. Nevermind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. I got that backwards. $39.99. Hey, there's Dynasty, brand new and sealed. A 2014 remaster, $33. Rock and Roll Over is at $80. So, Juan, it's up to you on Kiss. Pantera, great decision, Kyle. Now, is that officially your first-time buyer? If you are, just let me know. A new level of confidence and power. Iron Maiden. I'll leave those vocals to Phil Anselmo. I wish I could do that. Wow, like he does. That's pretty amazing. Iron Maiden, Live After Death, $44.99. Alice Cooper Killers, $34. Never Say Die by Black Sabbath, $33. And Sabotage is $29. Wow, Sabbath albums. Sabotage and Never Say Die in stock. Both Ozzy albums, of course. All right, so Juan, let me know over here on Alive. Cordova has it for, Buddy Cordova has it for what? He has it for $83. And Rock and Roll Over is at $80 with Chris Frazier. Let me dig around in my 8-tracks. Nobody bid on the sealed ones. The only thing that bid was that mosquito, which is now making my wrist really itchy and irritated. Here are some more. We'll make these $6.99. Well, that might be a rare one there, but I'll still do it. Sealed or unsealed, these are still $6.99. We've got hot tuna. That's supposed to be a double pack, so part of it's missing. This is 69 Miles to Gene Tracy's. That's probably some kind of nasty thing. Early Cream of Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce, and Bridger. This is pretty cool. The Dramatics sealed. That's a Stax 8-track sealed. The Dramatics. And then the Best of Woodstock Volume 1. That's a semi, probably unofficial kind of bootleg thing. $6.99 on those. All right, he's out on Kiss. So Buddy Cordova, this is sold to you for $83. Rock and Roll Over is up to just a couple people. The last bid on this was $80 with Chris Frazier. Let's add another one. And we got Kyle. So if you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you message our page. We need your email address and mailing address. $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, unlimited, okay? Next is Dave VH on the Cream 8-track, $6.99, and Chris Frazier on the Dramatics for $6.99. Chad, what did the killer hop sticker say? Alice Cooper Killer includes Under My Wheels and Dead Babies, 180 gram, cut from the original analog master tapes, packaged and replicated to the finest detail than ever, pressed with more care than ever. Warner Brothers, $34.99. All right, let's do another half-off crate. In the meantime, let's do another Kiss. If you want to bid on this one, put Kiss, okay? And this is Kiss, my ASS. It's sealed on red vinyl for a $55 start. Kiss, my ASS. This is the Kiss Covers album. It includes the book inside, and it's on red vinyl. $55 start on that. All right, and this new crate here, this is all brand new sealed vinyl. You can pick up in the store, yes. Now, still message us, because we still got to create an account for you. We basically create an account for you. You send that form, we'll set you up a Square profile, and let us know that you're picking up, okay? Now, today is Monday. The store will be open on Wednesday, but anything you buy this week, you won't pick up until the next time we reopen, Wednesday, okay? So if you buy something tonight or Thursday or Tuesday or Saturday, it won't be available for pickup until the following Wednesday. Christopher Yoakum does want an Alice Cooper Killer. Kiss is a sealed copy on red vinyl with hop sticker, a $55 start. Beautiful copy. Rock and Roll Over is at $85. Chris Frazier, you're out. Here comes some more 8-tracks for $6.99. And here they are. And make sure there's none auction worthy. Oh, there's some good ones in here, though. All right, so we got Wes, Bruce, and Lang. That is sealed. Whatever Turns You On, that's an original sealed. One of my favorites. Deja Vu. Clean label, too. CSNY. The Southside Movement. That looks interesting. And then Solid Gold Soul. That's one of those great Atlantic compilations. And we got sealed copies of Climax Blues Band FM Live. $6.99 each on those. Okay? Rock and Roll Over, still getting bids. Let's do a half-off vintage. Let's read through these one more time. Eminem Recovery, Beatles Revolver, Prince Live Unofficial, Class Sandinista, Pearl Jam, Metallica, Chris Isaac, Guns N' Roses, Led Zeppelin, Elvis, Napalm Death, Motorhead, Alice Cooper, Led Zeppelin, ZZ Top, Sex Pistols, Kiss, Iron Maiden, Alice Cooper, Black Sabbath, Black Sabbath. Boy, that was fast. But if you do need a price, let me know, okay? All righty. A new level of confidence and power. Chris Frazier wants the Deja Vu for $6.99. Buddy Cordova on Physical Graffiti out of there. Great decision. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. That's Kashmir. I am a traveler of both time and space, to be where I've been. To speak of elders of a gentle race this world has seldom seen. The talk of days for which they sit and wait. Rock and Roll Over is at $90. 78 Trans Am, $90. Chris Frazier also bid $90. The 8-tracks are Al Cooper, You Never Know Who Your Friends Are, The Real Donovan, Patrick Moraz, Out in the Sun, Isaac Hayes, Truck Turner, Hot Tuna Double Dose, it's a double pack, it's only one of them. Gene Tracy, 69 Miles, The Best of Woodstock, Wes, Bruce, and Lang, The Sound, The Southside Sound, Solid Gold, and then Sealed C, Climax Blues Band. Okay? What was that album? Physical Graffiti, that's the new, not new, it is new, it's brand new and sealed. It's the 40th anniversary 2LP remaster. Kiss, my ASS, is sealed, a 94 original red vinyl, perfectly sealed with double hop sticker. I'm looking for a $55 start, no one's bid. I usually sell those for close to $100. Right now, I'm begging for a minimum bid of $55. 2 more quick 8 tracks. Poco, Indian Summer, sealed, unopened Poco, and Curtis Mayfield, Curtis. Physical Graffiti is $44.99. Tim, if you want it, it's yours. If not, we may have a first-time buyer over on YouTube. Somebody else just commented. We'll see who gets it. Also, it has the Rover. I've been to London, seen 7 wonders. I know that trip just too far. That's my best Robert Plant. So I apologize in advance for that. Let's go through a half-off vintage crate. I wouldn't be surprised if we sell everything in here, especially after we do a bundle. We just join hands. Just join hands. Then as it was, and then again it will be, though the course may change sometimes, rivers always reach the sea. Down, 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 down. Robert Plant's in the building. Hold on, let me give the mic over to Robert Plant. Hold on. All right, we're changing mics. Boy, trampled on a foot, that's hard to sing. Trampled underfoot. I couldn't even, that would be really hard to try to sing. I've never even tried that one. Really in love with her. Talk about love. Man, yeah, that's expert level. If that was on like Rock Band or something, like on a video game, that would be the expert level. Trampled underfoot. Okay, what happened? All right, so who is Nautique over on YouTube? Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, you do get the Led Zeppelin that I'm trying to sing. So thank you, Nautique. And if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then we'll get you registered, okay? And I got to confirm you are a first-time buyer, and we'll get you registered, okay? And then there was a claim, El Terrible put CM. Okay, El Terrible Torio put CM, and then he said check comms. My comm, I think, is working. Okay, then Kiss, my ASS, got a bid for 55, another bid for 55, and then another bid for 55. Chris Frazier got the sealed Poco 8-track for $6.99. Okay, and then we have Rock and Roll Over at 110. He is a new buyer. He's filling out the form. Yes, first-time buyer. Okay, welcome. Thank you on that. Okay, Curtis Mayfield. That was for CM. Sold to El Terrible Torio. Thank you. All right, so just for clarification, before I get deep into this half-off crate and keep showing 8 tracks and keep singing Led Zeppelin deep cuts and Led Zeppelin hits and every Led Zeppelin song ever written or covered, we'll update where we're at on Rock and Roll Over. This is a real blue tier mark with a sticker and insert. And the last bid was Derek Porter at 110. Everybody else is out, and he outbid Chris Frazier. So Derek Porter and Chris Frazier just bid 125, okay? Kiss, my ASS, for the longest did not have a bid, and now it's officially taken off. It's at $60 with J.D. Conklin, sealed on red vinyl. Achilles' Last Stand. I can't sing that either, but I could probably do the first part of the lyrics. It was an April morning when they told us we should go. I turned to you, you smiled at me. How could they say no? Something like that. Whoa, the fun to have, to live the dreams, something, something. Andre Crouch, The Disciples, $10. That is a 2LP live in London. $10 on that. Susie says Robert Plant is hot. Susie Breedlove says Robert Plant is hot. Stairway to Heaven, probably. Yeah, I probably could get that one down. I'd probably have to write it down, but I probably could. The Doors, Other Voices. This is $17.50. no conditionals on the vinyl, gatefold jacket, $17.50. Kiss looks like it's going to be sold to J.D. Conklin for $60. There's that. And we have Kiss, Rock and Roll Over, Derek Porter, $110. That's at $110. Chris Frazier, $125. Okay? So that's still going. Tim Vigari on doors. Jamaica. Oh, that's expert level too. Oh yeah, we'll keep that one for Robert Plant. You're getting into the expert level stuff. Trampled Underfoot, Dire Maker, Immigrant Song. Neil Young, everybody knows This Is Nowhere. Nice. Look how pretty that is. It's in not the correct sleeve. Yes, it is. Reprise. Warner Brothers Reprise. Neil Young, 10 Years After. What? Moby Grape. Wow. Whoa, that's cool. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love, still sealed. Still sealed Alice Cooper. And Savoy Brown in the original cardboard box. Nice. Yeah. Hey, you got to give him some credit. You listen to that. You listen to freaking Immigrant Song, and you can't tell me that is amazing, him doing that. I can't do it. I'd have to like scream it. 10 Years After is sold to Dave VH. Okay, Michael Freiberger got Alice Cooper. Air Terrible was second. Dave VH also got Moby. And that leaves Lions share Savoy Brown. Okay. I'll have to do it later when I'm not on the air. Okay, let me mute my mic. Yeah, I just tried it with my mute muted. I still can't. My mic muted. I still can't hit it. Okay, the Righteous Brothers, Give It to the People, $5. My question is, how many people's at home right now trying to hit that note and they also realize that they can't? Righteous Brothers is $5. King Crimson, nice. Now just $20, and it has the lyric insert. $20 on King Crimson. We got Rock and Roll Over at $135. We got Chris, Chad, and Derek all still bidding. Nice. I was just talking about this. It is an RCA reissue. $12.50. Madman Across the Water. Oh, man. Don't get me singing these either. Let's just calm down on the karaoke. But come on. Leave On. Wears His War Wound Like a Crown. Nice. King Crimson is $20 on Patrick Lear. That is sold. Great price on that. Let's try another Kiss auction. This time, we're going to call this Kiss, okay? This one's called Kiss. They're putting R&R-O over there for that one. This is Kiss live in France, 1980, September 23rd. They only did 75 on yellow vinyl. It has a poster, a $55 start. Blue Jean Baby, L.A. Lady, seamstress for the band. I always thought he said she sings for the band, but it's seamstress. Beach Boys, California Girl. And All Summer Long, a double pack, Beach Boys, $13.50. Grab the pliers. Oh my gosh. He's on a different level than I am. That's why he's Robert Plant, and that's why I'm Chad Williams. Kiss is at $55. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $5. ONJ. Over here, Gray Slick Dreams, $7.50. My favorite part of that song is the how soft your fields, so green. The way he says that, it's like, it kind of, the tempo is still the same, but he comes in like, he starts singing that part softly. How soft your fields, so green. That's the most epic part of that song. Next is Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. $10 on Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. Brian Call on Gray Slick. Rock and Roll Over here. I think we're down to two people, Derek Porter and Chad Sauls. Derek, you're out. Chad Sauls has it for $135. JD's in on our next Kiss Live bootleg. JD has that for $55. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. Nick Lowe is $12.50. Crosby, Stills and Nash, CSN, $10 on CSN. And Wes Montgomery down here on the ground, Wes Montgomery, $10. Joy Fino on Crosby. That's this one here. I doubt it was for the other one because I just showed it. And we have Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free with booklet, $10. Let's jump over here to another handful of 8-tracks. These are all $6.99. Okay, first thing we have is I'm Jimmy Reed by Jimmy Reed. Nice. In the original sleeve. Sly and the Family Stones, Greatest Hits. Dwayne Allman, an anthology. That's cool. Nice. Bill Withers, Just As I Am. And Greatest Blues. Looks pretty bootleggy to me, but $6.99 on that. Final call on Kiss and final call on this because he's out. $140 and $55. And one more look at this. This is Kiss live in Avignon, France. That's why I skipped it the first time. All you need to know, it's live. 1980 France, yellow vinyl. That is available. We got Sly, so to Jason Boxell for $6.99. El Terrible second. And we got Bill Withers, also sold to Jason Boxell for $6.99. Those will be heading over the big pond to the United Kingdom. Thank you, Jason. We got Frank Sinatra, That's Life. Sinatra, That's Life, $7.50. The Righteous Brothers, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's only $5. And Firefall, $5 on Firefall there. Small Faces with Rod Stewart. Now just $17.50. There is some cover damage on the front. It is a gatefold jacket. Wow, that's beautiful vinyl, though. That is exceptionally nice. $17.50 on that. And Golden Earring, Genesis, Wind and Weathering. I don't know why I said Golden Earring. Genesis is $10. And we have Blancmange, Happy Families for $12.50. Okay? All right, so Kiss, just one bid on that bootleg. So did J.D. Conklin for $55. And after a long battle of multiple bidders, a great price, though. A great price. Derek Porter gets Rock and Roll Over for $140. That's with the rare blue teardrop Paul Stanley cover variant, complete with the inner sleeve and sticker. And that is sold. And I know where another one is we could do in the near future. Okay? Christina Curtis on Small Faces. Very cool. Shape around that. Yeah, it's got some good 3-button hand-me-down. There's some good tracks on that. All right, a few more than new auctions. Marion Faithful was $10, and Head East self-titled is $12.50. Okay, so let's step over here to the Kiss auctions. We got about 10 left, probably. Some of these may be... Yeah, some of these I think are supposed to be split, but I'm going to tag them together. It was Derek Porter on Rock and Roll Over, right? 140, yeah. All right, so this is Providence, first night and second night. Now, I think Laura's got them tagged individually. No, okay, maybe she meant to put them together. So July 31st and August 1st, 1979. Looks like they come with really cool posters, and it's on colored vinyl. So Kiss is on Lilac, Night 1 and Night 2. We're going to combine them together and say Providence. Let's call this Providence so we can put up another one. $55 start. That might have been for just that one. I'm going to put them together and say $55 for both of them. That might be not. That should probably be like $100 start for all 4 discs. I'm going to say $55 for both nights. Okay. Joy Fino gets Head East. That's so to Joy Fino. And now let's grab another one over here. Let's call this one Judo. No. Yes. Oh, I forgot about this. We got another pricey one over here. Let's call this one Judo. Okay, this is 4 nights in a judo arena. That's Budokan, and that's 1977, April 4th. If you want to bid on this one, put Judo, $55, and over here we're calling this 4 LP set, Providence. It's only at $55, and we're going through a half-off crate. And Chad is sewing 8 tracks for $6.99. Here comes another 3. Ooh, these are cool. I like the colors of this one. Dr. John, Definitively Bonnaroo, and Dr. John, Zuzu Man. Dr. John 8 tracks, just $6.99. and Soul. That looks like a very, yeah, it's Mandrill. So this is kind of like a bootleg. That's the band Mandrill, which is kind of like a soul funk band. And it's just like in a bootleg type thing. $6.99 on those, okay? All right. Back to the half-off LPs. Grand Funk, good singing, good playing. Produced by Frank Zappa. $10 on that. Nice. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. $17.50. $17.50 on Joplin's Greatest Hits. Clean copy. A lot of different variations of that out there. That is a 70s press. Dave VH on the Mandrill. That's sold to Dave VH for $6.99. Still got the Dr. John's. Also, Bram Tchaikovsky Pressure. He's $10. Hot House Flowers is $7.50. And What Happened? That's the English Beat. Wow, weird to see that in a half-off bin. Just $12.50 on the English Beat. That's OG. Judo has one bid for $55. JD, you're outbid on Providence. Todd Saw has all 4 LPs, 2 sets at $80 for all of it together. Janis Joplin sold to Michael Jacob. Can't go wrong there. Can't go wrong there. And the Pretenders, too. Gold stamp promo, $10 on the Pretenders. And Boz Scaggs, Silk Degrees. Lido, oh Lido. Lido shuffles on that one. Here comes some more 8-tracks at you for $6.99. I got 10 Years After. Shh. This is 10 Years After. Shh. Willie Nelson, Sweet Memories. This is a blank, sealed 8-track. It's sealed, blank. And then The Love Machine, Diane Warwick. That's a soundtrack. Yep. $6.99 on that. Brian Call got the English Beat. Todd, you've been outbid on Providence. But JD is about to get the Judo for $55. Judo Chop. And 10 Years After is sold to Dave VH. Thank you, Dave VH. That's so to you. Judo Chop. Don't Fight It. Red Rider. Red Rider is $10. Also, Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. And I only knew that because I read the Braille down here. And that is $17.50 on that. Todd was next on Janis Joplin. The Vapors, Nuclear Days. Wow. The Vapors in the half-off bin. That's $17.50. We've already had one of these tonight. Here's another one for $17.50. Fleetwood Mac, the self-titled with the new McVie Buckingham Nicks lineup, $17.50. And we have Kim Carnes' Mistaken Identity with Betty Davis Eyes, $5. JD, you just doubled up. You got Judo Chop for $55, and you got both volumes of Providence for $90. All right, that really expedited the Kiss bin over here. Let's see what else I can come up with. Here's the other high-end one I was talking about. You wanted the best, you got it. This has always been a desirable one. This is a 1996 OG in shrink with hype, a top copy with shrink and hype, has the original price tag, and this is, you wanted the best, you got it. And this has really never been reissued. $95 start on that. Kiss, we'll call that one Kiss, $95. William Meadows on Kim Carnes, Brian Call was second. The Best of Jethro Tull for $10. So Into You, a rock and roll alternative by Atlanta Rhythm Section, $5. And Don Skepsky, The Rape of El Morro, Don Skepsky, $10. All right, we're getting almost done with the 8-tracks. Okay, I've got a couple. Well, I'll wait and show them when I'm showing them. Okay, so here are half of some Kiss, okay? So here's double platinum, but it's missing tape 2. Here's a live 2, it's missing tape 2. So those are just volume 1. So you're getting half of an album there. Curtis Mayfield, Sweet Exorcist. That looks sealed. Wow. Sealed Curtis Mayfield. Delbert McClinton is sealed. And Astral Signs by Gene Harris. And that is also sealed. Yeah. Those are all $6.99 each, okay? Todd Saw on Atlanta Rhythm Section. Fleetwood Mac was $17.50. That's $95 start. And let's go ahead and put up, another live. Let's do More Wicked, okay? We'll call this one Wicked Lester. More Wicked Kisses. And I think that's Wicked Lester stuff. No, it's not. It's studio demos from 72 to 77. That's definitely Kiss. So, aside from one random live track at the end of side A. There you go. So it's called More Wicked Kisses. I don't know why I was thinking that was Wicked Lester stuff, but either way, that's going to go up for a $55 start. Jason Boxell on the Curtis Mayfield for $6.99. Chris Frazier, do you want double platinum or do you want a live 2 on the 8 tracks there? Okay, and one more random one here. Nielsen. It's in a box, but it has a lot of cover wear. Nielsen, as you can see, a lot of cover wear there. Let's call... Okay, well, I probably can keep them separate because of the bid, but either way, more half off. We got Minnie Riperton Perfect Angel. Minnie Riperton is $20. Allman Brothers Beginnings. This is the first 2 Allman Brothers in one package. Their first album was called Allman Brothers. Their second album was Idle Wide South. This is both albums, the complete recordings in order, $17.50. Chris Frazier gets Kiss and Kiss. $6.99, $6.99. Thank you. Jim B on Minnie Riperton for $20. So, Matthew, this is a half off bin. So, Fleetwood Mac is $17.50. Everything in here is half off, no more, no less. So, Fleetwood Mac was $34.99. Always half off, no more, no less. Todd Saw on the Allman Brothers. Can't go wrong there. That has some amazing music on it. And then Jimi Hendrix at his best, Volume 3. Hendrix is just $15, a 72 UK. And right in front of Hendrix is the classic Frampton Comes Alive. $15 on that. $15 on that. All right, J.D. Conklin gets Kiss for $55. And if anybody wants the best, you got it for just $95. That's a buy it now. That should have been put up about 4 hours ago. And that's going to go up for a $95 buy it now. Tim Vigari on Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Tim Vigari. And John McPatriot on Peter Frampton. The sealed 8 tracks in the last stack, well, there's a bunch over here. I'm about to read through them one more time. But the last 2 in the last stack was Delbert McClinton and Gene Harris, Astral Signs. Okay. Matthew Sherritt grabs this Kiss for the $95 buy it now. Great price on that. Holy moly. And then Alonzo, then Jason. And then Todd Saw on Frampton. Did I already pull that for somebody? I did. That was already sold to John McPatriot. Tim Vigari already pulled your Jimi Hendrix too, right? Yep. All right, Todd, you were next on Frampton. James Gang passing through. That's $10. And Little Feet, Hoy Hoy, Hop sticker, promo sticker, gold stamp promo, $17.50 on Little Feet. Next is Kiss. Let's see what we got here. I think these might need to go together. We're going to combine these, okay? June 11th. No? Wait a second. Unofficial. Is it different stuff, though? Okay, it is different stuff. It is different stuff, okay? So this is different. It's called Kiss Purple Bra and Purple Panties. All right, Purple Bra and Purple Panties. So it's Lakeland Civic Center tour rehearsal, June 11th, Part 1 and Part 2. Now, instead of splitting these up at a $55 start each, let's combine them and say $110. Starting B at $110. You get Purple Bra and Panties. You get both the bra and the panties. Purple Part 1 and 2, Purple Vinyl, $110 start on those. $110 start on those. All right, got a few more 8 tracks in here, and we're pretty much at the bottom of this box. And then I'll recap them, and then we'll try to do a bundle. All right, first is Sealed Tough Guys soundtrack. That's Isaac Hayes. That's sealed for $6.99. What a rubber band. Goodness gracious. Wilson Pickett. Is that sealed? Wow. I think. I mean, it's in a baggie to protect it. Wow, that's sealed. Sealed Wilson Pickett. The exciting Wilson Pickett. That's sealed. That's sold to Jason Boxell. George Burleson wants Little Feet. Okay. Whoops, I dropped one. Gladys Knight and the Pips is sealed. And I dropped Grease, but it's not sealed. Or is it? No, Grease is not sealed. $6.99. Okay. And Tough Guys is sold to Chris Frazier. And I have quite the stack of sealed or sold 8-tracks. So let me carry these to the operations room. Let me take these first stack of miscellaneous I've sold tonight. Probably one reason we've already sold 10 crates of vinyl. We've sold a lot of vinyl. I hadn't been really focusing on miscellaneous stuff much. Okay, so Gladys Knight is also to Jason, and he got Grease. Okay, Chris, you were second to Wilson in Grease. Braun Panties has a bid for 110. I'm about to add another kiss. Let's keep going through half off LPs. David Byrne, 3 songs. David Byrne is now $10. Also, Hall & Oates Live with David Ruffin and Eddie Kendricks at the Apollo. That is $10, Hall & Oates Live. We've got Hall & Oates Beauty on a Back Street. That's $10. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon. Brewer and Shipley is $10. Steele's, The Best of Stephen Steele's. That is $10. Love the One You're With. And let's pause at Rod Stewart, Do You Think I'm Sexy? Just $5. A 12-inch single, no condition notes. Okay? We'll call this one Kiss. And this is Kiss, Largo. Those are always great shows. Largo, Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland, November 30th, 1975. It's live at Capitol Center, Largo, Maryland, 1975. It is what it is. $55 start on that. $55 start. Tim Vigari on DB for David Byrne, and on SS for Stephen Steele's. Those are also to Tim Vigari. And then James Gang Miami, a 74 Presswell. Don't get that one as often. Atco label, $17.50. Final Call and Braun Panties for $110. And then we have John Parr, $7.50 on John Parr. And Mark Don and Mail, $17.50. What a nice copy. I think we're in the last of those records the other night from that really clean collection we was going through, okay? Songs on Hall & Oates. Are you talking about the live album with the Temptations, or both of them, or Beauty on a Back Street? And then we have the Guess Who, Winnipeg, Canada, for $13.50. Okay, so the last of the 8-track in here is actually a box set. Is this a... Yeah. All right, I'll do this for... there's 3 of them. I'll do this one for $19.99. The Elvis Presley Story 3 8-track box set. Regina Tabor just fell out of her recliner. The Elvis Story. I'll do that one for $19.99. Very cool. Long box, 8-track. So to Jason Boxell. All right. Let's recap what didn't sell right quick. Whoever's tagging, I'm actually going to put that on the bottom so I can stack these better. A couple more half-off LPs. Hall & Oates Abandoned Luncheonette. Hall & Oates is VG Plus $7.50. Jefferson Airplane Takes Off, VG Plus $20. And Rockin' the Blues, Joe Turner, a 58 mono, VG Plus $30. Wow, Joe Turner, not a bad copy. 58 mono, VG Plus $30, half off of $59.99. J.D. Conklin gets Largo for $55. El Terrible Torio gets Braun Panties for $110. Joe Turner is so to Jason Boxell. Joe Turner is so to Jason Boxell. Hall & Oates, give me 1 second. Traffic is VG $5. And then the last one was Johnny Hammond Smith and Willis Jackson, a 62 stereo, VG Plus $12.50. All right, what's next in Kiss? Let's do this one. This is Kiss. It's called Not for the Innocent, 20th Anniversary Edition, picture disc numbered 499 of 500. An unofficial 2024 limited to 500 picture disc. It's a compilation of studio outtakes. Exact year's not listed. $65. We got 3 Kiss auctions left. We started with them about 7 hours ago. We've been auctioning them nonstop for 7 hours. We've got 3 advertised ones left. 3 advertised left. And the only other thing in this crate is... a blank. Hold on a minute. I think. Oh man, you can smell that a mile away. I don't know if anybody wants them. I'll say $10. Kind of something unusual. It's a blank acetate disc. It's a blank acetate disc. This smells like metal. It has a very unique odor, these acetates do. These are blank acetates. Okay. Federal Permadisc. Too bad it's not like Velvet Underground or Elvis or Beatles. Too bad it doesn't say Love Me Do by the Beatles, 1962. I think Paul McCartney owns that. He got it back from that guy. Somebody took it that day out of that house to share it, and then he held on to it and never gave it back to McCartney. And then McCartney had to buy it back for like $500,000 or something. But McCartney owns it. I think it's Love Me Do. Or it's, no, it's In Spite of All the Danger. Yeah. In Spite of All the Danger. It was recorded, in George Harrison's living room. Those are blank acetate discs. And there's one more thing in here. It is a DVD, Ronnie Earl, Blues Guitar Without Soul. Ronnie Earl DVD, $6.99. Ronnie Earl, Blues Guitar Without Soul. All right. Okay. So first, track listings on Hall & Oates, okay? So this is Live with the Temptations. It's basically a melody where they're doing Temptations music. Get ready. Ain't Too Proud to Beg. The Way You Do the Things You Do. My Girl. When Something Is Wrong with My Baby. Every Time You Go Away. I Can't Go For That. One-on-One Possession Session Adult Education. Hall & Oates, Beauty on a Back Street. Don't Change. Why Do Lovers Break Each Other's Hearts? Wing Bull. The Girl Who Used to Be. The Emptiness. Love Hurts. Love Heals. You Must Be Good to Something. Bigger Than Both of Us. Bad Habits and Infections. And then my personal favorite out of the three is this one. Abandoned Luncheonette. Abandoned Luncheonette is I'm Just a Kid, Laughing Boy, She's Gone, Vegas Turnaround, Had I Known You Better, Lady Rain, When the Morning Comes, one of my favorites. Abandoned Luncheonette, Every Time I Look at You. Now, Joy, these are already half off, no more, no less. No further discounts on bundles unless literally you're buying the whole crate. So these would be 10, 10, and $7.50 if you want them. Okay? Nobody bid on Kiss. Not for the Innocent. A $65 buy it now. That's going right over here. Next is another quick read through in here. Let's read through these one more time. Half off, no more, no less. I'm going to put up another Kiss. And this is Kiss, live in Sao Paulo, 1994. A double picture disc. It is an unofficial recorded live at the Monsters of Rock Festival in Brazil, 1994. A double picture disc. $65 start on Kiss. That's now for bid. It's a double picture disc. Also, while we're recapping this half-off crate, I'm about to recap the 8 tracks, okay? About to do a double recap. Motorhead Live 78. That was in this previous crate right over here. You got it. All right, you got it. Motorhead Live in 78. You got it. So did James Young. Here's what's left in here. Andre Crouch, The Disciples, live in London, a 2 LP, $10. The Righteous Brothers, $5. Madman Across the Water, hopefully you have it, $12.50 on Elton. The Beach Boys, California Girls, and All Summer Long, $13.50. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $5. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, $12.50. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $10. Just a Song, Before I Go. Great stuff. Wes Montgomery, $10 down here on the ground. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. With the booklet insert, $10. William Meadows on Elton John. All right, so we'll start over here with this stack of 8 tracks. So I got a Kiss no bid for $65. We're just down to a couple. No bid on this one for $65. And here's a quick recap of some of the 8 tracks. First, Savoy Brown, Lion Share. That's in the original sleeve. Neil Young, everybody knows this is Nowhere. Climax Blues Band, FM Live. Those are both sealed. Those are 2 different ones sealed. And then Solid Gold Soul with Solomon Burke, Wilson Pickett, Otis Redding, Don Convey, Benny King, and Joe Tex. Those are all $6.99. Frank Sinatra, That's Life. Reprise Records was Frank Sinatra's label. He owned that label. Anytime you see Reprise, $7.50. Buddy Cordova's in on Sao Paulo for $65. Jason Boxell gets the solid gold sold comp. That's sold to him for $6.99. We have the Righteous Brothers, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Righteous Brothers is $5. Firefall is $5. No condition notes on that. A little wear on the cover. Genesis Wind and Weathering is $10. Also, we have Balangamach, and that is $12.50. $12.50 on that. And Marion Faithful, Dangerous Acquaintances. Marion Faithful is $10. Dangerous Acquaintances and Grand Funk Railroad, Good Singing, Good Playing. That's now $10. First thing we're going to do is sell this to Buddy Cordova for $65. Next thing we're going to do is sell this to Glenn Butch Rhodes for $50. Kiss Not for the Innocents. That's sold to Glenn for $50. And thank y'all. So now all that's gone. Here's a few more 8-tracks. The Southside Movement. Southside Movement. West Bruce and Lang, which is sealed. The Best of Woodstock, which is sealed. And the 69 Miles to Gene Tracy's. Yeah, this is some kind of raunchy comedy. Yeah, that's like some kind of raunchy comedy stuff there on the 69 Miles to Gene Tracy's. All right, and then the last one I have. Now, I have a couple of official, like, OGs, but that's kind of what we started the show with. This is the last advertised one, Gods of Thunder, which is blue vinyl, live in Brazil, which I think is what we just sold. Blue marble vinyl. It does have a little bit of a sing split. That's also a $55 start, okay? And then we have Bram Tchaikovsky. That was $10. Hot House Flowers People. That was $7.50. Generator is plugged. Thank you. Generator is plugged and charging. Pretenders 2. Gold Stamp promo for $10. Boss Skaggs Silk Degrees, also $10. Red Rider, Don't Fight It, that was $10. And Stevie Wonder, Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants, $17.50. And the Vapors, Nuclear Days, let's pause there at $17.50, okay? And then this stack of recaps, we had Hot Tuna Double Dose, twin pack equals 2. No, this is all, that's not missing anything. That's 2 albums. That's a double album. That's a double LP they've made on one 8-track. Okay. I said earlier that was missing one, but it's not. I misread that. Isaac Hayes, Truck Turner, that was sealed. Isaac Hayes on Stax. Patrick Moraz, Out in the Sun, that was also sealed. The Real Donovan, he was sealed. And Al Cooper was sealed. You Never Know Who Your Friends Are Anymore. No, what's it called? You Never Know Who Your Friends Are. Yeah. $6.99 on Al Cooper. All right. We had the Best of Jethro Tull, Teacher, Aqualung, $10. Isaac Hayes is sold to Jason Boxell. I had a feeling somebody was going to grab that. And then we got Balangamach info. Sorry, I have no idea really how to say that. Blanc Mange. Happy Families. It is a gold stamp promo, 1982 promo sticker. No condition notes. Fantastic vinyl. $12.50. $12.50 on that one. We've got Don Siepsky, The Wake of El Morro, $10, and Fleetwood Mac, $17.50. That's still available. If anybody wants Kiss, it's a $55 buy it now. Jeremy Bryant takes the Blancmange, and then El Terrible wants the Jethro Tull, The Best Of. And we also have James Gang Passing Through for $10. Brugger and Shipley is $10. Rod Stewart, Do You Think I'm Sexy for $5. James Gang Miami, $17.50. John Parr was $7.50. Mark Don and Mel, a great 2 LP, I'm Your Captain. The Guess Who in the original envelope cover, that's now $13.50. That's kind of like one of those gimmick type covers. Looks like an envelope the cover's wrapped in, $13.50. Jefferson Airplane was $20. And Traffic Last Exit was VG5. All right, the remaining 8 tracks was Delbert McClinton. That was The Jealous Kind, sealed, $6.99. Astral Signs, Gene Harris, sealed, $6.99. Nielsen The Point, it's in the original box of A Lot of Wear, $6.99. The Love Machine, Dionne Warwick, it was also sealed. The Blank 8-track, and then Willie Nelson, Sweet Memories. All right, and then I'll go ahead and finish up this crate. We have Johnny Hammond, VG Plus $12.50. is the voice on JP, and then Rod Stewart is sold to Chris Frazier. Todd Saw was second. And then the voice is not on John Parr. Nope, not on John Parr. We have Adam Bernardi on canned wheat. That was that the name of, is that what this one's called? The Guess Who? And then Joy, there's your 3 Daryl Hall and John Oates albums, which I'm assuming you did not want, Joy, right? Live, Beauty on a Backstreet, and Abandoned Luncheonette. Does anybody, I will take a fair offer, throw something out there on Kiss. And let's get that last one sold. And then the last of the 8 tracks was Dr. John, Definitively Bonnaroo, and Zuzu Man. I'm Jimmy Reed, Dwayne Allman, and Greatest Blues. I figured at least 2 of those out of that 4 would sell. And then I might go ahead and price those out for a bundle. Okay? And thanks for whoever, I'm glad I even said that. I think it was Dave VH that bumped me to show those. And I was like, well, okay. They've been over here in front of my autograph rack for about 6 months, probably all year. It's one of those things, I'll get down in the weeds. I'm like, all right, let's start 8 tracks, and then we'll sell a bunch of them, and then we'll have to dig out the other 10,000 8 tracks we have in this building. Okay. So the Hall & Oates, there was 3 left. There was Live with the Temptations for 10, no condition notes. Beauty on a Backstreet's also 10, and Abandoned Luncheonette was VG Plus 750. All right, how many of these are left? There is a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23. There's 23 8 tracks there left if anybody wants them for $65. Glenn gets Kiss for $45. $65 for those last 23 8 tracks. Okay. Canned wheat. Hold on. Huh. I don't see that. Canned Wheat is a Guess Who album. Yeah, Canned Wheat is a Guess Who album. The only Guess Who album I see in here is this, which I don't think, let me open it up. I don't think this one's a repackaging of Canned Wheat. I think it's called Artificial Paradise. Yeah, this is Artificial Paradise. And as you can see, it's near mint. And sometimes this is how you see it. You see it a lot like this because people disposed of the envelope. It's got this book with it. It looks like a mailer, you know. It's kind of like a gimmick cover. Yeah, it's got this lyric insert. It's pretty cool packaging. It's one of those, you know, gimmick, what they call a gimmick type cover. And Adam Bernardi says he does want it. Okay. Well, guess what? You're going to get it. Yeah, and I've seen these ripped because of this, where you have to ram it down in there. This one has survived pretty well. Still got the window unripped. And that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Yeah. And now Jason wants it. Now Todd Saw. And now Trent Douglas. Yeah. Everybody's like, wow, that's cool. I know. Very cool item. And then William Meadows got the rest of the 8 tracks for $65. Right, William? You wanted the rest of the 8 tracks for $65. Or what did you ask about? You're buying the 8 tracks, right, William Meadows? If so, I need to take those in there. Trent does want Stevie Wonder, though. We'll go ahead and tag that for him. Anybody else? This is going to be some great material. Make sure you're in our group. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Making sure you're setting timers. This is Don. Hold on, before I finish that thought. Don Skepsky, The Rape of El Morro. That's on CTI. I think that's kind of somewhat of a jazz record on that. And that is $10. William, you wanted the Hall & Oates. You want all 3 Hall & Oates records, okay? William David Meadows wants all 3 Hall & Oates records. He did not want the 8 tracks. Okay? And now I am going to swap out crates. But the 8-track lot is still available then for $65. Let me move this. And I'm going to take this right in here. Whoo! Wow. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh, man. Well, let me stretch. Oh. Let me take this in here. Let's see, what time is it? 1, 2, 3. Let me count. Let me do some math here. Let's see, 8. If I leave here, 2, 6, 7. That'll give me time to rest. I'm opening up discussion for final calls. I need to be putting the finishing touches on tonight's show. George, I will consider that. The reason I say that, I have a dentist appointment in 8 hours. That seems like plenty of time, right? Well, if you knew what I have to do between now and then, including videos, cleaning up, ordering vinyl, because I'm going to be awake and then I have to come back home and sleep before I'm back here again tomorrow. And Don Skepsky is $10. So what I'm going to do, because we've been going for 7 hours, which we usually go 8. But also, I hadn't been starting until 6 a lot, so we've been going till 2 a.m. So I'm actually starting or stopping 2 hours earlier than normal, but we've went for almost 7 hours. Actually, if I refresh this, we've been live for 6 hours and 49 minutes. So it would really benefit me where I'm not a zombie tomorrow to stop an hour, technically 2 hours early. And I'm going to start starting closer to 5 p.m. every day now, so I can be done by 1. And we had almost no new arrivals tonight. Typically, we have 3 or 4 or 5 John crates, and he worked on organization today, so it was just Laura stuff. And we've already been doing half off and discounts like all night, so I have beat to death discounts and half off. That's probably why we have sold almost 12 crates. Yeah, no condition notes on Don Skepsky. EX at worst. But if anybody has any questions, that would be a great time, because I could just keep going through discount crates. But that's about the only thing I have left. We've sold all the KISS auctions. Maybe show this last bit of the newest arrivals, which has been amazing tonight, the new stuff. Oasis box set on Discogs, $270. Let me pull it up. Todd saw, yeah, that's actually, since we have, except for the 2 Laura crates, I've been doing discount. I've been doing best offer and half off for 7 hours. So it's like at this point, I don't have much more to show you. I mean, I do. I have 50 more crates we can go through. I've got 50 more crates we probably could go through, but I feel like I've been doing it for the last 7 hours, which I have. Let me find this Oasis. What's the story, Jeremy? Adam Bedardi does want Don Skepsky. Let's see here. All right, where's ours at? Coletco, $294, $270. Sold. Let me take it off Discogs right now. All right, let me get a new crate started then. Uh-oh, here we go. One big sale leads to another. That's a song by The Fix. One big cell leads to another. No, that's one thing leads to another. We have Beat live album. Oh, they're putting out a live album. Wow, I didn't know that. I'm very familiar with it. I should have went and seen them in Nashville. Paul went and seen them, but I didn't do it. All right, so this is Don Skepsky. This is sold for $10 to Adam Bernardi. Let's go get that Oasis box for Jeremy Bryant for $270. Thank you. I got my eye on it. Now, John has put a barricade of boxes in the way, but I bet I can get to it. Let me throw some stuff around. No CDs tonight, but I do have some Hatchet Ed CDs I didn't show last week. I'm going to try to do those tonight. Lately, I really want to know your garden grows. Lately, I really want to know your garden grows. Something like that. That's one of the Oasis brothers singing that. All right. That's sold for $270 to Jeremy Bryant. All right. And Paul's just got to his hotel room. Paul, I started early tonight. I actually almost got started at 5, so we're almost wrapping things up here. I've got a dentist appointment in the morning, which is going to throw my whole schedule off. But let's go take that off Discogs. And anybody else, thank you for shopping on there. Thank you for not buying it on there. I've had a couple people get on there and buy stuff. I'm like, no. Just let me know because we can save fees. We don't have to pay fees if we do that. Let me get over here and do this. Discogs. So Paul's at their hotel room. Now my question is, Paul, where did y'all eat at? Okay. See, that's where it gets unfair. Where did y'all eat at? Let's see. Paul, I'm going to take this Discog Oasis box. Paul usually handles our Discogs. Cracker Barrel, of course. Good old Henry. Let's see what that cost me. I'm glad I paid the card off. You need to remind me before the trips to pay those cards off. I just did it last week, so. Oh no, let's see what this cost me. This Cracker Barrel meal was, I guarantee it was 3 digits. Oh no. We're going to have to keep selling some more records to pay for the Cracker Barrel. Yeah, I'm hungry too. $62? Wow, hotels are expensive. Oh my gosh. $62? $62? Company expense. Paul's us out there going, beef jerky, Diet Mountain Dew, Reese's, Pieces, credit card, Snickers, beef jerky, Cracker Barrel, Longhorn Steakhouse. All right. Any last final warnings? That was it. Any last final warnings? Any last final request? Okay. I actually didn't look at any last trip until I went to pay it off, and then I went, holy crap, y'all ate good on the last trip. Reese's Pieces, Snickers, beef jerky. Fine dining. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up, and I'm going to go ahead and do our videos. And yeah, I need to get out of here. Noah, I can check on 3 days grace. Let's see. If it's not right here, then it's a waiting list. Now, when I say waiting list, I know what you mean. You only want one if you can get one. You don't want to be put on a waiting list. But let me tell you what that means. A waiting list means I'm going to order it and have it in for you this week. But if there's not one in stock, then I won't put you on a waiting list. I do not have a 3 days grace, it looks like. Okay? So I do not have a 3 days grace in stock here in this store. But I will check, and if I can get one for you before, well, actually, let me check these 2 crates here. Let me check on these 2 crates here. I just checked some recent stuff, but not every recent thing. Some people are anti-wait list. They don't want any surprises on their bills. They're actually responsible buyers, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You can't be a record collector and be responsible. That'd be like trying to be a pirate and, you got to do volunteer work on the weekends. Okay. No, I don't have one. I don't have one. Okay. So, I'm just going for a cleaning tomorrow. I am going for a cleaning tomorrow. It's going to feel, I actually enjoy that. You get that, you can actually feel the gaps in your teeth. It's like, nice. Nice clean teeth. No plaque that's going to infect your bloodstream and cause cancer. Check the crates together. No, I almost brought one up here. Actually, I'll go ahead and bring one over here because I need something to... Oh, there went my left knee. Oh, there went my right knee. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, David Bowie, Heroes, AC/DC, Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses, Pearl Jam, NXS, Caius, Rush, Phil Collins, Sinead O'Connor, Soundgarden, Metallica, and good night, everybody. So I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock-ish. 5 o'clock-ish tomorrow, hopefully between 5 and 5:15, and get ready for another full-length power sale, okay? A full-length power sale. Full-length power sale. A full-length power sale. That's what we're going to be doing. All right? A full-length power sale. I hope I can find some chapstick. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. My lips feel like they're about to fall off. Thank y'all. Sorry if I'm ending early. I know y'all like staying up till the crack of dawn with me, but I'm going to knock out some stuff tonight, and we've by far met the quota tonight. 13 full crates of vinyl. So that's pretty crazy. So thank you. And I'll be back tomorrow. And be on the lookout for the hot picture. There'll be great, crazy auctions all week. So thank you and good night, everybody.